Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place so fast, and each and every one of us needs to keep abreast in order to remain on the cutting edge as far as our politics are concerned. The pull, the push, the pursuit, the dropping, the desperation, the despair, the confusion is all around us. And so everyone has an opinion over what is happening, but what is the right opinion? And what stand do you have about this entire features manifesting before our eyes with every passing second? Well, that is why we're here, and we want to ensure that every Kenyan voice is heard loud and clear, and every decision is made in accordance to the required laid down rules and constitutional balance. Of course, the welfare of Kenyans being given priority by especially the sitting government. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate everybody who has faithfully followed our program and appreciate everybody for their faithful followership and faithful support to see to it that we keep staying on air and airing what is valid closest to the hearts of Kenyans and their aspirations, their prayers, and their pursuits. Well, as we start out, I want us to believe together as we pray for divine intervention and divine wisdom, even as we'll be sharing on different views in the course of the program. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the privilege to wait on you in this place and hear what Kenyans are feeling and thinking about their country and the situation in the country at the moment. We know that in ourselves, we have no answers except the ones you place there. You say it is not in man to direct his steps, and it's not in man to order his own path. We pray in the name of Jesus that as we interact in this place, you will order our steps and you will lead us on the right path. Give us the wisdom we need, the knowledge we need, the understanding we need, the passion and the commitment we need in order to rescue our country and establish it on the right path. We bring each and every Kenyan to you wherever they are around the world, that you will minister to them by your spirit and help them to appropriate and appreciate the situation at hand and help each one of us to apply ourselves to the right solution to the current predicament. We pray in the name of Jesus that none of us will be left behind in that which you're doing. Make us useful in your hand and cause us to flow with you in establishing your order and your kingdom in our midst. We give you thanks for every community in this country. Thank you for every county. Thank you for every minute segment of this country. We pray in the name of Jesus that your banner be lifted over this nation and your reign be established. For blessed is a nation who the Lord is their God. We pray that you continually remain the God and the Lord over the affairs of this great nation. Help each one of us to flow with you and flow with your kingdom as you establish your order in our hearts, in our minds, in our souls, in our bodies, and in our spirits. That every moment of our lives we shall pant and yearn and long for your will to be done in our lives and in our nation. We give you thanks, we bless you, be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Amen. Thank you so much, everyone. We look forward to engaging tonight, even as we continue with our discussions. I want to appreciate everybody for your continued support and continued followership of this program. And of course, request you to see to it that you keep inviting as many as you can to tune in and be part and parcel of the discussion of the great country called Kenya. You are all valuable and highly appreciated, each one and the opinion. It is important that every Kenyan be heard and every Kenyan be listened to and every Kenyan be considered in the decisions that touches to this great country. Well, Kenya Kwanza is obsessed, I could say, with the wrestling of Western Kenya from one Raila Amolo Odinga, the enigma of Kenyan politics, and we could say the unchallenged kingpin of Western Kenya. It is looking more clearer that every effort and every deployment is unleashed to wrestle Western Kenya or the majority of Western Kenya from the control and the grip of Raila Amolo Odinga. So the question we are asking tonight is, can Dr. Ruto wrestle the Western Kenya from Raila Odinga? Basing on his style of politics, his approach, will he be able to get the Western Kenya to trust him and abandon Raila Odinga? Let's look at it keenly. And of course, the DP, Gachagua, seems to be not taken serious anymore. Has he been spent and is no longer useful to UDA? Let's look at that. Those are sentiments coming from different views of different Kenyans. Karibuni kila mmoja, na washukuru tu sana. Link ya kutumia kuingia studio ndio hiyo kwa comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space na tuanze kujadili kwa kina masuala haya. Karibu kila mmoja. Kibingi Ogiri. Karibu sana, asante. Karibu kwa show. Kuna nani huyu? John Opio. You're welcome to the show. Gitonga wetu, asante sana. Karibu kwa show. Tuko hapa Ngangari. Westcon, praise the Lord. Amen. Thank you. Have a blessed day. This is a great day. We thank God for everything. Rhoda Njenga Otieno. Hello to you. Thank you so much. Charles Njagi. Karibu kwa show. Mzee wetu Michael Ngike. We are all together in this prayer. Amen. Amen. Asante sana. Karibu Linet wa Bomba. Hi to you. Thank you so much. We trust it shall be done as we have prayed. Fatan Abdullahi Muhammad. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Dominic Leiza. Hello to you. Thank you so much. Kuna Elizabeth Majuma. Thanks. Thank you so much. Alafu Elizabeth Anyango. Amen. Amen. Asante sana. Kuna Wamso. I think Western people are becoming proud for nothing. Your Mdavadi can't equal Gachagua. An interesting angle. Let us look at it keenly, even as we start out our conversation. Karibu sana kila moja. Jacqueline Getuba. Amen. Thank you so much. Of course, boss lady, hi to you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone. You feel that I hate you. Please, Bernard, delete that doctor name. It's very inappropriate. I did not give it now. I was told it's called, so, and I'm a believer, so allow it to be. I think everybody be given what they require. All the same, thank you so much. Kuna Wandera David. Live from Busia border. Asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna David Jogu. You're welcome to the show. Richard Kubwa. Nico Lok pia kutoka Kajiado South. Asante sana. Elvis Kipruto. Wewe ni kajifunze lugha kwanza ndio waanze kuitumia. Sitasoma hilo. Asante lakini. Ezish Mufunyi. Karibu sana. The rate at which cases are being dropped, it is like mtadu sawa sawa. Tutasoti hiyo maneno, usijali. Kristo ni Bwana na anatawala katika vizazi vyote na katika enzi zote. When we say, there is a maxim in law that says power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And when you are corrupt by power, absolutely, you never know when it is too late. And therefore, there is always a way out. And as Kenyans, we have options. And so we must maximize those options even as we engage and secure our great country. Thank you, everybody. Let's launch into the deep, even as we discuss tonight. The link to use to get in the studio, I'm sharing it again in the comment section. Unfortunately, we can't share it on Twitter. And so those of you following us on Twitter, you must get the link on either Facebook page or on YouTube channel. And that's why it's important to follow us on Facebook and subscribe also on YouTube, because it is that valid and is that important. Because when one wing goes off, we must stay on another. And one of the mother wings is the YouTube channel. So make sure that you're a subscriber on YouTube, and then turn on the notification bell in order for you to be notified every time we come on and begin to weigh into politics, and of course chart the way for the future of this great country. We believe we are strategically placed here to be part and parcel of the history making of this time, even as we chart the waters of this great country into the place of God's expectation. Some of it may be deliberate, some of it may be on purpose, and some of it may be accidental. But at the end of the day, we will still make history, even as we stick on the right side of history on this platform. Karibuni kila moja, tafadhali tukamakinike pamoja, usiachwe nyuma na yeyote yule, na karibisha wote wakajumuike nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapojadili siasa zetu. Tumia hiyo link, ingia studio, tukanene yote ambayo yanapaswa kunenwa katika saa na wakati kama huu. Haya, tumsikilize huyu mwanasiasa tunapoanza katika mjadala wa leo. Na Kim, endelea kukaribishana tafadhali, usitazame peke yako, kisha you have shared it in your WhatsApp groups, you have shared it in your Facebook groups, you have shared it in all your social media platforms, so that everyone is here and we are all on the same page in determining the great future of this country by charting the way forward for our politics. Karibu.
Responsible or in charge of the reshuffling and the sacking of some of the regional commissioners who supported the Jubilee, the Azimio government. We now have learned actually that some of the chiefs, assistant chiefs, even ACCs within Mount Kenya region have been suspended, some sacked, others transferred, horera. And we want to remind the current government that the public servants today are expected to serve the government of the day, the UDA government. Those public servants who are serving the government of the day, then the Jubilee government. To punish them today is to tell the others that they should not also be serving UDA government, because come the next government, they will be punished for having served it. Gachagua has also said that he is going to go for the cartels, so-called cartels of the people who work with the Jubilee government. That vindictive approach is really the perpetuation or perfection of a political agenda. If it is a real criminal thing, then they should allow the institutions or the agencies that have been set in the constitution to perform their work. Anything else is weaponizing the same agencies, is actually perfecting the capture, the state capture that they seem to have had a lecture on. And these are issues that will certainly make this government very unpopular. And I want to tell you, given the trade we have seen in the last 100 days now plus, This is a one-term government. I am certain the same Kenyans who put them in office are the same Kenyans who will stop them. Whether they plan to rig 2027, whether they have their brothers and sisters in the IEBC, this government will not see 2027 if they do not, if this is the trend that they have taken. And for Gachagua, the die is cast. William is done with you. If he had any respect for you, he will not be shifting you from one office to the other. He will not be using you. He will not be using you as the cannon, because your mouth, the mouth has a loose cannon, and he has been used. His mouth is the weapon to hit others. As you go down, leave the Kikuyu community alone. Don't go down with it. I thank you.
Haya, huyo ni Jeremiah Kioni, mwanasiasa wa Mount Kenya, anasema Gachagua ashatumika na amemalizika. He's no longer useful to William nor UDA, and he can only go down. Therefore, he wants everybody to be aware that as Gachagua goes down, let him go down alone and not carry the Kikuyu community along. I don't know what you think about the whole scenario, but interesting times, even as we reflect on our politics. Wherever you are around the world, you're watching Mtembei TV. Karibu kila mmoja, tukajumuike pamoja. Hii ni show ambayo ni speciali kwa sababu inapatia nafasi kila Mkenya kusema yaliyoko moyoni mwake kulingana na uongozi ulioko na matarajio tuliyo nayo kama wananchi na kama nchi kwa pamoja. So naomba tu ukahakikishe kwamba unaendelea kukaribisha wote ili tusiache mmoja nyuma wakati tunasonga mbele. Sijui, what do you make of this Kenya Kwanza DP Gachagua and his grip on Mount Kenya? It seems like he jumped the gun. He got ahead of himself, or what exactly happened? Karibu kila moja, tukajumike kwa pamoja as we continue with this great show. God bless you, everyone. Let's listen out to this even as we continue with the conversation. Karibu kwa show kila moja, tafadhali usisalie nyuma. Mengi mazuri yanakuja wakati wa Kenya wanajadili mambo yao yanayohusu nchi yao, na ni haki yao kuyajadili haya kwa kina, kwa sababu hilo ndilo jukumu letu. It is our civic duty to see to it that we have a say in how we are governed as a people, and by that we must all adhere to what is required. Everybody, welcome to the show. Let us discuss further.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Hello.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. epithet. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay, sorry for the mix-up. Thank you so much for keeping here. We appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep going as we converse and look at our politics. I appreciate all of you, especially on the comment section. Vile mmeanza hapo, tunashukuru sana. Karibu kila mmoja tafadhali. Huyu Brian Richard anasema wakina Kioni allowed the electoral frauders to infiltrate their team during election. I will not. I have no respect for them. Thank you for that observation. But every eye has a look, and when it sees something, it can point it out, and you either use what has been seen or use what has been seen as a lead to seeing what should be seen. But if you allow whatever went wrong to cloud your judgment of every statement that comes out, probably you may misjudge the whole scenario. What Kion is talking about is the current state of affairs, not how the affairs have been and where things have been developed into. And of course, is giving the projection of the future. In case this trend continues, then this is going to be the outcome. Jeremiah Kion is not a small or rather a boy on the block. He's a seasoned politician, and therefore he may have some sense on what he is saying. I would not dismiss him in his observation and in his judgment. I trust he must have seen something that we all need to consider. Westcon anasema Bernard, prophetess Rachel and Pastor Dorcas kimeumana, no more Sunday praise and worship together. Sijui, unajua tulikuwa tumelaunch Matoa kwa wapi, yeye ndio nabii hapa. Tulikuwa tumelaunch kanisa State House. Unakumbuka hiyo siku tulilaunch kanisa State House, tukaweka hapo manabii wa karabaraba huko wakitakasa. Mimi nikafikiria tutakuwa na ibada State House kila Sunday na Reverend atakuwa ni nabii, alafu prophetess watakuanga State House, sisi tukienda huko kila Sunday tukiabudu. Sasa vile ilibadilika kutoka State House ikaanza kwenda makanisa kwa kanisa, nyumba kwa nyumba, hatukuelewa ni evangelism ama ni outreach. Lakini wakati unafanya evangelism na outreach, nani analinda kanisa nyumbani? Because kanisa tuliestablish State House, tukaombea State House, mabishop wakaombea State House, ikawa kila Jumapili tutakuwa tunaenda wapi? State House. Mbona imebadilika tena, imekuwa sasa nyumba kwa nyumba, kanisa kwa kanisa, county after county? Is it that the church in State House cannot take off? That means the senior pastor and the assistant have failed in their responsibility in sustaining a congregation at State House, or what is happening? Ama maombi State House imefungiwa siku hizi, hayaendi, ndiposa mnakwenda kanisa kwa kanisa, mtaa kwa mtaa, county after county. Interesting days, interesting times. Karibuni kila mmoja, tukamakinike pamoja katika siasa zetu. Naomba tu tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, usitazame peke yako. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Dada yetu Roda naona ameingia kwa fujo. Vipi lakini dada, karibu.
Kai, mi nakuanga pasta. Unajua kwa nini? My personality, I'm like that. I cannot keep it. I cannot cross my personality. My personality, I like to express myself, right? Like in Facebook, I can spend whole day just writing. Like today, I've been writing about Ruto. Ruto must go. You know, I know people, and I was just people to feel, those people, they were like, you know, walikuwa namwambia, oh, he wins. Some churches, they were lighting there. Some guys, they were lighting. Oh, you are very happy. No, people, they thought Ruto, he's a really man of God. But so I was lighting them to feel bad. Why? Me, I want people to feel bad because how we have been feeling, even them, I was crying when we lose the elections. So I want them to feel bad how they treat us when he win. I remember I was fighting with one woman. She was like, more ba me. She was bullying me. But we are win. And then she was calling Baba. Oh, Baba is she was calling her bad name. Okione kilikuwa hata kilianguka chini. Imagine, and I was so hearted. Now your mama, he's older than me. She's older than me. She cannot think. I'm younger than her almost 10 years. And she cannot think. I was telling her, why do exactly the things I was telling her. It's the things we are seeing now. And that woman, she doesn't talk with me. Even now, she doesn't talk. She feels ashamed because the things I was telling her, it came the truth. That means I'm a prophet because the things I was telling her in the realm spirit, it came the truth. And I was telling her even before they start to vote. The things God was showing the realm spirit is the things came. Me, I'm very happy. I'm born again. Even when BBI came, I was telling people, let us accept BBI. And I remember people leave this country, Kenyans, they were calling Uhuru Kenyatta mtoto wa nyoka. And they are Kikuyu, they were calling him. I was so hearted. These men are stupid. Instead of they think how they can invest their homeland. I was so tired. And some Jaluo, they're the one, even they were feeling, we have a quarrel. War with fighting with the Jaluo and Kikuyu. And I'm telling you, one man, he died. If he could be alive, he could be crushed. And he was a chairman of Jubilee in whole Scandinavia. And now he's in the grave. And I'm telling you, I was telling people, one time, you remember, it's from God. This BBI is coming to bring us a more democracy. Our democracy to be like more South Africa. Like South Africa, there used to be impeachment, like a president. And that's like the way they do it for Zuma. If the president do corruption, they do the impeachment. And that's good. They're not against. If somebody do corruption, if somebody fight with the democracy, if somebody doesn't respect democracy constitution, they have to do to impeachment. And even the president, that is a law about constitution about in South Africa. So I was telling people, this BBI is coming to bring, but it was like from realm spirit. They didn't want to listen. So I was letting them to the Facebook. They feel ashamed. And I tell them, you need to be ashamed. Me, I don't feel ashamed because I have done everything God have given to me. I have been praying let me tell you, I have been praying for the president from 2017. I have been putting my knee and I pray for him. You know what? He went election 2017. We know what happened in Kenya. Violence, 2027. You know what thing was not going well. And I have been praying for him all the time. I have been putting my knee to pray for him. Not every day. Sometimes. But people, they didn't understand. They think that I'm crazy. They don't understand. But they don't need the Holy Spirit. When the Holy Spirit is working with you, you have people that even the Bibles, even there's a verse of the scripture, the Bibles, if you don't obey the Holy Spirit, you are judged. But me, the Holy Spirit was telling me, pray for the Uhuru Kenyatta, pray for BBI. But people, they have never listened to me. Everything I tell them, they have never respected the Holy Spirit tell me to do. It's really hurt me. So let me say hi to the brother Charles Dumu. Hi, we always be together here. We come at it. We like each other. Me and you, we like each other. That's good. Maybe we can't connection in feelings. But even to like somebody is a feeling. Maybe me and Dume, we have a lot of feelings. I'm just kidding. Me, I'm very honest. Anyway, I don't know what to say. I just want to. I don't focus. I focus with the. Thank you.
Okay. Asante, Sister Rhoda. We appreciate for the good start and the energy is strong. We'll look forward to engaging as we continue chatting the way forward as the Kenyan people who love this country. I want the very best for this great country. Naomba tu usitazame kipindi peke yako, endelea kukaribisha kila mmoja ili tukamakinike pamoja. Ndugu yetu Chaga amefika hapa. Inaonekana hawa ndio wamekuwa assigned kusafisha studio kabla wengine waje. Mato, inaonekana umefanya delegation. Vipi Chaga Mdune, upo kweli?
Nipo sana ndugu.
Oh, inaonekana unatafuna kitu. Unaweza maliza tu alafu utakuja.
Ndo naingia. Wacha tu nimalize alafu nitaingia.
Okay, asante. Okay. Wakenya wenye nia njema, tunawashukuru kwa kumakinika nasi katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia siasa zetu. Swali tunalouliza ni kwamba huyu Daktari Ruto anao uwezo wa kuchukua Western Kenya kutoka kwa mikono ya kingpin wao ambaye ni Raila Amolo Odinga? Hilo ndio swala ambalo tunauliza, kwa sababu sio 2013, sio 2017, sio 2022. Investment ile ilifanywa kuchukua Western Kenya ilikuwa nzito, lakini hakufua dafu. Swali tunauliza, vile ameamua kujifanya daktari wa siasa. Juzi nasikia anasema yeye sasa ndio profesa wa siasa za Kenya. Anao uwezo wa kuchukua Western Kenya kutoka kwa mikono ya Raila Amolo Odinga? Hili ni swala ambalo ningependa kuliangazia kwa kina, kwa sababu kuna kujipuliza kwingi tu hapa, watu wakidai kwamba wanao uwezo wa kuchukua Western Kenya wakapeleka kokote kule wanataka. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Western Kenya, na siasa zetu ni hatufuati watu, hatufuati hata viongozi. Ndio tunaweza kuwapatia Wetangula, tuwapatie Mudavadi na tuwapatie yeyote ile mwingine mnataka, lakini kama usimamii haki, usimamii Ukenya, usimamii kila Mkenya awe sehemu yoyote nawe na uwezo wa kufanya kazi yake bila kusumbuliwa, without a greater cause, it's very difficult to get Mlembe Nation join you in any of your ventures. That is why ODM is dominant in Western Kenya, despite the fact that the majority of the leaders in Western Kenya were on the other side of the political divide. And so I would that we weigh on this keenly, even as we look into our politics and assess it properly. And the surest way is to assess this properly. Unajua kuna wale ambao wako na a lot of assumption, especially the young bloggers who are looking for a job. Oh, by the way, there is a new advert from UDA headquarters, at least wanatafuta bloggers. So mwambie kina Duke na wengine wote kama wajajisajili, kuna bloggers wanatafutwa, wacha tuwapatie free advertisement. Kama unataka kuwa muongo, unataka kudanganya Wakenya, unataka kutumiwa vibaya na serikali ya UDA, basi kuna job opportunity. Wamesema sijui watakuwa wanalipa 20,000 per month. 20,000 a month, tafadhali bane ongeza yako kitu kidogo. hata Judas Iscariot alilipwa 30 pieces of silver. It was not 20. So Kenya kwanza ni to upgrade. Wakitaka kusaliti wa Kenya na kutumia wa Kenya vibaya, basi waongeze hela. All the same, ningependa tu kila mmoja amakinike katika kuelewa nini kinachoendelea. Kuna uwezo wa William Ruto kutegua Raila Odinga kutoka Western Kenya, ama wewe unaona vipi? He said the link between Raila and Mudavadi is always very strong, even if the two are so far apart. There is always something seemingly pulling them together, the two together, okay, whether they are looking in the opposite direction. Only time will tell. I predict Raila saying Mudavadi tosha. We shall obviously reach very early. Okay, huyo ni Gerard Malale. Haya, maoni yako hayo tunashukuru. Kuna nane huyu Felistas Atideke. Hey, jina kali kweli. Okay, the collapse of Buddha smelling at the corner. Sisi ni blue tuko ngangari kabisa. Asante. People like Duke ni wakuchom. Hey! Wesco nienda pole pole tafadhali. Tutashukuru. Okay. Haya, kama nani anajiandaa wapi huyu Kenya si hami. Vipi lakini?
Yes. Hello, happy new year everyone. Tangu mwaka yaanza
Happy New
tujasalimiana.
Year. Welcome, sister.
Yes. Hii ni mwaka
Karibu
mpya na
sana.
mabadiliko. Thanks Bernard. Leo majaribu nione kama nitaingia huku. Nilifurahia World Cup imeisha ati network itakuwa sawa. Lakini kuna jeshi ingine iliingia sasa itabidi tuheshimu tuju tuko kwao. Anyway, hope mko poa. I can see my sister Rhoda ameshatoroka. Our dear brother Chaka, Moses, you need to play a role of Moses in the Bible. Can you lead us to the land of Canaan? Okay. Ben, mi nacheka tu. The way things are going, I'm just laughing. Tulichekelewa, tusipangwingi. Raundi wanajipanga wenyewe. And that is our prayers. Let them fight and fight and fight and be confused. In fact, kama kuna kitu tuliomba kwa hii dunia, Ruto na Gachagua wasambaratike. I think my prayers are being answered. And kusema Ruto atangoa watu Western, my friend, hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana vile the way he used to say hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Let me tell him that hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Anaota mchana. Western atubanduki baba all the way. Ha! Sisi ni neighbors wa Lake Victoria bwana. Aweza akatupeleka Sugoi. Hatuwezi tukaruka Lake Victoria ambapo kuna samaki. Twende Sugoi kwa msitu huko. No, never. And it will never happen. Wenye wanaenda waende tu single. But for us Western, Kisumu dala ndani. Tukiendanga hivyo tukisonga. Yeah. Na Gachagua, I'm just happy the way things are going. Huyo mwanaume is very ruthless. Disgusting person, is not in a position to be called a leader by the way, because we are trying to heal, lakini yeye ni kama Bernard Mayo na kidonda ilikuwa inaelekea kupona alafu gongwe na mawe. Hiyo uchungu na kuanga more than that. For us it's like more than that. But now Mungu ni nani? I saw the other time watalienda kwa mlima kuomba. Maombi Mungu adhihakiwi. Mungu sio ndugu yako, Mungu sio baba yako. Nenda kwa magoti. Kile kitu Mungu anataka kwa nchi ya Kenya, by the way, Bernard, from what I'm seeing from the historical story of the Bible, Kenya needs repentance. Because what happened, people like the Christian leaders, churches, they were involved in worldly things more than God. Makanisa yote yalizama kwa siasa, wakamnajis Mungu, wakanajis madhabahu ya Mungu, wakaanza kuabudu miungu zingine ambazo Mungu hapendezwi. Kwa mfano Ruto anawekwa picha kwa screen kwa madhabahu. On Sunday service going, hiyo screen ilikuwa iwekwe prayers, waengekea watu hapa kuna mtu ajui sala ya Bwana. Wangeka kwa hiyo screen, but kuweka mtu mwanadamu ambaye ni Ruto, it's like they're worshiping that person. Na ndio unaona vitu mingi from that. I don't know if you have seen Kenya is in a very critical condition. Mara mtoto amengolewa macho, mara mwingine amekatakatwa, mwanaume ameua watoto. Na hebu angalia mostly hizi county pande wa Central na Kisii. So it's a high time Kenyans we need to repent. Mungu atukumbuke. That's why God allowed Pharaoh kuamsha wana wa Israeli wakumbuke kuna Mungu aliye juu, waondoke kwa miungu. So Ruto ni mfano wa Farao kwa nchi ya Kenya. Ni nani atakaye rudi akapiga magoti akaambia Mungu mali tulikosea tusamehe? We have innocent blood crying, Bernard. Our fathers have been killed, innocent people dying. Nona watu wanapatikana Rivayala. There is some content I'm following kwa YouTube. Mimi nafuatilia vitu mingi sana. I've learned a lot. These people are using innocent people mpaka watoto wa shule. Hizi mili mlikuwa mnasikia zinatangazwa Rivayala, zinatolewa Nairobi. Those people were confessing life the way they do. Mtu anasema mapua ya mwanadamu ni hot cake. Nukiangalia mtu mwenyewe tu unaogopa. And they stay where Korokocho. Huko ndio hiyo gang inakaa. And some were being used even with government, the police, you can imagine. So whatever is happening to Kenya, Mungu amekasirika. Saizi, Mungu amesababisha haya yote, atuamshe sisi ambao tunajiita wa Kristo. Turudi back to our senses, tumrudie Mungu, tuache kukula vitu za haramu. Ruto is there as a weapon to wake the Christians. Can we get one person or two people who are on the right track? Cause Mungu aliangalia akaona watu wangu wanaangamia na wamenirudia. Akaamua kumtuma Musa. Ingawaje Musa kufika Kanani, lakini alitumika kama chombo cha ukombozi. Hiyo ni safari Mungu alianzisha ukombozi kwa dunia hadi tukafikia kwa msalaba wa Yesu Kristo. Ndio maana alisema ninaenda but nitawaacheni Roho Mtakatifu akawaongoze. Huyo Roho alienda wapi kwa mabishop wa Kenya? Where are they? They're the one who sold our country. Cause kama pastor wako anafuata and you believe that pastor, you'll follow the route. That's why they usually say, if you are a Christian, you're a leader, na unaelekea kuzimu, jua hata kondoo zako zote zitaelekea kuzimu. Can we try and come back to our senses? Tutubu, Mungu atuonee huruma. But the way venye tunaenda Bennett, I don't know. But I'm happy the way Kenya Kwanza are fighting each other. Gachagua aliwasha moto na sioni kama atauzima. Na kidole kimoja hakivunji chawa. Asifikirie Mount Kenya will save him. Remember, we have more than 42 tribes in Kenya. If all these 42 tribes come against one, what will Gachagua do? Badala lete wananchi pamoja is splitting. And remember, in Mount Kenya, we are those who are against Gachagua. So they should play their game very well. But what I know, Ruto, wewe ni chawa kwa Western. Watakudanganya kwa meno, lakini ilhali ndani ya moyo, Ruto Western usijaribu. Uliza moyo ndo mfufu, muulize Kenya aliona Western one day. Aliokolewa na nini? Na bodaboda. Watakucheka, watajaa kiwanja. They will listen to you, but don't make a mistake. One thing I know, Kakamega, Western Province, wanapenda Raila hata kushinda kwao. And that's the fact. And that's the reality. Hao ni mashemeji damu. Mimi hata ongea vibaya. Mimi nimezaa watoto wa Mjaluo and I'm okay and I'm happy and I'm proud of myself. But I really like the Kikuyu some. But I hate those who hate tribalism. Those who love tribalism, I'm not on your land. Let us build our nation. Tuungane pamoja Bernard. Ebu ombe nchi ya Kenya, tutubu. Mungu atuokoe kutoka kwa hizi nyang'au. Zipigane ziende zikiendanga. Wasugoi ashike barabara Sugoi. Na Gachagua atafute route, sijui hata yeye kama ni Wasugoi. Everybody, we need tunataka mtoto wetu ule ambaye alichukuliwa, ndio tunahitaji the real child mwenye Mungu alitupea. We don't fake child. We don't want fake child. Tumekata and it is enough and enough is enough. Can we do that through our prayers? That is the only weapon can help us to fight our country. Thanks, Bernard, for your time.
Thank
Wish you all the best.
Kenya, Amen. Thank you. Tunashukuru kwa wasia wako na maoni yako kwa Wakenya. Ni wajibu wetu kurekebisha aliyokwenda mrama kama inji na aswa church and the church, like you well put, is in a mess courtesy of one William Ruto, and because of the same, until the church gets back in position, they will not be able to provide leadership. You don't, it's a statement we say in our leadership training that no matter how long you travel on the wrong road, you never get to the right destination. So wewe kujipuliza ukisema itakuwa tu sawa, itakuwa sawa, and you are traveling on the wrong road, it will never deliver you to right destination. You must go back to what Jeremiah says, go back to the crossroads and ask for the ancient path, walk in it, and you shall find rest for your souls. If the country is going to be stable and you're going to find rest and prosperity, it will be because you have gone back to the crossroads and asked for the ancient path. What is the ancient path? The ancient path is that of justice, that of unity, liberty, and that of every Kenyan being Kenyan, not being given a privilege to be a Kenyan. The oppressive system must collapse, and it has to collapse right away. And so, as Kenyans of goodwill, we will never have a unified, prosperous Kenya without having every Kenyan on board. This one doesn't need magic. This one doesn't need scientific doctorship that is being professed by Dr. Ruto, that is now a doctor of politics, a professor of politics. And one of these things, it really shocks me because the Bible says, "Let let another mouth praise you, not your own." Okay, let it be a mouth of a stranger, not your own mouth. This professor of claiming I'm a professor, this doctor of claiming I'm a doctor, let the people who have enjoyed your doctorship confer doctorship on you. Don't call yourself into it. By you calling yourself is proof enough that you are not. You're trying to convince people that you are. It's just like a man like Chaga here anasimama ambia mimi ni mwanaume. Amuoni mimi ni mwanaume? Yaani amuoni mimi ni mwanaume, kwani shida iko wapi? Kama wewe ni mwanaume, you don't have to convince the people that you are a mwanaume. So hii kusema mimi ni professor, mimi ni doctor, inaonyesha hawa watu wanajua kwamba ni fake, na ufake wao utawaleta, umewaingiza mahali ambapo hapa hawatoki, in terms of the embarrassment that will emerge from the mess they have caused. And so, church people especially, let us all get back to our senses and return to the right position. We'll never be able to chart the way forward as a country without correcting the wrongs that have taken place, especially from the church leadership. And so, church people, let's not play games. God is not mocked. The scripture that Kenya's Hami was quoting, God is not mocked. Whatsoever man sows, the same he shall reap. But we can interfere with the harvest if we will come back to our senses and call on God and repent and ask God to help us get on the right path. And so tusicheze tafadhali, tufanye iliyo wajibu wetu kutekeleza na kuhakikisha kwamba tunasaidia vizazi vijavyo. And just as a reminder, tuendelee kukaribishana. Secondly, there is a book I'm giving out for the challenge of nationhood, written by Tom Boyer. It's an old book. I just discovered it was forwarded by Jomo Kenyatta, the president, in 1969. If you read it, you will begin to appreciate the journey we have come as a Kenyan people and why we need to focus and fight until we get our act together as a nation. And so you subscribe to my site, and then you will be able to access the book and then download it for free, 100%, and then you'll be able to read it. It's an ebook, and I want everybody who wants to be part and parcel of the Kenyan politics to understand where we are coming from. Tusahau hii story mnaambiwa na Kenya Kwanza kwamba history doesn't matter. History matters. You cannot have a tree without roots and expect the tree to stand. Our history is what contains the roots of us as a nation. And so if you did not subscribe, I think yesterday we got like 10 people who subscribed. So if you haven't subscribed, I will be sharing the link. You subscribe. The book is already up. The moment you subscribe, you'll be able to access it and be able to download it for yourself. I will not even be involved. So make sure that you get that done, and you will enjoy the material. It is very rich. Asante, tumlete ndugu Chaga nikileta hiyo link ya hicho kitabu.
Asante sana brother kwa mara pili. Nashukuru kwa kunipa hii nafasi. Nimsalimie ndugu yangu Moses hapo na wale wengine walitutangulia hapo. Vile vile pia nsiwasahau wale wako katika comment section kama vile ndugu yangu Gitonga na wengine. ambao ni magwiji, ni shabiki sugu hapa katika Mtembei. Vile vile leo sioni kwamba na mawimbi ya kuweza kumchafulia baba, kumchafulia mzee katika ngome ya Western hata kidogo. Hilo haliniingii katika akili, kwa sababu wale anawachukua tayari ni watu ambao wamekaa kwa wananchi, ni watu ambao wamekataliwa kwenye uchaguzi, wengine walikuwa kwa uchaguzi wakaachwa. So ni watu ambao wanaenda kule ni kwa matumbo yao, lakini sidhani kama ataweza kuteka ngome yote kuiharibu kwa sababu ya Mudavadi na Wetangula kuwa katika serikali, wala pengine hatuoni kubadilika kutoka Azimio kurudi kwa serikali, na wengine wale wanaongozwa na matumbo yao kama kina Baraza. So sioni kwa sababu ngome ile ya Western wananchi ndio kusema, na kuweza kuwabadilisha itategemea na matendo. Mavitendo vyako, semi zako ziambatane na vitendo. Hasa huwa na uchache wa semi lakini wingi wa matendo, hapo utaweza kuteka. Na si kuiteka tu ngome ya Western peke yake, basi kuiteka Kenya nzima, watu kujenga imani, kwa sababu umewatengezea yale wananchi wanahitaji. Unawapunguzia mzigo wananchi ule ambao kwa sasa hivi wanaobeba. So kwa kufanya hivyo ndivyo utakavyomteka mwananchi, na not only ngome yenu tu ya Western but Kenya nzima haswa. Lakini kama hili la kumtengeneza mwananchi halipo, la kumpumzisha mzigo huyu mwananchi halipo, lakini unatumia tu asiri ya kuweza kuwateka wachache ambao wanaongozwa na matumbo yao na njaa zao, na hawazi useme unaweza kuwabadilisha, ni uongo mtupu, uongo peupe. So baba aliaminika Kenya nzima, si Western peke yake, kwa yale ambayo anayazungumza na kwa vitendo vyake, na ndio maana alijenga imani kubwa. Lakini hapa kwa vitendo ni tofauti na maneno. Maneno ni matamu mno, lakini uchache wa matendo. Sasa hapo ndipo panapoangaliwa sasa mbegu na magugu ni yapi. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi mfananisha Rais Ruto na Raila na mzee wetu baba Raila Odinga. Hawa ni watu ambao hawachezi mechi moja. Hata kijiita yeye ni profesa sasa hivi, hilo ni lake tu, ni kule kujienua kwa Gachagua, na sasa hivi anakanyagwa. Maana hata vitabu vya Mungu, nashukuru kuna dada hapa, madada wote wawili wamezungumza zaidi kuhusiana na masuala ya kuweza ya Mwenyezi Mungu, na vitabu vile vile vinatukanya kabisa kwamba unapojinyanyua basi utashukishwa chini na kukinyagwa. Sasa ni juzi tu, miezi mitatu umefura kabisa, kila mahali wataka uonekane wewe, na wingi wa malaumu. Hata kwenu kwenyewe watu washaanza kusinywa kwa kule kujienua sana, kwamba una lazima kwamba uonekane wewe ndio kila kitu, ndio kusema mlima wote unakuamini wewe yale unayozungumza, ile hali kuna wengi wanaokupinga hapo kwa kutokana na matendo yako uliokuwa nao na tabia zako. So for real anajienua, lakini atakanyagwa tu, kwa sababu asifanye kwamba rais kwamba mimi ni profesa. Profesa ni yule ana vitendo na watengeneza wananchi wake, na ana mipango ya kweli, si hii mipango ya tuko na mpango na haijulikani mipango hiyo ni gani, zaidi mwananchi ndiye anayeumia. So mimi kwa kweli Bernard, sitakuwa mrefu zaidi, lakini ukweli wa mambo Western hakuna vyenye anaweza mtoboa, hata kawachukua wakina nani. Labda atimize matwaka ya wananchi, apunguzie mzigo wananchi, awe karibu na mwananchi, hapa atakuwa yuko safe. Hapo unatajenga imani, na wananchi wote walikuwa na imani kwamba hata kama ni Ruto ameingia sawa, lakini kama atatutengezea sisi tuko radhi, Kenya songe mbele. Lakini yako wapi? Kwa hiyo wacha ajifurahishe, lakini baba si wa kuchezea. Baba historia ameiweka, ameiandikisha haswa, na roho hiyo hakuna hii Kenya, hakuna kwenye hiyo roho. Kwa hivyo mimi nitakwamia pale, Ndugu yangu Gachagua yeye apambane na hali yake, maana kiburi na kujinyanyua, basi dawa yake ni hii ya kukinyagwa. Acha kinyago polepole, alafu tutaingia na mwingine hata kinyago hivyo hivyo, kwa sababu mimi ombi langu kubwa Bernard, nikimalizia haswa ni kwamba hawa Kenya siyo Kenya kuisha ama ni tumbo kwanza, wawe kama wale walikuwa wanajenga mnara wa Babeli, kila mtu na lugha yake. Wewe akimwambia lete tofala nakimbia analeta panga, si unaona? Yaani kila mtu na lugha yake. Hiyo tu ndo dua yangu hapo, na naona hiyo dua pia ishaanza kutimia hapa. Kila mtu akishapewa lugha yake basi, maana Mdavadi pia namuona na yumba, maana roho bado iko kwa Azimio, yuko ndio Kenya Kwanza, lakini nilivyomchunguza tangia siasa yake aliyopiga safari hii mpaka alipofikia, hakika roho iko kwa Azimio, akili iko kwa Kenya Kwanza. Nitafungia pale leo.
Okay, asante ndugu Chaga, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunashukuru tu sana kwa hekima na wasia ambao unaendelea kupeana kwa Wakenya. Asante everybody, thank you so much. Before we bring in Moses, this is what I'm talking about. Where is the overlay? Aha. The collection of speeches and writings by Tom Mboya, forwarded by His Excellency Jomo Kenyatta. The link I'll be sharing in the comment section. You click on it, subscribe with your email address. All you need to do is at the right hand corner of the screen, when you click on the link, there will be a box where you put your email, then click subscribe, then you will access the site, and then you will go straight to this particular book and download it, make it your copy. But the most important part is not just downloading it. Make sure you read it. You catch the spirit of the genesis of this great nation, the struggle that has been all along, and how we can get back on the track. So make sure you are there. The Challenge of Nationhood by Tom Mboya, one of the founding fathers. A very, very important material that you need to add to your library, but more than that, add to your insights and perspective. If you judge it from those that have gone ahead of you, you begin to see better than when you try and find your way on your own. Thank you very much. So I'll be sharing the link shortly. Namkaribisha Moses atoe maoni yake tunapoendelea na mjadala. Bwana Moses, you're welcome. Oh, Moses, unajitoa ama una unmute oga? Unmute and speak, Mr. Moses. Okay, inaonekana ujapeleka fungu la 10 kwa Museveni, umezuiwa. Pole. You need to get out and come back again, Mr. Moses, and then correct your wherever your configuration, so that you are able to function without problems. Yes, just as an emphasis, it's important that we judge matters rightly, and history has a way of helping us judge matters rightly. And some of the people who are having difficulty in appreciating what is happening in the country are those who have run away from the history of this country. And so we will be getting materials like this particular book and share it so that everybody begins to appropriate, because some people seem not to be appreciating on how serious the situation in the country is, by us continuing to be divided on political trivialities when it matters nationhood. When it is nationhood, it should be a different and treated differently as a political matter. And so we mix our party politics and national matters, and that is why we mess up. Like now, what Jeremiah Kiono was talking about, it's like UDA wants to replace everything, including the administrations, okay, The chiefs want, they want UDA chiefs. The county commissioners, they want UDA county commissioners. Every dimension, they will end up having a UDA civil servants. Now, is that how our government, is that how our country is run? That when you come in, you come with your group, and when you go with your group. That way, when will we begin to develop? How are we going to stabilize? That if a new president comes in, he comes with the new chiefs, he comes with the new county commissioners, he comes with the new county wherever sub-county commissioners. I think something needs to happen to UDA. Ni kama wamepagawa kwa sababu akwendi hivi. You don't come in and replace everybody. And these people you are replacing, where are you sending them? Because you campaigned or came into office on the premise of creating jobs, but now you are laying off everybody. These people you are laying off, where are they going? Who is going to be vending for their families? Let us be serious. Na the Kenyans lazima tukasirike na hii serikali ili tufanye kile tunapaswa kufanya. Wewe utakujaje eti unataka county commissioners wa UDA? Hii nchi sio UDA, hii nchi inaitwa Kenya. UDA is a small, minute segment of this great country. We cannot collapse this country to one UDA political party that doesn't even have party office. Let Kenyans wake up and see this thing for what it is. Gachagua and team needs to be taken to Mathare for checkup. Bwana Moses, I hope your nini is working now.
Yeah, sorry, Bernard, it was it was a network problem. Otherwise,
Karibu, I'll get you.
How are you? How are you, Mr. Chaka? I like your Swahili, bwana. Hey, whenever I hear you talking, I just enjoy. And it's not only Swahili, it has points most of the time. So, Bernard, for me, I will start from where you ended. Birds of the same feather flock together. Of course, you expect that. If you know that you are not going to work for people, how can you leave people who are dying and working for people in the offices? Of course, you'll find those ones who will subscribe to what you think is right. So that is not a surprise. We expect that. Not until maybe if we can get a committee like that one of president. When we are going to have like handover ceremony, a committee that arranges that can appoint those who will work in this cabinet. But if we don't get that, we expect that people will be awarded according to what they have done. People will be given, they'll go with those of who have been loyal to them. So that one we expect it to happen. According to today's topic, Bernard, I think we should not take people for granted. I believe I know, and even you know that people knows what they want. People knows what they want. These people you are seeing them crossing day and night, evening. They're after their own interests. Like Chaka said, they are after for God and my stomach. They are not crossing there because they are going to solve the ordinary people's problems. They are going to achieve their goals. They are searching for their success, not for anyone else. So, and people, they are wise. I will tell you, Bernard, people knows, and they will always stand with those people, with those ones whom they think they are there for them, and they are there to solve their problems, not those ones who are there to use them like a ladder, and after climbing, you kick it out. No. People knows what is right. People knows who are those people that can stand and defend them whenever necessary. So forget about these politicians who are switching morning, night, and because of their own self-interest, I can tell you this, that, in Western region you are talking about, even those people who are there, I can even mention the name of Mudavadi himself. He is from those ends, but when Baba crosses there, you will see the love and care they will show him. That means, even, you know, there are people who are exposed. There are people who are intelligent in this country. They know what is good for them. It's not everyone that is it's not everyone that is after tribalism and tribal thing. No, people love their country and they know who can lead their country to the promised destination, you know. So people will always be there, you know. You think they don't know. They know that these people are crossing because of the others. They are looking for jobs. Others are protecting their jobs, like Atwoli. You hear him nowadays talk. You think people are not watching? Bernard, we should just. People are wise. They are seeing this. They are seeing things happening, and they know the causes and reasons why these people are. You know, if you go back like 3-4 months back, you hear to what Mzee Atwoli used to talk, and now, you mean we are that stupid that we don't know? Even him, he knows. You hear. Do you see him talking with energy like before? He's talking as if, you know, he's shy. He's not believing in what he's saying. So people are there, and the people, you can never bribe all citizens in the country and they finish them. No. Yes, I can agree with you on one condition. If they want to sweep the support in Western region, first thing they have to do, they should start talking the truth and acting accordingly. Act as a president, speak the truth, regardless. It doesn't matter whether you are who and who. Let the truth remain the truth and put their justice. You know, without justice, there is no peace. Without justice, who will, you know, Bernard, there is one thing in life. If you ever achieve it, never take it for granted. This thing called trust, it is not easy to get trust, but it is very easy to lose it. You can lose it within a second, you know. So even I will give you a very big example. You see, people love Raila, right? But if you wake up tomorrow in the morning and you hear Raila is now supporting Ruto and the group without solving people's problem, still people will remain on opposition side and they will bring their own. Those who are the one they think is with them, they will not follow him. People doesn't support Raila because he's handsome, is because he's rich, because he's a grown-up man. No, they are behind him because they are seeing him as their voice. He's always speaking about things that is the problem that are harming people, the problem that people are going through, things that are people are not getting, the services delivered that are not they are supposed to receive, but they are not seeing them. That's why people say that this is ours. So there is this group of oppressor and the oppressed one. So it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, Bernard, even I'm giving now. You tell me in West, among the group you mentioned, that bunch of people you have mentioned, is there anyone who is heavy than Raila? If him cannot go with people unless he's crossing on a cause that people want, or people made people to support him or to rally behind him. But if he also decided to cross because of his individual interests, people remain where they are and they will wait. Even you, Bernard, if you come up from there and you say, no, I oppose what our elder did, and I think we can go without him, people will rally behind you. So people are wise and they know what they want. It's not all about tribe. If we are going to vote for a president, we look for someone who is national figure, not a village figure or county figure. No. If those are the people we are looking for, we can give them chairman, LOC chairman, the Senate, the governor, because those are the people for the area before country. But someone to be a president, you must be a national figure. Someone who is not a tribal. Tribal always someone who takes the country first. You talk about Kenya, not about the tribe. I'm from Luya, now I have to take Luya. Before you get services, you have to listen to me. No, you are entitled to serve each and every Kenyan, regardless of which political affiliation that he subscribes to. You are the president. And that's why most of the time people have a problem with this current government. They talk as if they are like they are LOC chairman, LOC one, they are like, councillors, You are the president. You are carrying you are carrying on a country, not just a constituency or a county. So that thing will never come to be true unless, like I said, if they change and they start acting, responding to problems that are affecting people will rally behind them, because that is what, if at all people start receiving what belongs to them, they will always support you. But if you are there on lies, abusing, dividing people, scaring people, creating poverty, people will always stay where they are. You see, even Baba is there quiet. But I can assure you, Bernard, if all things goes like this, whether Raila talks or goes silent, the situation will force people to come out themselves without anyone. And they will start calling Raila to come and join them. They say, Baba, join us. We cannot wait for you today. We are calling you because it is too much. I think enough is enough. So, Bernard, my final remark. You see, history will forever be there. And there are some people that books will always, history will judge them. Because like someone, more so if God gives you years to live, you reach that age of Muzeatori and the group, please try to keep your legacy. If it is money, you have money. Why do you again switch like you're like transaction mobile, doing transaction in the bank from here, mobile money, M-Pesa and what? Don't think people they are stupid. You think now, I can ask you a question. Do you think people can now welcome Atwoli when he comes like before? Of course not. And a rented support, something that is being rented or is being paid for support, can never last. People will come and, few of them will come and say, yeah, you are there. But the moment you don't give money, they are nowhere to be seen. See, people, they are not after paying them. They are demanding you their services. They are saying we are taking our kids back to school. You are removing all the money that could help anyone, even those people who are not well off, to take their kids to school. And you said they will stand with you. See, Raila, if he's saying we're having a meeting, where, you'll find people from the border, Uganda, Maraba and Busia and dozens of Westerner, you are saying, they are there. Even if he says it will be where, he will find people there waiting for him. He will not offer them even a drinking water, even a sweet banana, even a sweet pepsi. But people will fund themselves and go where the truth is, to their hero. So it doesn't matter. Let him buy. He will buy these political, these leaders, these politicians. But at the end of it, where are they heading to? People will bring theirs. They will bring Bernard. You say, now this one has gone. Now Bernard, you are the governor of wherever you belong. So people are wise. They know. We should not even talk about this. People knows what is right and what belongs to them. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Moses for that. We appreciate it. There is organic politics and there is artificial politics. Hii siasa ya GMO haitoboi hapa, aswa kama ni Western Kenya. So kujipuliza kwa William Ruto, aendelee tu kujipuliza, lakini tutatoa wembe hivi karibuni and everybody will find their space. Well, I want to appreciate everybody for your continued followership. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, usiache mtu nyuma ambaye anaweza kufaidika na kipindi kama hiki. Na tukifika hapa, tafadhali tuchangie kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendeleza inji, tusirudishe inji nyuma, na let us not support people who are taking us where we have been. We need to go to where we ought to go, and that is in a free country where Kenyans are at liberty to achieve their highest potential by reason of the facilitation of the government. And when the government is failing, let us point it out and be able to call it as it is, other than playing sycophants when the whole scenario is leading us to nowhere. So let's be vigilant. Let's do what is required. Let's have this video before Mr. K can come in and add sense to what we are talking about. Two videos, quick ones. Inaonekana kuna mtokoto, ibidi ione kama itakubali.
Tukana niona
Examiners marking Kenya's Certificate of Secondary Education exams at St. Francis Mangu Girls High School have downed their tools over poor remuneration and below-par working conditions. The examiners, who are marking CRE papers, allege that the center's chief examiner has introduced punitive policies that have significantly slowed down the examination's marking process. They also claim to be receiving significantly lower payments for every CRE script marked, as compared to their colleagues marking Kiswahili papers. The examiners say that they get 55 shilling for every CRE paper marked, while their colleagues get 78 shillings for every Kiswahili paper that they mark. Speaking on conditions of anonymity, The St. Francis examiners also claimed that they were being overworked since they start their day at 5 a.m. and only retire to bed after 10 p.m. They added that they are also not allowed to carry electronics such as phones and laptops into the marking center, which has made it impossible for them to communicate during the day. The stalemate, which started on Monday evening, saw Kenya National Examinations Council CEO David Njejia make his way to the St. Francis Center in a bid to escalate the situation, but his efforts proved futile. The examiners have vowed to continue with the go slow until their grievances are addressed, in a move that could likely delay the release of KCSE results.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo, injini yetu lakini imetekwa nyara na uongozi mbaya. Lazima turekebishe huo uongozi, tuhakikishe kwamba masuala yetu yanashughulika ipasavyo. Tumlete bwana Mr. K tuambie, what do you make of all this?
Hey, thank you. How are you, Bwana Bernard? Habari ya jioni. Bwana Moses
poa.
Masare. Bwana Masare, how are you? Masare Chaka Mdune. Thank you. Hey, sasa najua kwa miaka mingi tumekuwa tukiona kipindi inaitwa Vioja Mahakamani. Na tumepoteza watu very mashuhuri sana katika Vioja Mahakamani. Sasa kile tunacho witness hii ni vioja serikalini, na hii vioja serikalini iko na actors ambao ni wakubwa katika serikali, viongozi. Deputy president ni one of actors of vionja serikalini, because Bernard, we have been thinking that we are moving forward as a country. But as I was watching the news today, and we see people being pardoned, tax evasion cases, then my question is, where are we going as a country? Because I want to think that despite the fact that the religious executive has promised, told us that they were being persecuted because of their stand politically. I want to know what really happens, because I don't think KRA and a tax body can say you have a 2 billion case and they be joking about it. Because what happens with these things called VAT and taxes, sometimes is what you declare that they come after. Sometimes what they see in the banks and the withholding taxes that they see, that correlates to what they decide to do. And I'm really shocked, because the president told us the other day that he is interested in collecting more taxes. So you're giving on one hand and taking on the other hand. Because anybody watching the news today will be like, then why do we have EACC in the country? What jobs are they doing? Because I don't think they should be chasing people who have stolen chicken. Yeah. Only. Why do we have even the judges? Why do we have the judicial service, the judicial sector? Because the criminal justice system, from where I sit, I think it's broken and it is not working. It's not functional. It is dysfunctional. And in such a situation, I think it's a high time we disband these organizations, these institutions, because an institution is as good as the individuals. Corruption is not bribe. Let us not even get to the bribe part. Corruption is a breaking of an inner principle. Whenever you know what to do and you don't do it, that is corruption. And I'm here to tell you the leader, the person in charge of DPP, has broken an inner principle. And I know they are guilty about this. They know they are doing wrong. The head of judiciary, the Chief Justice, has broken an inner principle. The head of DCI and of course the police, they are broken because it seems now justice is for the poor. It seems that implementing law, it is for the poor, not for the rich anymore. Mama Mboga and Boda Boda. You know, sometimes I ask myself, why are we missing a lot of UDA people here? It is because they can now see what we told them. That if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, speaks like a duck, then it is obviously a duck. And this is what we are seeing. There is nowhere in the world, even in the days of Moi, anything that is in the court could be arbitrarily removed. I miss President Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. He was corrupt, yes, but I don't think it's into this level. And Kenyans are not agreeing. They are happy. Because, Bernard, what we are seeing, it is not. Until we talk about a leader being beyond reproach, we teach about it in schools. We teach about it in churches. Now we have leadership here condoning, supporting corruption, supporting evildoers, and punishing those who are not following what they are saying. And therefore, Kenyans, we must be serious, because how do you know 2 billion shillings what they can do to Kenyans if those money or that money is taken to the public? I'm imagining that to drill a borehole in my home, I only need 3 million shillings and $1 million to equip that borehole. And one borehole can transform a village, can transform a ward. How many boreholes can we get dug by these 2 billion shillings? And this is something that we should be very much concerned about. Because, Bernard, if it is one person going 2 billion shillings, what about the rest? Where are we putting this country into? Or where are we going as a country? For me, I think, I don't know. I think there's something we did and God is punishing us. I don't know what we did, because it is hard to watch news in this country. Well, I know that some of us and many of us are having 1 meal a day because we cannot afford a 3 square meal in this country. And there are people bragging on how they can, even to add insult into the injury. Even the fine that he was being fined, he went with it at home, 50 million shillings. So for me, I'm actually where I don't know where we are going. This is not a country anymore that we can be proud of. because what I have seen today has really, I don't know which taxes that the president wants to increase. If he is forgiving her friends or his friends or his buddies, surely which taxes are we going to increase? Because he said he wants to be taxed himself and nobody should call him. But behind the curtain, we can see that there are some strings being pulled. Yeah, strings where hiyo kesi ya nani, wacha anasafisha huyo mtu wewe mweupe kama pamba. So watu wanasafishwa na wanakuwa weupe. But one thing I love about nature is that you can never change the fate of this world. And there is no way corruption is going to pay. One thing I'm so certain about, and we can bet about it, is that by the end of this year, or even the middle of this year, the symptoms of corruption will have shown. And they will show in different ways, where people have delayed salaries, where people have no allocations in the counties, where there is nothing that is moving on in this country. I think then it will get to the senses of the people. Because I think when we told these people, these are pure liars, they said we hated them. But surely we can see what is happening. On the subject today, can Ruto wrestle Western Kenya from Raila? Every day we wake up, Ruto government is losing people because of the unpopularity it is getting. You cannot tell, for example, those young people who are doing kazi kwa mtaani to vote for I don't know whether they can wake up in the morning and go and vote for Kenya Kwanza. Why? They are not working. They are unemployed. I don't know whether you can tell the women that were going for Linda Mama, they were going for those, you are giving incentive in the hospital when they give birth, whether they can go and vote for this government. They can't. I don't know anybody who will going to pay school fees more this month, whether he can wake up and take a shower and line up and vote for UDA. I don't think they can do that. I don't know any farmer who grows maize and grows rice can wake up in the morning and say, hey, wacha niende nikapigie hii kura, hii serikali. So to me, because I can tell you the trick of this, the reason why there is the operation, the way this government is operating, it is using what we call bribe to minimize the disquiet and the noise. I will not be shocked if every bishop of Kenya today, whether ACK, EAC, or PCA, AIC, wameuma kitu, because you cannot be a teacher of the word of God and you see condoning of corruption and you keep quiet unless you're part and parcel of that corruption. That is what is happening, because for me, I don't see the church talking about GMO. They're not talking about the cost of living. They're not talking about the importation of maize and the rice. They're not talking about anything. They're not talking about the cases that are being pardoned. They're not. The Sapids of this world have been given money. That's a simple question. I mean, we don't know how much, but behind the curtains, I think the leaders are being bought a lot of money. And I know all these things are being done to curtail and to manage and to destroy one Raila Odinga. But it's not going to work. Majority of Kenyans will stand up. And I'm sure even the hustlers themselves, because they have seen it was a lie. It wasn't, there was nothing like cartels. It was a name manufactured. There was nothing like deep state. It was a name manufactured. In fact, anything that Kenya Kwanza said, it is what they were doing. Whether they are saying deep state, they were the deep state. These are the same people who went all over the world, managed all the elections, and they knew They only need a significant number of voters, and the other voters will be top. They will be brought by the system. Well, Bernard, I'm a very concerned Kenyan, and I think Kenyans have realized they have made a very big mistake, just like they did in the United States. I know there are people who support Donald Trump, but Donald Trump was as reckless as it can be. He could answer people on Twitter, all these things, and people realize, Allah, kwani tulichagua mtu lunatic. And therefore, I'm urging Kenyans, it is not yet late. We can still raise up our voice and change the situation. Because as things stand, we are being mismanaged and the country is on the wrong track, is going on the wrong direction. Because when I see these people celebrating cases that have been prosecuted and judged in the seats of power, then I'm a worried person. Really, we do not have a country, and the way Kenyans are struggling. Bernard, I don't know whether you have gone in the villages today and find the kind. You'll find poverty that you have never seen in your life. Do you know there are people who are 40 years old, and there is a joke going on Twitter? People are 42, 40 years old. They are living with their fathers and their mothers. There are people who graduated in 1998 in this country. They have never found any formal job. We dispense over 1 million plus graduates each and every year. It's only a third or almost a quarter that gets jobs, and they don't get good jobs. 90% of Kenyans today are working poor. You know what working poor means? You're working to eat and to survive. That each and every morning you wake up, you know that I'm working for my fare and my ranch today and my rent. After that, I continue with the cycle. And that we sit here and laugh about a 2 billion tax vendor being pardoned. How many people have been affected by that money? And if this is one individual, what about the whole government and even the previous governments that have been there who have done exactly that for the people of Kenya? And we take it as if it's normal. And when the leader of a country goes in TV, he tells us stories. I see him asking the journalist, for your information, giving story, for your information, the end of this time, after these 2 months, after 3-4 months, after 6 months, and we believe it, and we take it as if it's a joke. I cannot keep quiet because I am feeling very annoyed and very offended. Because when I see my children, when I see the people around me, I feel like crying. Because everybody has been turned to be a beggar in this country. That's why we have never-ending WhatsApp groups. You're being added, each and every Kenyan who is a mid-range or have a small job. You're even blocking to be added for fundraising to help other people. When anybody dies in your family, it is a call to fundraise. When somebody is sick in your family, it is a way to impoverish your family. And we are thinking that these things we speak here are jokes, that we can come here the whole night, talk about corruption, and we say it is normal to steal. It is normal to allow people to take money that are meant for hospitals and loans. Nothing, I mean, people, let's be serious, man. Let us have a country that we are proud of, not a country that forgives corruption cases, cleanses thugs. What is this thing these people do that makes them billion-dollar billionaires? Unless it is stealing tenders from the people of Kenya. We have to come to a point and say, see, enough is enough. You know, they used all the good revolution languages in their campaign until we are scared of using these words. Enough is enough, because they used it to benefit. They were using what we call reverse psychology. These are the people who are saying freedom is here, like Mandela, and they are not that kind of people. Freedom was never gonna be there. Actually, they are the people now we should say freedom should come, because right now everything is intertwined and it is captured by them. So as I finish, Bernard, I want to say, let us come to a realization and realize that it is very easy right now, the way things are going and the way the cost of life is becoming so expensive, people to start planning to go to Ushago, because the cheapest house you pay in Nairobi and a good place is about 20,000, 25,000. Daily buying food will cost you another 15,000 per month. Your fare will cost you another 5,000. So you cannot stay even in Nairobi today if your salary is less than 100,000. You can't. You'll be begging. Utakuwa unasumbua watu, nipatie chumvi, nipatie mkate, nitalipa kesho, nipatie nini, and we think that is a joke. While we see the government leaders wanatutapikia kila siku, wanaenda 5-star hotel na mandege. There is no governor, there is no minister, there is no MP moving with one vehicle in clubs or anywhere, even shopping. And then we are seeing that is as if it's very normal. It should be like that. We need to come to realization and change. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. K. We appreciate that great observation and insight. I believe Kenyans are getting it clearly, and we all need to appreciate that we can't leave things to sort themselves out. We must arm ourselves with the required information and passion and commitment to correct what is wrong. It's clearly to every seeing eye that we are not where we are supposed to be, and the people who are supposed to help out of this are the part and parcel of the problem that we are in. And so we need to get rid of bad leadership if we will get right advancement and right progress. And for that to happen, every Kenyans need to become fed up with bad leadership. And as we keep reminding us, we deserve better than this. We deserve better than this. We are 60 years of independence. There is no way we can put up with Kalongolongo government and these suckers that we are being treated to. That a case is withdrawn from the court and then it is now cleared outside the court, and then it is even it doesn't agree with the scripture. Okay, the scripture says if you are arrested, agree with the police on your way to to court. Okay, so that he does not bring you to court and then you will be brought before the judge and then you will have to pay more. Okay, he says seek peace before you get to court. That means when a matter reaches at the court, it's a different ball game. It cannot be reversed. Whatever that is happening right now with the Kenya Kwanza government is unheard of. And like Mr. K put it clearly, this level of corruption is just enormous. And we are not yet 200 days in office. Can you imagine if it becomes 365 days? Something must happen to us as a Kenyan people, and we need to get fed up in good time and down our tools in order to make this country get the right way and make this government find their way to their nearest police station. It is important that we salvage the future of this country from being lost to people who are greedy, selfish, and careless as far as securing the resources of this country are concerned. So, Kenyans of goodwill, don't relent, don't give up, don't surrender. This can be fixed, this can be corrected only if you rise up and say enough is enough. I'm happy to note that enough is enough was not coined by Kenya Kwanza, and therefore they don't have a monopoly of the same. They said freedom is here. Now we understand the freedom they talked about: freedom for corruption, freedom for doing whatever you like, regardless of what the law says, freedom to take care of the elites at the expense of the poor, freedom to loot, freedom to run away with all public funds and still be scot-free. That is the freedom they meant, because that's the freedom they are practicing. Are we going to allow that to carry the day? Your guess is as good as mine. A time comes when the people of the nation rises up to realize that the leadership is not the ultimate. The people are the ultimate in terms of our constitutional provision. We have capacity to recall president, impeach deputy president, recall all members of parliament and senate. The Kenyan people have capacity to dissolve parliament, dissolve the senate, dismiss the executive, and be able to chart a new way in securing the future of their children and their children's children. Will not be weak parents, will not be careless parents who want to send our children into the future that we are not sure of. So wherever you're following this from, begin to think deeply, begin to think seriously. Stop avoiding to think about the Kenyan situation, because some of you are becoming numb and feel like this is getting tiring. You don't give up until you win. And so gather yourself up and begin to tell yourself it is possible, inawezekana, to have a Kenya where every Kenyan has everything they need to live their life without apologizing and without begging from anybody. Any government that does not concentrate on wealth creation, it works everything to generate poverty for all its citizens. Kenya Kwanza is proving in their first 100 days that there are poverty as administration. They want Kenyans to be beggars. They want Kenyans to wait at their doorstep, to wait at their car, to wait everywhere for handouts. That is not the Kenya we want. We want a Kenya where every Kenyan is free to be free and able to feed his family with dignity, to work with his own hands, and be able to take care of his household. That is the Kenya we want. A working nation, a productive nation, a self-sufficient nation. We have enough resources for that to take place. If the facilitators are not making that happen, kick them out of office, that we may get right leadership and get our country in place. I'll play this video and then we move further into the discussion. I want everybody to be on the alert. Let us not relent now. Ukichoka saa hii utakanyagiwa chini na kila kitu. Kenya Kwanza imejitolea kuhakikisha kwamba maisha ziwezekane kwako ili uendelee kuwaomba na kuwaabudu. They are looking for who to worship them, who to bow to them. We must refuse to do that. Thank you. Let's just get that video, and then thereafter we will move forward in our discussion. Karibu.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the program. Our sign language interpreter is David Agondoa. Now, let's start where we should. And the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions has dropped a 2.5 billion shillings tax evasion case against businesswoman Mary Wamboi. In a letter to the DPP from KRA, the decision was reached after the accused paid the fines imposed. Wamboi's case dismissal follows that of fellow businessperson Humphrey Kariuki, who was facing charges of evading tax amounting to 17 billion shillings. Leila Mohammed begins our coverage tonight from the courts.
As such, the court hereby agrees that the complaint hereof be marked withdrawn under section 204 CPC, and that in terms of that section, each of the accused persons be now acquitted of the charges hereof.
And in those few words that must have sounded music to the ears of Communication Authority Chairperson Mary Wamboi Mungai and her daughter Purity Njoki Mungai, whose legal wars with the taxman now coming to a close after a year-long battle in defense in a 2.5 billion shillings tax evasion case. The two, who are directors of Parma Holdings Limited, were arrested in 2021 in one of the many raids by the state to recover unpaid taxes that had amounted to billions of shillings, that also raised eyebrows within political circles. KRA states that the duo was facing 8 counts of offences under the Tax Procedures Act 2015. They denied the charges and were granted bail of 50 million shillings.
You will have made a copy of this, so you can.
Following a communication from Times Tower, the DPP's office presented its prayer to drop the case, stating that there had been successful compounding of offences on December 6, 2022, and subsequent payment of fines imposed.
And Your Honor, in light of those circumstances, they requested our office to facilitate the withdrawal of the charges in accordance with Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Code.
Lawyers of the accused Nelson Harvey and Dr. Hamoto expressed no objection to the offer of withdrawal of the charges their clients faced.
And having considered the record, the submission by counsel for the state and counsel for the accused, I'm satisfied that the complainant, having considered and compounded the matters the subject of these charges, the substratum of the same law no longer exists, and that the complainant has advanced sufficient grounds to enable the court to permit a withdrawal of its complaint under Section 204 of the CPC.
With that, Mary Wamboi and her co-accused walked free several months after fellow businessman Humphrey Kariuki, who was also facing charges of tax evasion, was also acquitted. Kariuki was facing charges amounting to 17 billion shillings. His premises were also shut down as the police accused him of being in possession of unaccustomed goods. The case was quashed by the High Court Judge Anthony Mrima over the move by the DPP to allow KRA to prosecute the businessman. The taxman's new chairperson, Anthony Moura, has found infamy when his companies Hardy Enterprises and Toddy Civil Engineering Company were implicated in a City Hall scandal for allegedly receiving irregular payments amounting to 102 million shillings. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
Well,
okay, in Kenya we always cry it is politically instigated. It is a political witch hunt. Were this also political cases because these people are associated with William Ruto? A country full of excuses never does what they are required to do. But we will get this done. So please, let's do what is required. This is serious, but we trust God that everything will be sorted out. Tumsikize mzee wherever. Chaga upo bado?
Nipo.
Aya, karibu.
Asante. Mi naenjoy tu leo wasikiza wenzangu hapa, na ukweli ni kwamba kama ulivyozungumzia kwamba machifu, makomishna, masubchifu, mabalozi na hawa wote bora tu waseme wao wanaunga mkono Kenya Kwanza, basi ng'ombe bado ni mkubwa, so wacha wariwadi na watariwadi, na zaidi ya kuriwadi ni haya makesi pia yote ni kuriwadi tu, kuzawidi tu. So hawa wanazawadiwa, wale ambao wanaunga kesi zao, wanaunga mkono serikali, wako pamoja na UDA, basi wao mteremko tu, kesi zao zitatolewa. Hata kama kulikuwa na mamilioni ya pesa, wao wataenda nyumbani, watatolewa tu, kwa sababu hii ni serikali ambayo ukiunga mkono wewe uko safe, ukiwapinga na kuwakataa msimamo yao na mambo yao, basi wewe hauna bahati katika hii serikali. Maana hilo tulilishuhudia kwanza kabisa, naweza sema hilo ndo kubwa zaidi, kuanzia kwa DP mwenyewe haswa, kuja kwa Aisha Juma, kuja kwa nani. Kwa hiyo si vitu vigeni hivi, tumevishuhudia hapa na tukazungumzia hapa kwamba hii ni serikali ya kuzawedi, hii ya kuriwadi. Kwa hiyo msishtukie na hizi makesi, hawa wote hawa wametueleza kesi. Tukae baada ya siku ngapi tu zijazo, tutakuwa tushajua kweli wote wanahusika na hawa wanasiasa, tutajua hawahusiki, tutajua. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba hii ni serikali ya kuzawadi. Ng'ombe ni mkubwa, na walisema kwanza lazima wapate wote wale wanaunga mkono. Sasa hata ukiwa kazi una ujuzi ama hauna ujuzi, vyeti vyako haviruhusu, lakini kwa sababu umeunga mkono utakuwa kazi ya maana. Ndiposa unakuta utendaji kazi hapa kwa huduma, kwa kumhudumia mwananchi inakuwa ngumu, kwa sababu wale wameteuliwa wengi hawaelewi. Wamepewa hiyo mijinadhifa mikubwa tu kwa saidi ya kwamba wale pesa zile ambazo tunawalipa mishahara, basi Mkenya wewe akose huduma. Kwa hiyo sisi ndio tunabebeshwa mizigo ambao kwa kweli nashangaa watu wenzangu ambao hawaoni kabisa hivi. Hawa wote wanalipwa mshahara na wamejigawanya wakagawanya huu ng'ombe, lakini lengo haswa ni hizi pesa. Mwisho mwezi hawa watu wanatia kibindoni pesa zao. Sijasikia hata watu wakicomplain, wala wao wakicomplain hapa kwamba hatujalipwa. Lakini tujiulize sisi wananchi, kati ya sisi, tofauti ya sisi wananchi na hao wanasiasa tunawachagua. Maana hata awe mzuri vipi Bernard, lakini kama huko juu ni kubaya na anaunga mkono huko, hakuna kitu atatufanyia hapa. Maana ni lazima asikize kila anatuma akakifanye, si kila anaona kwake ni sahihi, si yale mapendekezo ya wananchi walimtuma. Hapana, ukikubali mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, maana wewe hakikisha ni ukubali kupangiwa. Hili ndio utakalolifanya, hili ndio utakalolizungumza, jambo ambalo kwangu naona ni uzito zaidi, kama linaweza leta haswa afueni katika mwananchi, kwa katika upande wa mwananchi. Kwa hiyo tukatae, maana wanakula pesa zetu bure na kazi tuliyowatuma hatuioni. Sasa hawa watu tuwafute, sisi ndio waajiri. Tuje pamoja, langu tuje pamoja, maana wale na yule ni tofauti. Wale wengi, yule ni mmoja tu. So turudi katika wale, tusibaki katika yule, maana yule ni yule mmoja ambaye atabaki, ama wale wachache ambao watabaki katika hali ya kuona hii taifa mahali linaelekea na uzuri wetu tukiongozwa na baba. Kwa hiyo ni tubadilike, tuwe wale. Tuko wengi, kabila zote tumeungana na baba kabisa, mwananchi, kwa sababu hapa anayeteswa ni mimi mwananchi, ama ni sisi wananchi. Sisi tunaobebeshwa na kuonyeshwa hivi vihoja vyote vya mahakamani na vya wapi, hizi sinema zote na ahadi za uongo, lakini mwisho wa siku, mwisho wa mwezi ukifika, watu wanatia pesa zao bwana. Hakuna mtu hata atia kibindoni pesa zake hapa,
na hakuna kazi wanatufanyia, so tunawaekea nini? Kutaka kukomesha mambo na wizi wa kura ni huu wakati, kabla 2027 kusafisha njia, ni kuonyesha huu ndio wakati wetu, bado ni mapema, ili ikija 2027 tunajua huu chaguzi unaenda na hakuna mtu ambaye ataweza kujiunga na kuonyesha tena mbinu zingine za wizi. Atakayekosa ni sawa, atakayepata ni sawa, na kutakuwa kila mtu anaridhika. Haya masuala yote ni sisi wananchi tuungane, tuseme hatutaki, tupaze sauti zetu, hatutaki. Mkutano umeitishwa, kuna Thanksgiving, tufika tunazomea. Kufika tunakuzomea. Mwisho wa siku hawa watu kama nikubalika, badilika ama waondoke kabisa katika mamlaka. Sababu ni jambo la kusikitisha. Kama mwananchi mnyonge, haswa sisi Bernard. I wish one day mtu atembee tu mali tuko, aone ile situation yenye iko, ndio mtu akitoka hapo atajua ni nini haswa Mkenya anabebeshwa. Kwa tusitumiwe hizi lugha, hizi zimetuponda, ndio maana tukafanya hizi tumezizoea. Kwa hiyo sitakuwa mrefu Bernard, lakini Mungu ametuacha kwa yale ambao ni machafu. Chaguzi hizi ni lazima usikie mtu amekufa. Hakuna chaguzi ambayo hautasikia kuna mtu kanyongwa, kuna mtu kafa, kuna mtu, ili mradi tu akisimama kwenye haki na kweli, huyo mtu atakuwa katika hali ambayo maisha yake ni ya hatihati. Mwisho wa siku tumewapoteza watu, familia za hao watu bado zina machungu, hazina sura ya kuona Chebukati, hazina sura ya kusikia kuna nini haswa. Sasa leo useme Mungu atabaki katika taifa ambalo limejaa maovu. Wakenya tubadilike, tumche Mungu, tusichezee Mungu, tumche Mungu na tuje pamoja. Maombi yetu yawe kwa umoja, tena kabila zote. Hakika haitachukua muda mrefu, tunaweza tusiandamane, lakini tu kwa haya wengine wakahama nchi kwa yale machafu ambayo watakuwa wana haya hata kujaribu kuingia katika kwa mwananchi kumwambia tena maswali haya ya uongo. Kwa hiyo jamani, tujeni pamoja, tupatishe sauti zetu, tupaze sauti zetu juu na tuambizane ukweli, na tuambie haswa hawa vijana hawa ambao ndio ambao hawaelewi, maana hawajui Kenya ilitoka wapi, hawana historia ya Kenya, walianyuka wakaona mambo ni sawa tayari, na ndio wengi. Kwa hiyo tueleze watoto wetu, tueleze vijana wetu ukweli, na tueleze mahali tumetoka na mahali tunaelekea, na kile picha ambayo ipo watu tuelewe, la sivyo hawa youth ndio watakutumaliza kabisa. Mimi nikwamie pale Bernard kwa leo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana kwa endelea kushiriki na Wakenya masuala nyeti ambayo kila mmoja wetu anapaswa kuwajibika kwayo. As the Kenyan people, we must not surrender our country to go the wrong way. And that's why we're here. And so in the course of our discussion, I believe we are going to find a way forward for this great country. But no doubt our country is out of joint and things are no longer at ease. Let us not deceive ourselves and so ensure that that is done. Kina leo Mato Stone PK, mahala popote mlipo, mwanze kufungasha kufika mapema. Kesho niko na ile programu yetu ya live ambayo it will run for 5 hours or so. So naomba kila mmoja makinike, and I want to encourage you to follow it. We want to ensure that we keep everything in order in terms of our biblical understanding. And so I just want to remind us on that. And then if you are not a subscriber to Triumphant Bible Media, our channel, please subscribe so that utapata your live feed from there. We will see whether we can combine it with Mtembei, but it usually has issues when we do that. Kuna time watu waliteta sana sijui Mtembea kuwa na sauti, the other side kulikuwa na sauti, so tutaangalia hiyo maswala baadaye. But all in all, I want to encourage you, if you haven't subscribed for that, please subscribe. You will be able to get the notification when we go live from 9 o'clock in the morning all the way to 1 o'clock. We'll be having seasoned ministers who will teach on the knowledge of Christ. We are looking on the knowledge of Christ, something that is very vital. I posted something on Facebook today, and it seems to be a serious matter where we tend to have come to a place whereby every man of God is struggling to be the face of his ministry, to be the brand of his ministry. And when I look at the Bible, ministries and preaching of gospel was never about the preacher. It was about the message of the preacher, which is to be a representative of Christ. So the face of ministry is not the man of God or the woman of God. The face of ministry is supposed to be Christ. But we have pushed Christ in the corner. We are projecting the man of God, mighty man of God, strong man of God, anointed man of God. And people are now worshiping the man of God instead of worshiping God himself. And so as a people, we are trying to get people back to their senses, to realize the man of God will fail, the woman of God will fail, the pastor will not do everything that is required, but Christ will never fail. And so if you put your trust in the man of God and the woman of God and remove it from Christ, you are of all people miserable. Like the Apostle Paul said, we must secure our faith in the right place. And so I'll be sharing the link just once for those who have not subscribed to subscribe. And then thereafter, I'll talk about the Tomboya book, which is already available. I believe those who subscribe, you have already accessed it. If you have not accessed it or you're having difficulties accessing it, you get in touch with me.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
So that program will be running by daybreak this morning from 9 o'clock East African time all the way to 1 o'clock. Make every effort and join into that. Just follow it. Hata kama uamini Bible or you don't believe in Christ, you don't have to. Just follow. Probably you will learn one or two things. And so there is also blanket condemnation to churches. It's not every preacher and every church that is teaching the wrong thing or following politicians for money. We can still do what is right even when the world is wrong and people go wrong. And so let's be vigilant and ensure that you do that. So I'll be sharing the link for Triumphant Bible Media, other channel where you will subscribe so that you'll be able to follow that program. Every Wednesday, we have dedicated those 5 hours or so just to see to it that you get what is right content. And of course, there are more and more other teachings on it. Escape the error of error. A lot of them. If those of you enjoy Bible information, you can just follow through and enjoy the channel. That's why it exists. Asante sana. Mama yetu amefika. Kenyan Kerubo leo ame cross over to go and intercede for Kisi because Kisi needs this interventional. There are things happening there that are not normal. They are not normal. We need supernatural intervention. Those happenings are too common, and they are too close to each other, and they are too barbaric, too evil to be taking place at this time and age. Mama Mary, karibu.
Yes, habari zenu watu wetu. Biore, Bernard, Moses, Rhoda and Guru. Ninawaombea tuzidi kuelimisha Wakenya wetu ili waelewe hakuna kitu tunaongoja hapa. Eno ni gayano jithi. Watu wanajigawia. Na walisema kama msaha ni wakati wetu wa kukula. They said it with their own mouth. Na watu wakafikiria ni msaha, wakafikiria ni mchezo. Tumeona very good example. So many things that they said and they are doing them. Walisema the opposite, but now is reality. Kenya yetu haiendi pazuri. Na msiongoje mkifikiria ati kuna mengine mazuri itatokea, ni mabaya yatatokea. The guy on the chair, mkielewa ama mkijua yale yanaendelea mtashangaa. This is a guy who is on spree of buying the whole Kenya. Na zile pesa anachukua kutoka nchi zingine, si za kazi ingine, ni za kununua Kenya. Si kuiba sasa, ile kuiba akonayo ni kile anachukua nchi za nje, anakuja kuutilize binafsi, kununua land. Ndio msipate namna ya kusema chochote. So pesa zetu, zile tutaachwa tukilipa, ndizo zinafanya biashara yake. Ndizo za kununua maplot na mashamba. Ndio awe all over the country. Itakuwa jina hilo ndilo litakuwa linatambaa kama hewa. Kuna mambo mingi sana tunaweza soma na hii. Ukiangalia utaona hata ile kazi yote inafanywa ikiwa yake. And I'm sure you know whom I'm talking about. Kalenjini tu ndio wanafanya hizo kazi. Ndio wanafaidika na hizo pesa. Kama ni kujenga, any kind of work that is being done on those lands that he is purchasing, ni Kalenjin. Hana aibu. Alisema hatafanya hivyo tena na anafanya. Can you imagine how Kenyans we have been fooled by one person? Hata kama amebeba hao wengine wamemsikiza, anaendesha na wao wanamsikiliza wao yes, they are getting marupurupu. Lakini what they said they are not going to do is what they are doing. Hii Kenya itabadilika, itakuwa R. From north to south, west to east. Mkirudi sasa kuongea, utakuwa unaongea na neighbor yako ambaye ni R. Uniambie kama utapiga kelele ama ni kunyamaza. We are at our own, and this has been repeated again and again by every panelist who have been here. We are at our own. Na si we are at our own in a good situation. It's a bad one. Mtakuwa mnakaa huko bugani kwa fence mkijua ati hapa I cannot cross. Hiyo mipango yote anapanga ya kusema ati atanyakua Western kwa sababu ya Mudavadi can remain knowing that Wakenya wamevuka na wameerevuka. They are the same people who are saying Kenya wajinga waliisha. Ni kweli waliisha because we can understand. But we are hoping that this thing is coming to an end. If we get together, we can make this thing to an end. I saw Zimbabwean yesterday. They were being a guy who was being interviewed, and he said Zimbabwean, they are hardworking people and they want to live in their country, but they have been spread all over the world, running away because of what is going on there. It's not their wish actually to be out of Zimbabwe because they love their country. Same thing in Kenya. We love our country. We don't want to be out of Kenya. We want to get out of Kenya while you know you are going for tour, for good leisure, and then come back to your comfortable country, peaceful country. But our Kenya has been tampered very bad, very bad. Imekuwa shredded into pieces. Ebu niambie ukiwa na neighbor ambaye anakuambia ebu useme kitu nitakuua, ebu useme kitu nitakuhamisha, ebu useme kitu hapa hutaishi tena, na uko na familia. Na labda wewe share yako it's 1 acre or maybe a quarter, but the rest belong to the person who is telling you ebu useme kitu, ebu jaribu kusema chochote. Is that the life we are looking for? Because this is what is going to happen. Somebody is going to purchase Kenya with our money so that you living there, you live in fear. Huna sauti. Na kwa hivyo atawasegregate. Maskini pandi na maskini pandi ile ingine ako katikati yenu with the biggest space. Uniambie kama wewe utacross uende kwa huyo neighbor yako upitie wapi? Hiyo ndio maisha ile mnataka kujengewa na ndio mtatengenezewa. Ndio muwe sasa hakuna mtu anaweza pata namna ya kuongea na mwingine. I'm giving an example. That is the way we are going to be scattered so that we don't have a voice. Na hiyo tukinyamaza hivyo tunanyamaza, I'm telling you it will happen. And it has happened. Right now people don't know, but that is what is going on. Ati mimi kwa sababu ni mkubwa na niko na pesa, nanunua ploti 3 pamoja. Yule alikuwa mwenyewe kwa sababu nimemwambia nitampea 10 million na ilikuwa labda ni ya 2 million. Lazima atakimbia aniuzie. But I know what I'm doing. And what I'm using is not what I have worked for. It's the same government money I'm going to use to purchase my own properties. What are you going to do? I'm the big man. I'm the president. Watu wanaona kama ni mchezo. But the moment this thing will catch up, ndio watu wataamka. I really even wonder, those people who come here to tell us move on, surely, unless you are getting a share of what is going on in Kenya, that is how you can come here and convince us to move on. Unless you don't care about that other Kenyan who have nothing, that is why you tell us to move on. Unless you have no eyes, ears, or brain to think how the country should be run. Because what I see is like people are sick. Whoever comes here to tell us move on, ati atafanya, anapanga nini? Usiku ndio anafanya mapango yake, si yetu. Na hata hakuna wakati hata mmoja anapanga mambo yetu. Sisi tuko peke yetu. Na hao wanasema hivyo labda wanapewa chochote wanapata kutoka kwake. Ama ama it's just playing tribal. I would say that. Either you are getting something or you are playing tribal. Kenya yetu nasikia uzuni kubwa sana, because I've been brought up in Kenya. I know each and every corner and I love my country. That is my pain. And the pain of feeling that it's not only me, it's many of us. Kwa hivyo si ati ataamka siku moja anisaidie mimi tosha. Ni kila mtu analia. Kwa hivyo nyinyi mkae mkijua muko ndani ya gunia ambalo litafiringishwa muangukie huko, either kwa mto mwende na hiyo maji, mambo yani kuisha. Come to think, Kenyans, ati kunatokea kesi fulani ambayo iko na evidence, watu ndio hao wanakimbia, wanatupa computers kwa mto ziende zikatumiwe na mamba, ndio wasipatikane na hiyo evidence, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inaweza kuwaletea shida. Ndio hiyo kesi iishe, kesi ambayo inaambatana na Kenya, ambapo sasa hiyo kuisha, Kenya kuisha. Mmeona mfurugano ile wako nayo. Hiyo mfurugano labda watuchezee mchezo ama wawe ni kweli wamemean business ya kuchambuana. Lakini huyo ako kwa kiti ni kama anasema bring it on. I'm the senior, I'm the big man. I will not listen to you. Gachagua amejiletea hiyo, na hata yeye ameletea Wakenya kadhaa shida, ambayo sasa anatufanya tuwe ati tuko pamoja na yeye sisi wa Kikuyu. Na nilisema jana, don't bring tribal fight ukiingiza wa Kikuyu. Sisi wa Kikuyu hatuna mambo kama hiyo. Hatutaki msukasuko, sisi tunataka Kenya iwe imara. Na imara na njia ambayo sisi tunajua ya ukweli, ambapo hata mkipigana mpelekane wapi, we know you guys, you are thugs. You are most wanted by Kenyans. You are most wanted because you are criminals. You hijacked our winning and now you are fighting. Look at them. These people who are holy and they pray and they seek God. What are they doing now? I can't believe, exposing themselves how crooked they are. I'm very saddened because of how Kenya is going. And I hope huyo Mudavadi hata akienda kwa Ruto vile alienda, si alienda na tukaendelea na maisha yetu. Western, think twice. You know, nobody is fighting for you. Mudavadi is fighting for himself. And Ruto is playing his game to win you in such a foolish way. Ati ndio mvurutwe kwa sababu ya huyo mtu mmoja, ati mfuate. How would you be fools? Ati mfuate nyayo za huyo mtu kwa sababu amechukuliwa. Kwani ni ameenda wapi? Ni ulinzi amepewa wa nchi ya Kenya, ama ni Mungu amemvalisha uwezo wa kuwa ati afurute watu wa Kenya? Kenyans and Western, please don't listen. Wake up. Think about yourself. Don't think about that person, Mudavadi. Don't think about him. He went there earlier, and the way he left you is the way you are still on. Ni nini amefanya? Ni nini atawaambia atafanya na hiyo serikali ambayo ni ya uongo throughout? Tuamke. Tufikirie vile Kenya yetu inaweza kuwa huru ndio tuweze kufanya kazi zetu. Sisi si watu wa handout, and we are not ready for handouts. Wacha watumie hizo pesa, but I am praying that the other government, because it will take over, our watu wawe penalized for all what they have done in our country. They are criminals. They have made us poor. They have made us look like we are beggars, and we are not begging anybody. We want our country back, and we want to resurrect our country so that we can do our own things. We don't want anything involving other countries. Our Kenya is sustainable. We can care for ourselves and each other. And this very juncture, I have seen Kenyans can care for each other. Either Kikuyu, Luo, Kamba, whichever tribe. I'm telling you, I have seen Kenyans can care for one another. The way they have worked this time, it is a real thing that Kenyans love each other. These few guys that are top, trying to show us that they are the leaders, let them do their deals wisely. We'll get to them. We'll catch up with them. And I'm one of those people who say, whoever takes illegal things from other people, because you have power, you'll pay for it. I stand with that. You'll pay for it. How rich do you want to be? How long do you want to live in this world with those riches and others are dying? Let's be careful, Kenyans, and take care of each other. I leave that. I'm here. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Kenyan Kerubo. We appreciate that. And I believe you're reaching the hearts of Kenyans, those of you that have a heart for this country and believe in this country. You should be able to tell when things are wrong. We become very sensitive when there is mention of particular communities. I tend to feel that in this country, you're only tribal when you say something negative about two communities. Other communities can be called names and nobody will say anything about it. All the same, it is about time we corrected what is wrong, and that is get rid of bad governance. Kenya Kwanza is a bad government. It has demonstrated that it's in this office for their own purpose and their own gain, and it's not for Kenya's gain. And for that purpose, it needs to be resisted, it needs to be rejected, it needs to be done away with. And by divine intervention and by the prayer and the tears of Kenyans, may God hear and answer speedily, because we don't have any more time to waste experimenting. We have every responsibility to salvage what is remaining of this great country, if there will be a future for this country. This country has been bleeding all along, 60 years now. It cannot go on. If we don't stop the bleeding and begin the recovery program, this country will bleed to death. And I don't think we are ready for that. So, as the Kenyan people of goodwill, let's rally together. Let's reason together. Let's ignore people like Geoffrey Ruto here, talking about we are misleading Kenyans. You're the one who is misled. And I think your blogging business is paying you well. But I don't think it's necessary to sell a country because you are a sycophant of a particular political party or a particular political persuasion. When it comes to business Kenya, no political party counts. What counts is Kenya. And Kenya is only Kenya with every Kenyan safe and secure within and without its borders. If that doesn't matter to you, you also don't matter to Kenya, in my opinion. Let's listen out to this quickly before we bring in Mr. Guru to weigh in also on this. manenos. Two quick videos, and then we.
Geoffrey Ochieng Gwex, mimi ni an ODM member Nairobi County, na siku ya leo tumeungana na vijana wa chama. Tumeungana kama vijana wa chama na tuko hapa kidete kusema kwamba tuko Nairobi. Na mambo ya Nairobi haitasimama kwa sababu kuna vita kati ya Deputy President anataka kuingilia kazi ya governor. Mimi nasema hivi, mambo ni rahisi. Kama Gachagua anataka kuwa governor, resign, akuje tumchague, ama simame na mtu tuone kama atashinda atakuwa governor Nairobi. Wachia Sakaja kazi yake afanye, alichaguliwa. Na Sakaja hakuchaguliwa na kabila moja. Sakaja alichaguliwa na kabila zote Nairobi. Na tunasema hivi, kama Sakaja anasema kuna sheria zinafaa zifanywe na ziwekwe Nairobi, tafadhali Gachagua, wacha sheria ifanye kazi yake Nairobi. Kama amesema matatu kuna area zimejaa, ni ukweli kuna area zimejaa, wacha zisongeshwe kidogo, azitolewi zote. Juu hata hiyo sekta ya matatu si ati ni ya Wakikuyu, hata mimi ni Mjaluo na niko na matatu. Juzi Sakaja amesema vizuri, anataka sanity town, ameleta tenda za choo, na tunasema choo pia vijana wapatiwe hapa Nairobi. Hiyo pia anasema ni choo za Wakikuyu. Haiwezekani. Nairobi ni ya kabila zote. Siasa iliisha, sasa tufanye kazi. Na tumeambiwa hata juzi His Excellency ambaye mimi ndio president wangu, Raila Odinga alisema kwamba kazi sasa imeanza. Hata huo President William Samoei Ruto, tunakuomba ukuje ukutane na sisi. Sisi vijana wa Nairobi, kwanza wa ODM, tuko na mambo. Unajua sisi tuko tumeshajipanga kwa mambo ya presidency. Lakini ilienda hivi na hivi, tumekuachilia kwa sasa. So tunaomba upange mkutano na vijana wa Nairobi, tukupatie agenda zetu. Leo ni siku muhimu, umeambiwa baba kona birthday. Na pia ni siku muhimu kwetu, sisi kama vijana wa chama. Tumeamua kujipanga, tumeamua kuingia hiyo City Hall. Na tunaambia MCS wa Azimio na MCS wa ODM aswa. Shikilieni Sakaja afanye kazi. Mtu asijaribu kukuja hapo na pesa kidogo kidogo ati anataka kuimpeach Sakaja. Impeachment yote ya Sakaja, hiyo tutabadilisha ikuwe impeachment ya Deputy President, si ndio? Sakaja atafanya kazi yake. Wakitaka kuimpeach mtu wa kwanza kukuwa impeach ambaye ni tribalist ni Gachagua.
Kwa majina naitwa Daddy ama Charles Okumu, natoka Dagoretti North kama youth leader. Nairobi County mimi ni coordinator Youth League ODM. Correct. Na hawa wenye tuko nao hapa ni viongozi wa vijana katika Nairobi County. Na sisi kama vijana tumekuja na tumeamua hii Nairobi ni yetu kama vijana. Sisi kama vijana wa ODM tunasema na tunaambia Rigathi ambaye anajiita Deputy President. Yeye ni Deputy President kivyake. Kwanza sisi kama vijana wa ODM hatutambui hiyo Deputy President yake. Juu angekuwa kiongozi, angekuwa akiongea mambo yenye anaongea. Amesahau kufanya kazi yake ya udeputy, anataka kufanya kazi ya Nairobi. Sisi kama vijana, sisi ndo tulichagua Sakaja kama governor. Na sisi kama vijana wa Nairobi, asua vijana wa ODM, tuko karibu vijana 500,000 katika hii Nairobi. Correct. Na Rigathi akitaka kuona moto, ataona hiyo moto. Tutatoka kama vijana na tutaita vijana wote katika Nairobi na tutaandamana. Tutaandamana hadi Rigathi Gachagua arudi kwao. Nairobi ni ya kila kabila. Na akisema Nairobi ni ya Wakikuyu, tunasema sisi ukabila hatutaki. Na ukabila tulimaliza ile nyakati ya Uhuru na Raila Odinga. Na Raila aliamua ukabila iishe Nairobi. Na sisi pia tunaamua hii ukabila ya Rigathi anataka kuleta hapa Nairobi, tunasema achane na Sakaja kabisa. Sakaja tulimchagua na tutasimama na yeye na tunaambia Sakaja usiogope, sisi tuko nyuma yako kama vijana wa ODM. Na tunasema kama vijana wa ODM tukiamua hii Nairobi tutaingia bila uoga na bila huruma yote. Na vile Sakaja uliamua kufanya kazi, fanya kazi yako na tuko nyuma yako. Mambo na Rigathi Gachagua, tafadhali fanya kazi yako ya Deputy President, fanya kazi yako ya Deputy President. Na uachane na Sakaja kabisa.
Kwa majina naitwa Asha Rajab, mkazi wa Embakasi North, Deputy Youth Leader Embakasi North. Mimi kama mwanamke ama msichana, bado mimi ni mama. Maneno ya siasa iliisha. Venye kulienda. Lakini sasa kama governor ameamua kufanya kazi na sisi wote, hakuna haja kuwa na tatizo wa mara kwa mara. Juu yeye sasa ameamua kufanya kazi na kila mtu, hata president wetu niko sure ataamua kufanya kazi na kila mtu. Hata chagua kwa sababu ulikuwa ODM atisifanyi na wewe ama juu ulikuwa wa nini sifanyi na wewe, sisi wote atatujumisha pamoja. Juu kitu ya kwanza hata ndio deputy yako hapo pia sisi tulijaribu tukampigia. Hiyo ni kitu iko. Unaona? Hata governor venye yako hapo pia watoto walimpigia. So ni watu tu wajumuike, maneno ya chukua mingi, wakati wa siasa iliisha, sasa tusongeshe uchumi wetu mbele kwa sababu sasa uchumi wetu iko nyuma. Vijana hawana kazi, wasichana hawana kazi. Sasa tukishinda maneno ati sijui deputy na governor wanasumbuana, Nairobi itasonga mbele aje? Sisi kama mavijana tumechoka, tunaumia, tuna makazi. Sisi tunabishana hapa chini tunakaa tunataka kujua kwa nini governor anabishana na deputy, na at the end of the day sisi ndio tunaumia. Wao ni watu wako na makazi zao, wanapata mshahara, sisi hatuko kwa payroll, sisi hatuko kwa salary na tumechoka. Sisi kama vijana ODM tumeamua na tumesema tutajitokeza kwa umoja na kusaidia gavana wetu juu umoja ni nguvu. Correct. Sisi kama vijana wa Nairobi tumesema tutashikana mkono. Kama siku ya leo umeona tumejitokeza, youth leaders wa 17 constituency na wengine wa ward wenye wameweza kupatikana siku ya leo, tumesema umoja ni nguvu na tutaenda mpaka mbele. Na kwa maana siasa tuweke kando, pia leo ni siku muhimu kwetu sana kwa sababu His Excellency Raila Odinga leo anafikisha 78 years. Yes. Baba, we love you, tunakupenda sana. Sisi kama vijana wako wa Youth League ODM tumejitokeza hapa siku ya leo, tumefurahia sana na lazima tusherekee na wewe. Hatuchoki, hatubanduki na hakuna siku tutarudi nyuma. Tumesema mbele pamoja na hatutachoka na tumekataa, hatutachoka. Baba, usilose hope. Mandela moment is coming. Hata kama utakuwa 8 ngapi, bado tuko na wewe. Na tunakuaminia. Na tunakuaminia. Hata kama utakuwa 8 ngapi, hatutachoka. Sisi bado tuko na wewe. Zile mambo ulituambia manifesto yako bado tumeishikilia kabisa na hatuchoki.
Kwa majina naitwa Edgar Ongus. I'm the Embakasi West Youth Leader ODM. Mimi naweza ambia Gachagua is just simple. Kama ataka kuwa governor wa Nairobi, akuje Nairobi akuwe governor. Awachane na nani? Sakaja. Sakaja is not tribal leader. That's why unaona Sakaja anafanya job na all tribes, na all parties, isn't it? Yes. Because Nairobi is a what? A cosmopolitan area, county. Gachagua aende Nyeri. Aenda apange Nyeri kwao. Hapa hivi si kwake. Atuambie shule gani alipigia kura hapa Nairobi. Mimi nilipiga yangu Embakasi West. Pale umoja. Yeye alipiga wapi? Anataka kutupanga kitu hawezi panga. Yeye apeleke hiyo umanga yake wapi huu? Yeye ni kukua ushago. Hawezi ika huku mjini.
Thank you so much. Those are expressions of young people in the city of Nairobi about the interference of the deputy president in the management of Nairobi by the governor. There is a tug of war between the deputy president and Sakaja, the governor of Nairobi, on the issues of matatus plying routes outside the city to be parked outside the city of Nairobi so that the passengers will locate them in their designated parking lots other than them coming for the passengers within the city of Nairobi, hence causing congestion. A good decision in my opinion, and that decision was arrived at after consultation with the stakeholders, that is the Matatu Owners Association and all the people who use part of Nairobi as their business place. So it was not the decision of the governor alone. It was a decision arrived at with all the stakeholders on board. If Gachagua wanted to be a part and parcel of that sitting, he would have come. I don't know whether he has Matatu business in Nairobi, but if he does, he must be represented by Matatu Owners Association. And the decision taken by Matatu Owners Association should apply to each and every participant into the same. Naomba tusonge mbele kila mmoja katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Tunawakaribisha, tafadhali endelea kukaribishana hapo ili tukajumuike kwa pamoja. Tumsikilize mzee Guru, alafu tutamleta leo akichukua mamlaka na power ya kuongoza kipindi in the next segment. Mr. Guru, vipi lakini?
Excuse me, Bernard, wacha niongea kwa sababu my internet is very slowly. Can I give me just 5 minutes? It's okay with you? It's okay with you, Guru?
Rhoda,
Bernard.
please. You're out of order, Rhoda. I really would want you to speak, but you have spoken. Guru has not spoken. Leo has not spoken. We would rather give whatever priority to those who have not yet spoken. Then when we begin the second round, we give you priority, please. Thank you. Mr. Guru.
Hamjambo.
Hatujambo. Vipi lakini?
Mzuri sana Bernard. How is life?
We thank God all is well by God's grace. This Kenya Kwanza menace is the problem.
It's happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. So I think those Kenyans who are still in doubt, I would invite them to visit and find out what is happening to Brazil right now. In fact, we have such similar history you cannot imagine in terms of our politics. The kind of situation that is there is very close to what we have here. The kind of divide that we have well, may not be strictly on community terms, but the rhetoric is nearly the same. We have a population that is divided right at the middle in terms of voting pattern. Claims of vote rigging and the general acceptance of people of questionable morality as leaders. That is the situation that is there in Brazil. Those who know one Lula da Silva is back with a slim majority, and the country is tottering on the brink because he won by 50.8% against 49.1%. And there is a general feeling that there was tinkering, just like is the case here in Kenya. But beyond there, the issue of policies is also a big issue. And therefore, while they are trapped with a president who has served a jail term, quite a number are also worried that their country could degenerate. What we have in Kenya is no different from the situation there. We are in a type of a crisis of sorts where values are not taken as premium. We have a population that thinks that anything goes, and a leadership, part of it, that also think that anything goes. But you know what, Bernard? Experience has shown that when institutions start disintegrating, like what we are now observing, and worse, when it reaches the point of the judiciary, what usually follows is that there is less confidence, even for those who would want to invest in the country. There are jitters that the judiciary would give fair judgments. When a judiciary seems to favor some against others, when it leaves loopholes through which those close to the power can be able to wriggle out, it brings an environment that is not conducive for business. And therefore, Kenya could suffer confidence crisis for quite some time. And this could cascade to the investments, particularly investment from foreign capital. These are things that only a stable government can assure. But that is not what we seem to have here. We may play our politics the way we are doing because survival seems to be the main thing, holding on to power, buying people, luring people, using money, and all that. But at the bottom line, are the lives of people going to transform? Is the economy going to grow? Are jobs going to be created? Is the nation going to create more wealth? Right now, the reports are that one of the major infrastructural development, the Mau Summit road, has been stopped abruptly. These are not very good signs. And it is because once you ink contracts with international capital holders, you better honor your part of the game. Otherwise, you end up escalating the prices of the contract or of the projects that you are undertaking. So far, we are not very wrong in sounding a warning or raising the red flag. I would have wanted the likes of Duke and Black and the rest to be here. Because you see, you cannot defend the indefensible. We are not living in an island. We are actually a nation among nations. And what is obtaining in Kenya is not unique. It's happened in other nations. And the results are there for all of us to see. So therefore, even as much as we want to give what is called the benefit of doubt on this administration, there is a lot to question. And that's why, in fact, the people who should raise the voices most are those who went out and voted for this government. They are the ones who should now come out strongly and push the government to do what it promised. Otherwise, so far, there seems to be no inspirational leadership Let me stop there for now. Bernard, asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. And it's not just the people who voted in this government, and this government seems not to be the government for the people. That is why they have no regard for the people or what the people feel or think or say about them. They seem to be a government by themselves, for themselves, and regardless of what people feel and think about the whole scenario is irrelevant to them. And so they can walk on anybody and abuse anybody, but still feel powerful and strong and in control. In my opinion, that is the wrong approach altogether. I believe Kenyans are going to get fed up and rise up to say no to bad leadership. Rhoda, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Okay. It's me. Okay. My internet is very slow. Sometimes I'm very difficult to connect. But I want to say I could ask everybody, you come from any country in Africa, come and join us. How we can remove this kind of tribal. They have been destroying our community, our Africa, because we have such a kind of tribal. And one guy tried to manipulate in our country, Ramashaka. Even though you are from Burkina Faso, anywhere in Africa, come and join us. We try to remove such kind of tribe like Ruto. He has been trying to manipulate other tribe. He tried to manipulate the other tribe from Kakame, no, from Western. He hates Kenya. He hate us tribe. Let us come together, Africa, and we defeat this enemy. Have been trying to destroy our economy, to steal our democracy, to steal our constitution. Wake up, Africa. This is the time, Africa. Wake up, rest up. Raise up, Africa. Let us come together and we visit the enemy. Have been trying to destroy our continent. Oh, Jesus, love Africa. Wake up, Africa. Oh, I don't care where you come from. Whether you are from Ghana, whether you are from Liberia. Come together. We are all black sheep. Come, we listen together and we defeat this enemy. Have been trying to destroy, steal our joy, steal our tribal, steal our money. We are killing. We have this guy called Karetini. He has been killing Kikuyu tribe, and we cannot defend ourselves because he thinks that we are weak. But let us stand together and we put him in a jail. Get out in the state house right now. In the name of Jesus, you have been taking the blood of people and manipulation. We are Christian, and you have been lies and manipulation. Get out in the name of Jesus. I can get out. And somebody come who have never used any blood to kill innocent people. Wake up, tribal Kenya. Kenya, wake up. Wake up. Don't play this kind of evil game. Let us come together and we defeat this enemy. Have been stealing our country. We get out in the name of Jesus. You have been lying, just putting your teeth and trying to manipulate other tribe. Nobody tribe have been supposed to be killed or to be manipulated. Nobody greater than other. We are all tribe of Africa. Africa, come together. Oh, raise up Africa, Mama Africa. Oh, in the name of Jesus. Come together, we hold hands together, the black people. We defeat the enemy in the name of Jesus. Oh, Ramashaka Rabasaya. Oh, Jesus love you very much. God bless you.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay, thank you everyone. We appreciate everybody for your participation and continued followership of this great show. We trust that you are gaining into understanding what Kenyans are feeling about the current leadership and what needs to be done. Thank you for all of you on the comment section and your vigilance and your commitment to putting in perspective what you feel is out of perspective. But I want us to respect each other and ensure that we are doing what is required. Those of you who are in UDA, you need to come to the show and defend UDA and its policies and its approach to leadership by telling us the advantages thereof. Accusing any of us for smoking something or being high on something is not supporting UDA and it's not helping UDA government. Let us come together and do what is right for this country. UDA is messing up this country, and I understand that somebody has sent me information that Miguna has sneaked back into the country, preparing to join William Ruto to visit Nyanza, and is asking the question: Is William Ruto trying to use Miguna to wrestle Nyanza from Raila Odinga? And my response is simple. Miguna and Owalo and team are nothing. They're nothing. Raila cannot lose sleep over them. They can go and live in Nyanza. They can even go house to house if they want to. They can go and build churches in Nyanza on every street and everywhere. It's not possible to push Raila from the hearts of the Nyanza people, and not just the Nyanza people, the Kenyan people. And that's why he's the fulcrum of Kenyan politics, in the sense that he's not in he's not in power, yet everybody wrestles him. There is nowhere he goes that he is not attended to. He's silent is a problem. He speaks is a problem. Even if they don't acknowledge his leadership, he's still leading them. Now look at the moves they are making. Everybody goes to Coast is trying to wrestle Raila Odinga. He goes to Western, is trying to wrestle Raila Odinga. He goes to Nyanza, he's trying to wrestle one Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, even if you don't acknowledge his leadership and he's already leading you in your decisions, in your moves, and in your agenda, you have already succumbed to his leadership. And so kubalini, baba ni mmoja tu, ni Raila Amolo Odinga, na wengine mfuate. Mwache hii story ya kujifanya mkijipuliza hapa ati nyinyi ni political professors, sijui political doctors. You are nowhere as far as the charting of the future of the politics of this country is concerned. You can buy everybody you can buy, but Kenyans are not for sale. There are communities that have proven that no amount of pressure from any government anywhere has ever been able to purchase them. If Moi did not succeed to buy Nyanza, I don't think Ruto has enough money to buy anybody. And even if he has the money, he cannot buy the hearts of Kenyans. So let us all arise and in one accord and be counted. Let us ensure that we secure our country. Well, I want to sign out and leave Leo to navigate us for the rest of the program. That ad that has just run, The Knowledge of Christ, is a show will be running live from daybreak, 9 o'clock East African time, all the way to 1 p.m. and we want to invite as many as enjoy biblical knowledge to follow the program. And if you are not a subscriber to Triumphant Bible Media, please do so. I'll give you the link right away, and then you would make sure you turn on the notification bell so that you will be notified as soon as we go live, and then you follow the teachings. We'll be joined by Bishop Silas Canali, Apostle Charles Joseph, and other ministers who will be sharing on the platform to see to it that we all get back to biblical perspective in our worship and in our pursuit of our uh, service to God, and not these UDA board church programs that are geared towards glorifying one person even when they are in their ills. We want everybody to get back to Christ, for he is the center of all existence. Without him, nothing is, and with him, everything is possible. So let's do that. And then, as I also sign out, the challenge for the challenge for nationhood, an ebook by Tom Boyer, forwarded by Jomo Kenyatta himself as early as 1969. I want you to get a copy for yourself. All you need to do is subscribe to my site. I'll be sharing the link right away. You subscribe, then you access the book, download it. If you have any problem downloading it, you get in touch with me. I can send you the copy directly, but I will want you to subscribe so that we account to how many people are getting the book. We have put a limit on how many can be downloaded, and so if you wait, you may not be able to get the copy as soon as it is free, okay? Because after this, you may get it on a fee. So please make sure that you get it now when it's free. All you need to do is subscribe to that link and then access the book and download. It's already up and running. Those of you who have accessed it, confirm. If you are having difficulty in accessing it, let me know. But all in all, let's keep vigilant. Our country is ours. Ruto will not take it to what he wants it to be. We will ensure that this country is safe and secure for our children and for our children's children. God bless you, everyone. Let's do this later on. Leo and the team, have a great one as you proceed with the program. Karibu, Mr. Leo.
Thank you, Bernard, for the great job that you've done and what you're doing. Just as we keep on saying each and every day, that we are the opposition, we are the alternative voice, and Kenyans can confirm that you don't need to be in that parliament for you to support and stand for what rightfully belongs to Kenyans. You can do it at your point of view, you can do it at your workplace, you can do it using that WhatsApp status, or you can do it using that Facebook status that you upload. And that is why I'm always grateful when I come here and I find people like Rhoda, people like Mama Mary, and everyone who always sacrifice their sleep to follow and comment and give ideas. So however much some might see that Rhoda is becoming mad. Yes, Rhoda is mad at the government because the government is mad, and she has got the right to express that feeling. This man called Imbuga, when he wrote that book, Betrayal in the City, he talks of when madness of the entire nation disturbs a solitary's mind, it is not enough to say that that man is mad. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for following and thank you for contributing. Maybe if I can just speak briefly about Mudavadi or about Ruto wooing Western, I think it is neither here nor there. Mudavadi have been there. All these leaders or all these things they're trying to do have been there before. So there is nothing that is going to change. What we know is that right now people are not voting. He can do anything that he wants to do. But at the end of the day, there are some questions that Kenyans are asking themselves. Because we know Ruto is one man who've been telling the KRA to have a crackdown on hustlers who are evading tax. And in his recent live TV interview, he was so passionate and talked of how he wants to expand the tax base. But the question Kenyans should be asking is that we are having a talking president, and that is why I keep on saying that what we have in Kenya Kwanza is an oral government. They are good orally, but practically there's nothing they're doing. Because there's a president who orally keeps on telling us that he wants to increase the tax base, he wants the KRA to ensure that they increase the tax base by taxing everyone. But look at what they've done with the shortest time. A 2.2 billion tax evader has been rewarded by a position called the Communications Authority of Kenya. This is a lady who is clueless on matters of communication. Apart from that reward, this lady, today you heard that the case has been withdrawn. That is, the case has been dropped. That is how the 2.2 billion has just gone like that. Try to imagine 2.2 billion. And you people, the government is telling you it doesn't have money. Yet those people who've made money, who've evaded paying tax from 2019, I think by 2019, campaigns had not yet heated, so we cannot say that this lady was being targeted because of supporting UDA. And if maybe that is true, somebody can confirm. So this is somebody who evaded paying tax, and now when the government wants to recover tax, the same government that is supposed to recover this money is the one who is now taking her off the hook and rewarding her with some mythical post called the Communication Authority of Kenya. What did they do to this billionaire Humphrey Karaoke who owns African Spirit? What happened? They had to drop the case of the issue of tax. Then they had to reward him. How did they reward him? Even after Ruto told you that the government is not going to hold meetings in private and individual or corporate hotels, they decided to go and hold a meeting the other day in his hotel in Mount Kenya. That's rewarding impunity. There's this lady who evaded tax, the owner of Tabitha Keroche. How did the UDA reward her? So this is a government that is rewarding the tax evaders. This is a government that is rewarding the big fish who are evading tax, but they expect the common mwananchi, somebody who is selling eggs or somebody who is genuinely selling sukuma wiki or riding the border border to pay tax. It is not going to happen. We are not going to have a country of the few. And as Karua tells us, this is a mafia country. We have mafia who are having a country. And that is how they are ruling us. The president goes live and tells you that a police station had a container that was used in killing and inflicting some pain in Kenyans. Then what did he do? The person who was the police commander in Nairobi area is Koome. What did he do to Koome? Koome is now the Inspector General. So what else do you expect from this man? I don't think there's something sensitive that the UD or the Kenya Kwanza government is going to do. Ruto is interested in campaigning for 2027. He is interested in revenging. He is interested in punishing those people whom he perceived were against him. You've seen and you've heard the chiefs and the county commissioners and the sub-county commissioners have been suspended. Some have been expelled, and even the MPs and people like Boss Sholei have been publicly warning police officers, the ones that they want to leave the police force. So it is so sad. Look at his priorities. Yesterday I heard he is expanding his communication at the Presidential Communication Service by making some 3 departments. We even have a department of branding and events. So this is a government that is out to hold events, to brand itself, and to run a country through propaganda. So he's employing more communicators than the doctors. He's employing more communicators than the people who are supposed to look into the economy of the country. We cannot have a government that is being run on propaganda, lies, and most all the time they're just having press conferences and giving promise after promise. So it is high time we do what Brazilians are doing. It doesn't. It is not too late, and it doesn't cost. It doesn't cost us that much when we stand and say that what is happening is wrong, and we call for sanity in this country before things slides back Nobody is going to stand for us. The church is mute because their stomach is taken care of. The parliament is mute. The majority who are there have had their stomach being taken care of. The judiciary is mute. The corrupt judges were confirmed and they can comfortably advance corruption. So we are on our own. So the only person who cannot be bought is you. The only person who cannot be bought is me. So it is a high time. As we are talking here, we need to engage and have meetings with various people that we meet each and every day and tell them the reason to why we should not allow Kenya Kwanza see the day. We don't need to give them more room to exploit us. So I will really encourage each one of us to keep on preaching and you keep on telling Kenyans why we need to push these people out of that office. That office was not meant for them. They were not ready. Even in their mind, they knew very well they are not going to win these elections. So they've been surprised with that position and they now want to try and make some errors with our life. We should not allow that. We should not allow that. There is a video I've seen somewhere, I'll play it later, talking about the Odoma number, and I think we're going to have it in the next 6 months. And you'll find that what is happening currently, the best foundation was laid by President Uhuru and his handshake brother. However much we are told or you are told to hate and you are told that everything that Ruto did was wrong, to an extent that they're even cancelling the Mau Summit road that is costing billions and is going to expand and reduce the jam that is normally caused by that Mau area. So I don't know what is in the mind of Ruto. Maybe those people who are supporting the Kenya Kwanza government, like Nico Diambo, can one day just spend even 1 minute and explain to us anything positive about this government of theirs. I think I can give Kenyan Kirubo some chance to proceed. Kenyan Kirubo, are you there?
They'll give me like, let me come the next term.
No problem, no problem. Guru is here. Guru can, but before Guru come, let me just bring for you that video that I was telling you so that you can be able to see how serious this country is. I'll just play one video.
Number is that there wasn't adequate sensitization at the beginning. And you remember, it was being launched at a time when there was also a clouded political atmosphere. So there were suspicions around it. If you ask me, the intention of the Oduma number was good, because what was it trying to do? To ensure that we have got a digital identity, yeah, that could facilitate virtual transactions between between the government and the public, as far as provision of government services is concerned. It is the same thing that we are going to do as we roll out this government digitization processes, because it is still imperative that we don't need, as Kenyans, to go to government offices flashing the physical identity card.
Plethora of cards, depending on what service.
All we need is a single digital identity that would ensure that, leveraging on that ICT platform, the government can identify whom it is transacting business with, and Kenyans can transact business with government from.
Yes, that is your ICT minister speaking. So that is what can happen in Kenya if you just decide to remove that Kenya Kwanza and the UDA cape and put it down and allow yourself to reason independently. But when he speaks with the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza cape, you will really be left wondering what happens to those people who are educated when they join Kenya Kwanza. So I really liked that kind of point, because Owalo tried to reason. He at least for once removed the UDA cape and placed it down and realized that however much he's a demigod or he's a king, Nabi is trying to tell us that everything that Uhuru and Matiang'i did was evil and was not good for Kenya. He've accepted that truly these things that Uhuru was doing was laying foundation to better the lives of Kenya. Right now, you are told that they are going to re-register farmers, I don't know, for fertilizer. It's something that doesn't make sense. These are things that were done there, and they're the same people who opposed them. And now, when they reason independently without having the UDA or the Kenya Kwanza cape on, you'll find that they are making sense. So how I wish the government would have maybe reasoned a bit, Kenya will go far. But because they've refused to reason, people like Gachagua, I heard yesterday, Sifuna really gave us a better description of Gachagua. He's a national nuisance. He's a national nuisance. He's just a noise maker. He's a village salad who cannot think beyond Madeira. He cannot think beyond Nyeri and beyond Mount Kenya. So he's somebody who is so obsessed with himself that he cannot think about Kenyans, but he can just think about Madeira. He's somebody who, when right now we are thinking on how to deal with the climate change, we are thinking on how Kenyans can have the food or the cost of living lowered. He's thinking of how Ruto can be crowned the Mount Kenya kingpin. He's thinking of how, I even heard him saying that Mount Kenya found itself where it was because no leader was mentored. So I was asking myself, between Gachagua and Uhuru, who is older than the other one? So between Gachagua and Uhuru, who was supposed to mentor the other one? Then I came to conclude that the bitterness that is there between Gachagua and Uhuru is Uhuru dropped him. He was the PA, but I think Uhuru found out that he was a useless PA who could not assist him, so he had to drop him. So if those are the kind of people that we think can lead us or can make us see this country move forward, there's nothing that we're going to do. They're busy planning events. There's an event that is coming, these things called Homecoming. And Miguna has sneaked back together with all those who lost elections in Luo Nyanza. They were having some strategic meeting. And all these meetings is not to lower the cost of living. All these meetings are to discuss Raila. In the morning, wherever they go, even in the churches, they preach Raila more than they preach Jesus. They preach Raila more than any other thing in any public meeting. So Raila has become the center of the discussion, despite the fact that Raila is not in the government, despite the fact that Raila is not talking about them. But with them, they've made Raila their main agenda. So the only agenda that these people are having in government, their only agenda is Raila. So as long as Raila is still there, there's nothing that they are going to do. Every plan that they are making is about Raila. What is Raila going to do? How do we stop Raila? How do we do that? That is what is in their mind. And nothing about Kenya, nothing about our economy is really giving them sleepless nights. Apart from Raila, they think of GMO and how to please the Western countries. Nothing else. Nothing else. So I can see Alfred Sakwa joined. Let me give you some minute to speak to these great people before Guru proceeds. So karibu Sakwa.
I think what I can say ni habari ya asubuhi. Mko wazima nyote? Pia mi niko mzima, but nimekuwa kidogo, niko somehow busy kidogo, ndo nimekuwa nimeingia kwenye mada, nilikuwa nimechelewa. But kulingana na vile nimekuwa nikiangalia na vile Gachagua anafanya, is like Ruto anakontroliwa na Gachagua. Mbona wakati Gachagua anasukumana na Sakaja, wakati Ruto anaulizwa mbona Sakaja wanasukumana, huyu anasema yeye haizi kuingilia, ili hali ati magavana wengine ndo wanatangulia kwenye kazi ya ugavana. So the question is this: if Gachagua anaongea namna hii na kila kitu ajenda zake ni kana kwamba ni kama za governor ama MP ama senator, kuna haja ya kukuwa basi na deputy president? Kitu kingine, mimi sijui deputy president wa Uganda, sijui deputy president wa Mama Suluhu, sijui na deputy president wa hapa Sudan, but Kenya inaonekana wa deputy president kulingana na vile anaonyesha, vile anaongea hivi ni kana kwamba kuna mahali ambapo hakuna maelewano kwa hii government ambao tuko nao. So we don't know, na tujui ni wapi tunaelekea, but let's wait and see. Well, that's what I can say.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the deputy president of these other countries, they are not that in limelight because either they are busy discharging their duties
Yeah,
or
true.
they are, the deputy president should be the first advisor to the president. They should be giving advice to the president and discharge the duties that have been handed over to them. But our deputy presidents are not discharging his duties. His duties is to walk from place to place and hold the homecomings and the interdenomination. I was surprised today. The State House was covering today's pass out, and they indicated there that there's an interdenominational a meeting. I think they pulled it down later when Kenyans were really mad. So that is how they've been programmed. They only think of interdenominational. Which I was telling somebody, Ruto we are having an interdenominational Republic of Kenya. And I think Ruto should just be made a pope so that this thing should end, because they are so best with these meetings. Yeah.
Yeah. But niko na swali moja tu ningependa kuuliza, kwa sababu Ruto anafanya reaction namna hii ya kuonyesha kwamba Gachagua ana nguvu. Does it mean that even if Mount Kenya waliweza kumchagua Ruto na wakazi wengine wakosa kumchagua, inaonyesha Gachagua yani Ruto wako chini ya Gachagua? Manake unajua kulingana na vile Ruto anafanya is like anampatia Gachagua mamlaka yote ya kuongea. Naye Gachagua vile anajichukulia kuwa kingpin wa Mount Kenya. Na ukiangalia most of the things zenye anakuwa akiongelea, anaongea about Nairobi na Mathira. That's what anakuwa akitetea. Ndio nashangaa, kwani Mkenya ambaye ako Mombasa, Mkenya ambaye ako Kisumu, Mkenya ambaye ako Turukana na Rodo na Mandera hakumchagua? Manake sijaona akitetea kitu kingine isipokuwa anatetea Nairobi na Mathira pale Nyeri. Manake most of the things zenye Gachagua na agenda zenye anakuja nazo ni kutetea tu just ile kitu imemsurround hapo karibu. So I don't see kama tunaelekea mahali pazuri. Inaonyesha kuwa Ruto na Gachagua wasikilizani kwa hii serikali ambao wako nayo.
No, what is happening, maybe to answer you, Gachagua knows very well he has got nothing to offer. So what he's doing, he's looking for relevance. They are planning for some homecoming. They need to get legitimacy and acceptance. And in Kenya, once you cannot be able to get that acceptance, you go back to your tribal cocoon. You try to look for some relevance. So when he goes to Central, majority of them were elected in UDA. So he cannot start to go and fighting them. And like if you go to Nyanza, you'll find that somebody will go and say, you see ODM, this. So he sees Nairobi as a soft spot that he can try to demonstrate to the people of Central that you see our people and my community is threatened. So now we are fighting for the people. So through that, those central leaders and those ones who don't believe in their mimics will now have something common to unite them, in that they'll have a perceived threat. So they'll now be united, trying to fight or defend the threat. They're creating an enemy. Raila has always been an enemy that has been used in Central for a long time. But Uhuru dismantled that perceived enmity, and people no longer fear Raila in Central. People no longer use Raila as an enemy in Central. So Gachagua is now trying to come up, or is trying to create another enemy, so that these Central leaders can be united, not on a purpose, but they can be united under a common enemy. That is what is happening. And if you watch closely, that is what is happening. And Ruto is just watching. But before, as I welcome Guru, I just want to read something that was said by, we call him Prophet Mutai Ngunia. He said that the enemy of William Ruto will be the people. His economic models are bold, not popular. Economics is about bold decisions. Politics is driven by popular choices. Failure to balance the two, that is a bold decision and popular choices, it will lead to what is called a revolt. The mass are rational. You remove subsidy, you create enemies. And that is what is going to ensure that this government falls. By removing the subsidy, he already created enemies with the common citizens. With us, we don't care how much the government is spending. We don't care the economic projections. A common mwananchi doesn't care when you tell him subsidies doing this. What they want to see is the cost of living down. They want to go and find that the price of unga and the price of fuel is down. How you make it down, it doesn't concern them. So that is what is going to lead to the fall of this government. And I'm happy it is happening, and it will happen during our time, and we will watch and we will celebrate and we will replace it with a worthy and competitive government. Mr. Guru, karibu.
Yes, I think it is important that we expand the reasoning behind the stand that some of us take. It's not personal. There are those who may think that this is an issue of personalities. No, it is not. It's about looking at the trends in the country. Trends give us a history. They also give us a perspective of where we are going. Things do not look very good. And there are signs that Kenyans have to brace for a harder time for quite some time. You are aware that the rains that are just, finishing right now have not been very good. And therefore, what that means is that food production will not be as good as it should be. And therefore, we are likely to face a food problem situation for quite some time to come. Where the government has gone out there and has imported some 10 million bags of maize or rice, but that's not enough. Agriculture being one of the key movers of our economy, that's not a very good sign. But beyond there, the issue of management, the management of the economy is also another issue. You cannot seek to push hard on long-term goals, or you neglect the short-term and the medium term. That is what seems to be happening here. Now, the government has said it's given a lot of fertilizer to farmers. But what if the rains are not as adequate? It means the fertilizer given out, most of it will just lie there in the soils. And the food production will not increase. And therefore, the food prices will not come down as envisaged. So therefore, there is need to have a concerted effort in terms of planning so that you take into consideration the short term. You got to feed those who are hurting, those who are hungry for now. Plan for production in the medium term and production in the long term. This kind of thing requires inspirational leadership, which does not seem to be the case right now. the county governments are the ones that are charged with the responsibility of agriculture. We are yet to hear a well-coordinated and concerted effort between the central government and the county government in terms of food production. Beyond there, we've had the perennial problem of post-harvest losses that go to between 30 to 40% of the food that should not go to waste, but goes to waste anyway because of handling, because of pests, poor storage, poor transport systems, and so on. So these interventions need serious planning. And beyond that is the issue of GMOs. GMOs, to me and to quite a number of people, is not a solution to our problem. In fact, it could end up being what will bring us down completely in terms of food security. You cannot hand over such a sensitive sector to multinationals in terms of seed production and distribution and sourcing. So therefore, these matters require serious thought, which does not seem to be the case right now in the government. And therefore, the promise to bring down the cost of living is not going to be realized in the shortest time as had been promised. And that Kenyans must know for a fact. It is good to be prepared to brace for the hard times ahead. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you, Guru. Actually, what you're saying is true, because whenever there's a crisis, we normally have some short-term interventions and long-term interventions. Like what we're having currently in Kenya, at the food crisis or the cost of the living, we have some short-term interventions that was put in place with by the former government to ensure that we sort out the short-term problems so that without burdening the citizens. Then we have long-term interventions. So when you see a regime giving you fertilizers, which they know very well it was not rainy season, and for you to grow maize and wait for it or your rice to harvest or to get that bumper harvest, it is not something that is not going to happen within 6 months. It's not something that is not going to happen within weeks. So giving you fertilizers might be a solution, but it is a long-term solution. It is something like somebody tells you, because you are sick, I'm not going to give you maybe the painkillers to at least give you, relieve the pain, but I'll allow you to remain with that pain as we are looking for medicine. You are not likely to live and find this medicine. You are simply being told to die. So if you look at GMO, importing GMO is also not a short-term solution, neither is it a long-term solution. GMO would have been, maybe it would have made some sense if the problem was that the country is not having these products. But the matter of fact is the country is having enough maize. There are some surplus in some areas. You see people saying that they're having their maize, they don't have the market. So maybe the only thing, even if the government did not want to give that subsidy, they would have instead bought maize from the farmers and tell the farmers, we are buying this maize at a market price at the current market price. You don't punish your farmers. You can't buy their maize at half a price and threaten them that if you don't sell it to us at this amount, we are going to import maize. So this thing, the GMO thing is not about providing solution, but is about protecting and enhancing personal business, those people who are going to import the GMO. Because as far as I know, GMO, if I don't talk of the health, maybe things to deal with the health, because I'm not a scientist, if you look at it at the perspective of economy, you'll find that GMO is just encouraging monopoly as far as seed production and distribution and sourcing is concerned. Because we are not going to be producing these seeds. We'll always have to source these seeds from the specific place. It means it is going to make us slaves. We'll be agriculturally enslaved because each and every time we need maize, we'll always have to import it. So it is one of the things that is going to kill our agriculture. So somebody is asking what is the solution. We are not just talking, we are giving solutions. We have people that we mandated with that responsibility. That is why we are having a government. So if you claim you are in government, even though they were not elected, they fraudulently placed themselves there, then they need to work. They need to do the right thing. They're earning salaries. They cannot just become frauds in that government and also draw salaries without giving the value to the salaries they're earning. So we need to ask them these questions. What are they doing? They can't earn salaries and expect us to do their work. No way. We are here to identify things that are not done right, and at the same time, we also appreciate things that are done well. For example, when we made noise about Pesa ya Wazee, they finally released the amount. So we have to appreciate that. At the same time, we have to tell them that we are still insisting and we're saying no to GMO. Let them come up with some better policies, better sustainable policies that are going to ensure that the cost of living is lowered. It is possible. Uhuru managed this when we had COVID. So what stops them from doing that? Mama Mary, I can see you're back. Kenyan Kirubo.
Thank you, Leo. And before I say anything, I want to reply to Geoffrey Ruto. Geoffrey Ruto, we cannot have a rerun of Moi when he is not here. And our country will not accept where we are heading. So tell your guy that is what Kenyans are saying. No rerun when Moi is not here. You are not civil, Ruto. So if you want to argue with us, argue civilly. We are happy to have both sides here so that we can understand how our Kenya is going. And we cannot say people are dying because of hunger and you say they are not dying. We cannot say our children are not going to school because the people don't have money. You say they are going to school. You cannot say Mama Mboga is having business while they don't have business. You cannot say that we are happy while people are not happy. So when you comment such, I know you have been arguing in a very annoying way and with no respect. When we are arguing, we are talking of what people are saying. It's not us saying, it's what people are saying, and including us, because we can see the direction of our country. So you keep on commenting, but now we'll give deaf ears and blind eyes. We don't want to hear what you are saying. Anything you write there, it's yours, not ours. Our country deserves better, not what you are doing, commenting all the time. You sound like a bully. Kenyans have been fooled And if you want to join those foolers, go ahead. We want to know who won. Something that you guys, you'll never answer. You get numb. You can't open your mouth because you know what you did. And if that is the way our country will run, we are in trouble, which we see already we are in trouble. Please give us respect. Mimi ni mama ambaye ako na watoto ambayo ninasaidia. And apart from my children, I am supporting other children who are just having bigger problems for food, not even for school fees, food. And when you say youth have moved on, then it's your youth. You are youth, you Ruto. Your own youth, but not Kenyan youth. Because if I have many people who are going hungry, youth have no food, youth have no work, no job, youth have no school fees. You are the one who have moved on, not them. Give us a chance and you respect us. We are trying to preach a good thing that even can take care of you before you come and tell us what to do. We are not moving on. And we are not happy, you guys, when you come here bullying us and telling us that this is what it is. It is not. You know what you did. And that is why we are angry. I wish it was fair and free election that was done. We would be happy and we will just be happy and comfortable wherever we are and work for the next time, not this time. Hopefully next time. But please stop what you comment there. This place is not for joke. It's not for drama. We speak what is in our mind, and we are not crazy. We are very normal. And we speak what is supposed to be. We are not going to remain in that cocoon. We have opened up because we can see all what is happening. It's evil in our country. Leo, today we have seen that drama. We have seen so many things happening in our country. And these things which are happening in our country, they are happening in another country and another country. And we are going to see that our country resurrection comes up because those other people are doing their thing. They want to resurrect their country, and we are going to resurrect ours. They are also feeling the pain that we are feeling. And they are from Africa, as we are. When you look at our country, where it came from, how it was just 100 days before this, we were not crying the way we are crying right now. Nobody lied to us. I think people were better off. And they knew that something good is coming. And they were patient. That good thing was taken away. And that is our Baba, Raila Omolo Odinga, could have made this country a heaven in earth. Because I know and I believe it. This is a government of all most wanted. I said it. This is a government of all most wanted. And you can see the trend. And they don't care. Their business has to be, I want to grab this. I want to take this. Imagine, these guys have got no even shame of what they are doing in front of the camera. While we know how many people are going hungry right now, they have even forgotten what is going on in the country because their pockets have to be full. Devolution is abolished, which would have been for the people who are in the village, for people who need help. Why is it so? Because they don't want you people to have energy or to get anything to help you raise up. Because when you don't have food, you are weak. And that will make you a beggar. And that will make you weak. So that in case any sound or any voice comes from anywhere, you are vulnerable. You are there to adhere what the voice says. And that is what Kenya is driving to. But I'm glad there are things being done behind the scenes. And it is going to happen, and it will be a happy ending. I pray always, and I ask God, just look whether there are 2 or 3 people who worship you in real, and save our country. Just save us. And to save us is for those who are wishing to make us perish, be ashamed. And God will do that. He will carry us in his hands and he will make us whole again. Hii mipango yote ni ya shetani kabisa. I cannot say there is anybody with godly heart or mind or feelings in that government. There's no difference between them and murderers. If people can die because of food, when they are holding money, when they are doing businesses of their own so that they get rich. And even the Bible says, is it a camel can go through a needle, but a rich man cannot go to kingdom of God? I hope I got it right. So, Kenyans, let's wake up. Let's voice out our grievances because they can hear. However, they ignore, but they can hear what we are saying. Me, I'm saying I have a grievance of how our country is and how can people die because of hunger when others are eating. That is my biggest problem. And how can it be healed? Kenyans, think about that. That if you are eating tonight, there is somebody crawling. He or she cannot stand, and she's dying because of hunger. Not about clothes, not about a house, not about a car. Food to nourish their body. That is how Kenya is. It's a pity. Kenyans, let's voice out. I'm still here, Leo. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll find that, Kenyans, we need to be sincere and we need to speak the truth. And for those people who keep on claiming that what we do here is trolling the government negatively, we are not doing that. No one will wish for a government to fall. I think everything that we're doing here, we want the government to rise. Just as a Kenyan Kerubo have just said, we want to see this government rising. When you see people going on the streets, they want to see the government rising. It is not about our tribe or it is not about our region, but it is about Kenya. Kenya belongs to all of us. And everyone will agree with me that barely 100 days or so after Ruto was elected, when this is a man that when you were looking at the report, they were saying that he is a president who came from rags to riches, though that is something that is so controversial. It's something that is debatable. Barely 100 days in office, things have been worse. We've come along and there's nothing good that people can see. Life has only become worse under him compared to what happened during the Kenyatta's regime. So, when Ruto was coming to power, Ruto cast himself as a champion for the downtrodden. What changed? He vowed to create jobs and tackle the cost of living crisis. And, many Kenyans who are currently struggling to put food on their table. And this is somebody who gave you a lot of hope. He's somebody who told you that when he takes care of the bottom, we are going to take care of everybody. And you'll find that that is what he meant when he was talking of the bottom-up economy. So now what is happening? Has he taken care of the bottom? Because the ones who are complaining, the ones who are wailing, the ones who are suffering, the ones who are not, who are finding it hard to put food on the table at the bottom that he promised that he's going to take care of. Had it been that those ones who are at the top are the ones who are complaining, then we would say Ruto is working with the bottom or that he promised. But now the people who are complaining are the ones at the bottom. The rich are not complaining because with them they can be able to afford. The schools are going to open. The rich can be able to afford school fees. But the bottom, who depended on the subsidy, are the ones who are complaining. You'll find that Ruto is not strategic. He doesn't have any strategy. He promised to restructure the economy by slashing the government debt. So far, you've borrowed money, I think amounting to 1 trillion within 3 months. Remember, Kenyatta's Uhuru's regime, within 10 years, Uhuru borrowed less than 10 trillion. It was around 6.9 trillion for 10 years. But Ruto, within 3 months, he borrowed 1 trillion. So if you are good in math, you can be able to tell, and you can, if you did something called probability, you can be able to tell the amount that he's going to borrow at the end of 5 years. I don't want to talk of 10 years because he's not going for 10 years. So this is somebody who said he's going to bring down the prices of essential commodities and create the Hustler Fund to offer free loan to Kenyans. Any Kenya, we were told that any Kenya with a mobile phone and a mobile money account like Safaricom and Airtel are going to get free money. Did it happen? His first act after assuming the office was to slash the food subsidy and the fuel subsidy that was introduced by Uhuru. Then he argues that this intervention did not bear any fruit. They wasted a lot of taxpayers' money. But you'll find that after removing these things, he was motivated by the IMF. IMF is the one that is now controlling him. We've now become slaves again. I thought we were a republic, but we've now become slaves again. I remember Mboya in one of his speeches, he said that we are not going to sell our freedom for some material gains. But Ruto is now selling our freedom. He's making some rash decisions. He rushes to remove the fuel subsidy. He rushes to remove the subsidy on education. He rushes to remove the subsidy on the food items like hunger. Really, how does he operate? He's increasing the interest rate, like the central bank increased the interest rate, the charges of an M-Pesa, the charges of a bank to M-Pesa transactions, really. So I don't know. Even the Hustler Fund that we are told, people are yet to see the fruits of this Hustler Fund. And somebody still wants to come here and wants us to keep on pampering and maybe sugarcoating this government and say, oh, it is still young, let us give it time. Which time? It will never grow. If you want a tree to grow straight, you start making it straight at the tender age. You don't wait for a tree to grow old is when you start straightening it. It will never be straight. This is the right time that you need to straighten this tree. People are even getting it hard right now to get the loans. We were told we will be removed from CRB, you'll be getting loans, blah, blah. All those promises never happened. The prices of goods have been inflated. You people go to the supermarket each and every day. You find that things are really expensive. This ship of Ruto is sinking. The ship is sinking. The administration is just engaging in some political vendettas and they're spring some political awards each and every time. That is why the deputy president is busy in the markets, busy in the funerals, and busy in the interdenominational meetings that are held even on a Tuesday. They are going for a pass out, they call it an interdenominational meeting. That is what has occupied the mind of our president. No, not our president, but the mind of the Kenyan president. The president of the republic. He's not the president of the people, he's the president of the republic. He has got time to create commissions to investigate people like Cherera. Really, are we moving to any direction? So these are disappointing stats. But as long as Raila is still alive, we know better days are ahead. I know very well Raila is not going to relent. He's not going to give this government an opportunity to exploit and kill the dreams of Kenyans. So it is upon us Kenyans to stand strong. We need to stand still. We don't need to get excited and we don't need to shy away from condemning this government. The way I really pity some youths. Somebody who is a youth. This government is hurting youths more than it hurts anybody else. Youths have got no jobs. Youths used to work wale awana kazi. Not that they are not skilled. They were having skills, but the opportunities were not there. They used to do kazi mtaani. It is no longer there. So how are youths going to be happy? The only source of income you are having is not there, and they're giving you loan. How will you pay this loan? Youths are the ones who ride motorbike, the boda. They all don't ride those motorbikes. But now the fuel is not subsidized. How will youths be happy? How are youths moving on when you cannot afford fuel for that boda? You rent a boda, the owner needs 500 shillings a day. The fuel is almost 200 shillings per liter. So how will youths move on? Youths are the ones who are going to school. They all, like Kenyan Kerubo, don't go to school. So how will youth move on when they are being told help is going to be disbanded and they want to create some mediocre bodies that they can control from state house? How will youths be happy if they only hope that they had in education, they are told that they now have to dig deep into their pockets to raise that secondary fee, yet they could not even, some of them will not even afford it when it was subsidized. How will they afford it now? I don't think youths can move on. Youth cannot move on unless or not until these things are solved. Youth will not move on if you don't guarantee them education. Youth will not move on if you don't guarantee them that they are going to get something through kazi kwa vijana at the end of the day. What happened to creating 500,000 jobs a year? We are almost half a year. Have he created 250,000 jobs, or he destroyed the jobs that were there already? Youths cannot move on. And if somebody says that youths have moved on, that person is not a youth. That person is lying. I don't think it is true. Or maybe, Guru, you can tell us if youths in your area can move on.
First of all, do you know most of those who voted for this government are youths? Let me just put it that way. And they did so because they were told that their material circumstances were bad because of certain families. And they bought into the lie that they are suffering unemployment because of one or two families. And that the interpretation, I think, which the youths got was that the government would come and would revert whatever was going to these families to their welfare, and they would get jobs, they would get something to eat, they would do business, and so on and so forth. I can tell you, I have seen very many youths pushing their motorcycles on roads after fuel ran out more than any other time in recent months. And crime rates have increased so much that if we go like this in the next 6 months, it will be risky to venture out. Crimes like theft of mobile phones that had disappeared from Nairobi is back. Okay? And therefore, this is not a laughing matter, like Kerubo was telling Ruto. Maybe somewhere deep in the rural area. I don't know where he is writing from. But hapa hakuna mchezo. Mambo imekuwa mbaya. Especially for those who have to use money to buy food. It's not easy. And with the government intention of going hard and aggressively to the community to mop up more revenue in the next 1 year, I understand the president said he has a target of increasing revenue collection by 500 billion next year. I can only tell Kenyans to brace for hard times. Because, first of all, right now, the disposable income is so low. Ukienda na shilingi 2,000, 3,000 hata haiwezi kukununulia kitu ya maana kwa supermarket. And that is the reality of today. It's a reality. And then, to make matters worse, you are given 500 shillings to start a business in Kenya. 500 shillings to start a business. I don't know whether you are aware, Rio, that bank interest rates have increased in the recent weeks by about 4 points. It's a cry all around. And this is touching on even those who had taken loans there before. They are finding their loans are eroded with some higher percentage in terms of interest. So when we say that signs are not very good, we are not merely talking or that we are driven by hatred. Hatred for what? And for whom? And so that we achieve what? It is laying bare the situation as it is. What the public does with the information that they get here is up to them. We are also in it. We are in this together. In fact, I always say that the most people who will be disappointed are the so-called hustlers themselves. In fact, these are likely to go into depression. And already, Leo, something you don't know is only that our society does not collect data on a very regular basis. The rates of suicide among the youth is rising. But these are things that we would rather not talk about. And that's a fact. These are facts. So there is a pity on the part of our youths. When you remove a subsidy of fees of up to 8,000 shillings and it's not replaced by anything, you are condemning a huge population of youth to dropouts. That is the reality. So wacha wale wanataka kuongea vile wataongea hapa. Politics is not about mere competition, because if that competition does not yield a good living for you, it doesn't matter how long you shout political slogans in praise of your leader and your political party. You still remain jobless, hungry, and so on. You know, the problem with some of our youth, they take politics like it is Arsenal versus Man U, and even reduce it into a joke. But the pain has started being felt. Some few months ago, when we went to the polls, there are those who took the general elections like that game of football between Arsenal and Man U. They are running very painfully that this is not a mere game. It's a defining moment. It's a life and death issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. Charles Aguero, the economy that we are having, if you hear Kenyans complaining, they are comparing the situation currently to what they experienced in the previous regime. So if you see they're saying things were better during Uhuru, so you need to know that this economy is getting worse, not because it was worse, but it is getting worse. We all understand what happened in the last 3 years. In the last 3 years, we are having a pandemic, not only in Kenya, but the government of the day tried to come up with ways of cushioning Kenyans so that we did not feel the pain, we did not feel that burden. Remember, from 2020 March 15th, when the first case of corona was declared in Kenya, almost half of the businesses were closed because I think there were some there were some curfews at night. People are not working, so several people lost their lives, their livelihoods, and their businesses. But despite that, Kenyans did not complain because the government knew how to counter such situations. The government came up with some cushioning or short-term programs that will ensure that life runs smoothly and seamlessly, as Ruto keeps on using and misusing the word seamless. But currently, what is happening? Ruto has inherited a country, an economy that was growing from pandemic and was growing positively and smoothly. But instead of keeping that growth positively, he's now taking the growth backwards. He's now hurting the citizens. He's now touching the most important services that determine the livelihood and the productivity of citizens. So if these people are not able to get food, how do you think, or where do you think they're going to get energy that will enable them to create more wealth to pay these taxes that they want to increase the economy? It won't happen. How do you expect that youth who did not eat to get energy to go to that farm and produce the rice that is needed for the next farming season? We have subsidies done even in countries that are more developed like America. So we don't become poor by having subsidy. And if any case somebody who is advising Ruto, that person is misadvising him. Ruto is just playing politics. I was surprised to hear him today telling police that I do not expect what has been happening in the past where police officers were asked to buy uniform. So I've not heard anywhere, not even during Moi's regime, where police officers were buying uniform. So this is a president who keeps on creating perceived blames. To divert your attention, he will blame the former government and a government where he was the deputy president. I sympathize with Kenyans. Why are you not asking him, Ruto, you were the deputy president. Not even a single month did he fail to draw salaries from this government. He was living in the government residence in Karen, having meetings there each and every day from Monday to Monday instead of working. If there is anybody who should be held accountable and responsible for anything that happened that hurted the economy in the last regime, then it is one William Ruto. This is a deputy president getting salary each and every month, but not working, doing politics. He was earning public money, using public cars and public house, doing politics instead of doing the work that he was paid to do. The deputy president, the person who was supposed to be chairing the BEC, that meeting that brings together the cabinet secretaries to plan on the government project, where was he? What was he doing? So he failed as a deputy president, and some people still saw it wise to give him an opportunity to continue failing. And he chose one of the most clueless deputy presidents we've ever had since Kenya got independence. Somebody called Gachagua. I don't know. So we are moving on a wrong direction. We are not moving on right direction. We are having a government that is out to make business with its citizens. Ruto wants to create more wealth and create a dynasty and create an empire of himself. That is why he's surrounded himself with businessmen. The government is not spending its money. The government is spending that money that the government spends is Kenyan money. Kenyans pay tax on daily basis, and this tax should be used to provide services, not to save. We are not in a saving business. Why will the government save money when Kenyans are dying of hunger? Why will the government want us to save? We only save if we have excess. Why would we save if we cannot provide the basic needs? Why would we save if we cannot educate our children to secure their future? Who saves money and sleeps hungry? So we are having a government who is out to do business. That is why they're bringing you, the government is now becoming a Shylock. Where does the interest charge, the 8% charge on the hustler loan goes to? How will this government give you a loan of 500 shillings, a loan of $4? What will you do with that money? They want you to keep borrowing each and every day. If it was genuine, why can they borrow? They say we want to give hustlers loan. The minimum loan should be 10,000. You can do something with that. But they're giving you 500. They want you to go and eat that money. Geoffrey Ruto, don't say the government cannot provide everything. The government exists to provide services for citizens, not the other way around. So if you think that your government should not be giving you service, then you don't know the reason why we are having a government. The government is there to provide solution. The government is there to ensure that you get services like security, education. The government is there to ensure that the life of citizens are smooth. There was one man, Gaddafi, and I think that video was played here by Bernard yesterday. Every citizen in Libya, every child, every youth got education for free. Every child, every youth got medical care for free. That is what the government does. Why would we have a government that doesn't provide services to the citizen? Then what is the need of having the government? So the government should play its role as we citizens are playing our role of paying taxes. And we have got the right to question everything. Like we are asking, the money that was meant for subsidy, where did you take it? Now they're increasing the power, the cost of power. And we know who are the main shareholders in Kenya Power. So these are business. There's a government that is doing business, private business, diverting the public public money to their private businesses, and they're making earning interest at the cost of poor citizens who are left to die. It's really sad. And what makes it sad is that some people still believe and support this government instead of condemning the government and calling the government to act responsibly. We will not be here complaining if the government was acting responsibly. We will be here listening to music and congratulating the government for giving us services. But nothing like that is happening. And we will not get tired. We will not get tired pushing until the right thing will have to happen. We will not get tired. There is a video here that I want to play so that you can see that even our churches have failed. Our churches have now been turned into political forums where Kenyans are conned and are being lied to. Allow me play this.
Is now the greatest instrument in creating false industries in the continent of Africa. And that is not to be celebrated. It is to be frowned upon. And we who claim to be Christians, and I normally use this very deliberately, we claim to be Christians. As to whether we are is another debate. We'll only discover that a little later when we are in heaven. And therefore, when we talk about rediscovering, we are saying that it was once discovered. But let us situate the Bible in its proper place. Christianity as we know it today in the continent of Africa was midwifed to us in the continent through Europe, through the missionaries. When they came, they were reading the very same Bible that we are reading today. When they sat in Berlin and were dividing the continent of Africa, they were reading the same Bible that we are reading today. The same Bible in which, in Paul's letter to the Galatians at chapter 3:28, he says, there are no Jews, no Gentiles, no slave, no free, no woman, no man. They read that verse. It was not interpolated later after they came. They read it. But they came here and conquered us. They came here and discriminated against us. The same Bible. They were being mentored by that very same Bible. They came here when they had divided the body of Christ. The English had appropriated the religion in 1534, and they now had their Anglican church complete with the monarch as its head. The Scots had appropriated their own, and they had the Presbyterian church. The Greeks had their Greek Orthodox. The Armenians, the Armenian Orthodox. The Roman Catholics were even bolder. They called it the Roman Catholic Church. So that even when they are in Uganda, it's not Ugandan Catholic Church, it is the Roman Catholic Church. And you are going there and you are saying you are Roman Catholic Church. In apartheid South Africa, they are the Dutch Reformed Church, which became the foundation stone upon which apartheid was articulated in 1948 by Hendrik Verwoerd and his cohorts. So the Bible has been misused. Don't be cheated. Let's not be nice to each other because we are Christians. The Bible has been misused. It has been used to support slavery. It has been used to support colonization. It has been used to pervert the truth. That is the Bible that we are saying we ought to rediscover. So when we are gathered here as Christians and we are talking about rediscovery of mentorship in the Bible, we must have a spirit that is a questioning spirit. When His Grace was preaching to us, he said, we must always be nice before we are good. Not always. And I've always talked about two approaches to be found in the Bible. One is of John the Baptist and Herodias. It's a dangerous path where you go out into the public and condemn evil. The only thing that you must know is that when you follow that path, Salome will ask for your head. But there are circumstances when it is necessary. Then there are circumstances when it is necessary to follow the path that His Grace has suggested. Read the conversation between Nathan and David and what he did to the wife of Prophet Uriah. He comes and tells him, in this place there was a person who had a lamb. Circumstances define which method you use. And in a forum such as this, we now live in a world where as Christians we are also very pretentious. We don't speak the truth as it ought to be spoken. And when I read the Bible sometimes as a Christian, I ask myself, what kind of Christian would I be? I often ask myself, if I lived in the days of Jesus, which of these disciples would I be? Because let us ask ourselves, when were we first called Christians? In fact, if you read the Bible and the history of Christianity and how we were first called Christians in Antioch, it was not a badge of honor to be called a Christian. It was not a badge of honor. It was a statement that these individuals who follow somebody whom we do not respect, whose ideas we do not respect, then we embraced it. But do we question that as Christians when we are reading the Bible? Do we read the Bible? Many of us who make the claim that we are Christians are not good Bible readers, despite your best efforts and best intentions. I normally ask this test question to my audience rather lately, and I'll test it this morning to determine how effectively you read the Bible. When you read the book of Isaiah, chapter 6, it says that in the year that King Uzziah died, the Lord appeared unto Isaiah the son of Amos. Then I ask Christians, and who is King Uzziah? They do not know. They have never read about him in the Chronicles because they are satisfied with what they are preached to and about. Christians don't read the Bible. They read sections of the Bible. And one of the instruments that has now made Christians not read the Bible is social media. They Google a particular section. Your Grace, you'll see if you are from in the pulpit occasionally, most of your congregation are not looking at you when you are preaching the word. They are under the table. Many times you read the word and they are looking for it as if it never existed. That is the kind of Christians that we have today, claiming to be Christians. And if they claim to be Christians and you want them to rediscover mentorship from the Bible, how can they be mentored by something whose contents they do not know? I remember when we were baptized, we used to say, I reject the devil with all his works. I'm sure many of you remember that. That is not true. You never rejected the devil with all his works. Those were words that you just spoke on the spur of the moment. I remember one day when my little daughter was getting baptized. So we went for preparation for baptism at my church at the All Saints Cathedral. And the provost of the cathedral asked me, do you believe in child baptism? I said, I do not believe in child baptism. And he said, why are you bringing your child? I said, because I don't want you to give her trouble asking why were you not baptized. And we entered into a debate, and he asked me, why don't you believe in child baptism? I said, it has no biblical basis. Because if it had biblical basis, Christ would have been baptized as a child. That debate still lingers, and I'm quite certain some of you may not agree with me, but it has no biblical basis. As many as believed were baptized. Children cannot believe. They have no power of discerning. I'm still talking about rediscovering mentorship in the Bible. In this congregation, if I were to pick any one of you to recite for me the 10 commandments in the order in which they were given to Moses, I can assure you, and I'll not try it, I don't want to embarrass anybody. Out of 10, possibly only 2 would recite them in the order in which they were given. Because to you and me, 10 commandments have become 10 suggestions. 10 suggestions to be obeyed only when it is convenient. And yet, if we were to use the 10 commandments alone as the basis of governing our lives, we would need no other laws in the world. We would need no other laws in the world. But we do not look to the Bible. The Bible does not guide our lives. The Bible is a convenient thing that we make reference to when we want to cover our sins. It has become a moral fig leaf that we use to hide our nakedness. And I want to tell you that until and unless we change our ways, and it's a constant struggle for all of us, I now understand why Christ said how difficult it shall be to get into the kingdom of heaven. I do not know whether it's in Revelation where there is an attempt to say the number of people will get into heaven, and heaven is described. I used to think it was very small. I now know Not many people may get there. Not many people may get, despite our pretension to the contrary. It is in Matthew 24:24 where it is recorded that there shall arise many Christs and many prophets who shall work wonders, and inasmuch as it were possible, even the very...
Sorry, I think I've played that video. It is a long one and so informative. I'm afraid my powers, Mama Mary, my power has just gone off. I don't know when, if it will come. So I know in the next few minutes, even my internet will be off. The only advantage is that I was having a PC that can allow me to proceed for some 5 minutes. So in case you see me getting out, know that my power is off and my internet has also gone off. But that video, I've really learned a lot, not only religiously, but also the politics that we're having in Kenya. We are not being truthful. And the days are coming when currently we'll say that our churches were used to hoodwink us politically. We believe in those people who quote Bible verses, and to go to an extent that I normally feel hurt when I hear some people tell me that, Ruto alichaguliwa na Mungu. So I do ask myself, do these people really know who this God is? And somebody will tell you because Ruto goes to church each and every, ambia Raila alikataliwa na Mungu kwa sababu alisema atafunga kanisa na endangi kanisa. So that is the situation that we are in this country. And there is one thing that I like from what PLO Lumumba is saying. We need to have a questioning spirit. We need to question this government. So people like Charles who don't want to question the government will keep on agreeing in everything. You are right. The government is not doing you any favor. So don't tell us the government is trying. The government should not be there to try. If it was a matter of trying, then anybody else could just be in that office. The government is not trying. The government should perform. It's so sad that even our religious bodies and our religious institutions are getting compromised. So it is bad politics that is hurting the country. It's really sad. Mary, you can proceed.
Leo, it's very sickening when you watch such kind of a video and you hear Lumumba, what he's saying. It's exactly the truth. Exactly the truth. I want you go back and remember there is this lady called Wamurada. Wamurada had a video whereby they had gone somewhere for celebration, and this lady took a cake, and this cake was like it was breaking into fragments, and she stood at the podium, the platform, and started throwing these fragments to people like this, like chicken. And people even described that those people from that area, they were fed like chicken. And this is a lady who was very, famous on advising people, telling them how to care for their family or for their home. It was shocking to see such kind of a behavior. And she is one of the member of the government that is on now, currently. When you look these kind of actions, and you come to find that that's such kind of a person who was respected to according to her talk show, and then she come and do such kind of silly things in front of people, grown-up people, throwing cakes to them, like throwing maize to chicken. You wonder, and it was taken on video and sent to people. You wonder what kind of, you see the trend of this government, the way it is. It's built up of people who have no mind, who have no behavior, who have no decency. The only decency they have is when they sit somewhere to talk to you to get what they want, money. And they have got very good sweet mouth to make you fall prey. Western countries, when they happen to have election, they do election is over, and everything is concluded, and people, whatever they will say, whether they mama our person won or whatever, when it is over, it's over. People back to work. And in fact, they go to work. You'll never hear somebody talking things like what happened. That is over. Because they are time conscious. And their residents are waiting for them to come and start working and doing the right thing at the right time. And those are the people who are looking to find Kenya go down. Trying to dress us in a different dress, which is not like theirs. But they want us wear what they have for us. It's not even our size, but we have to wear it. It's so damaging. What am I saying? I'm saying when Trump spoke and used those nasty words, nasty names to Africa, I think people ought to have sat down and think about themselves. And that is the time people would have realized this is how much we are hated. This is how much we are unmanageable. We cannot manage even our own country. That is why these words, these names we are being called. We cannot help ourselves. I'm saying this because Africa, or Kenya being one of the African countries, they have tried to imitate or to listen to be told what to do to his own people, instead governing their own people in the right way. But you will not see somebody coming from Africa going to those Western countries to tell them this is what you do. Even they can't dare. When they come here, they go wherever Western country, they coil their tail. They are commanded. And why are they commanded? Because they have nothing in their mind, in their brain, unless they are told. That is how weak or how we can't manage ourselves. And I pity, because you'll see Kenya people will see president like a very big person who cannot be questioned. It's something that really, really people need to think. That's a human being. But there are places where he can go and he cannot say anything. He can't misbehave. He will be told what to do, like a small boy. But when he comes back, people start seeing like it's I don't know. I don't want to say it's a king, because even a king is a human being. That's how bad Africa is. Because they don't think, what should I do for my country so that we are not being insulted? We are seen like we are able. We are seen that we can manage ourselves. That is where we are. We cannot manage ourselves unless we are told, and unless we are given somebody to govern our country. We cannot manage ourselves. It's so bad. Really bad. Come to think, people, how much they worked so hard for the longest, waiting for this election to come. And when election came, they get what they were not getting. And when they took their case, whereby it should be listened, that's another critical place. It's like a death row Kenyans were put on, because it was final. And they won't say anything. It's only that they are going to present and be misrepresented. They went there before, so that even if there is a case to answer, it's nothing. Kenyans were bold and put away. Anybody in a Western country who try to do any fraud of such kind will be dealt with perpendicularly. But because we are who we are, people who don't care what comes, they can use money to penetrate so that they can achieve their goal. And so that once they get there, they punish the people who did not, if they suspect you did not listen to them or vote for them. That's how we are. It's very shocking and very shameful and very sad that you would punish me because I did not vote for you, or I did not listen to you, because you are in power. Then you are not my president, and you are not a president of that country. And then I will look like a refugee in my country. And people start looking to where to go so that they can have peace of mind, at least. Is that how our country should look like? No. Whoever won is a president of everybody. It's not for a particular side. And when I look at other countries, when they have done their election, there is nobody who stands and say this is Republican, this is Democrat, and then they start kind of war. No, they go back to work, and they don't get more than what they get from their salary. They don't fraud anything. They don't own properties. Even if they own properties, really, it is from the money they get, the salary from their pocket. That is what they use to extend their riches or any other business, but not about the country. The country is left to run by itself with the economy and income of it, and being shared accordingly. Poor people are taken care of. And that is how the country should be run. But it cannot be the difference between the rich. It's like one-story house and others are walking down there. It's a shame. I know there are those people who keep on trying to put their words the way they want, but we are here to tell Kenyans, as we are Kenyans too, we are on the wrong track and we are in the wrong hands because they don't care. All those people, if you peruse their characters and their behavior and their background, they are people who belong to jail. They don't belong to the government at all, but they are the one ruling. So Kenyans, what are you expecting? How can you be ruled by criminals? I hope Kenyans, you are not going to be assimilated. Let's be honest to each other and let's take care of each other and we'll prevail. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you, Kenyan Kerubo. I think you've really talked, and that person who is listening should keenly listen and know where we are as a country. We are really not at a good situation, and if we don't raise our voice, the driver is going to drive us to a weird direction. The moment we'll come to realize we'll have lost the direction and reverting back will not be easy. So the earlier we raise the voice, the better. Even in transport, there is that thing they used to say, toa sauti. So this is the right time that we need to toa sauti and tell the driver that the route you're taking is not the right route. We don't need to live in fear and in denial like some of us are doing. And most of the leaders, the elected leaders that we are having, they fear William Ruto. They've formed a praise and worship team whereby what Ruto says becomes a law. What Ruto says is final. No one wants to go against him, to an extent that even Gachagua is now volunteering to make the Mount Kenyan elders crown Ruto as the Mount Kenyan kingpin. So that is the kind of desperation that we are having. Nobody is bold enough to tell the boss that, you see, you are creating enemies. When you hurt the basic needs, when you touch on the livelihood, even during crisis, the first humanitarian assistance that is normally given is normally they rush or they run to sort out the food security. But if the first thing that you run to interfere with is the food security, that obviously shows you are creating enemies. We've not even gone to Mama Mbogas who are promised a government. A majority of people thought that it will be the government of Mama Mboga. Majority hoped that for the first time they are going to hear the names of the unknown from Vibandas being announced or being given positions at the CS to represent the borders. That one never happened. It was the same rich people who are telling you they were against creating positions. They're the ones who went ahead to create positions for themselves. They went ahead to reward themselves. They went ahead to drop their cases, while the common mwananchi, the common hustler, are on the losing end. So far, the benefits of the positive things that Ruto have done hasn't benefited the hustler. The jobs you've created have benefited the billionaires like Musalia Mudavadi, while the jobs that were benefiting Mama Mboga and mtu wa boda boda like the kazi mtaani has been scrapped off. The freedom they preached have benefited Mama Wamboi, have benefited Aisha Joma, have benefited the tycoon, the owner of the African Spirit, while the poor who was arrested maybe for a simple traffic offense of not having traffic lights, or maybe not having the floodlights, have not been released. They are in jail serving their terms. So this government wasn't meant for the hustlers. This government was meant to revenge, to reward politicians, and to destroy all that Uhuru did for the benefit of Kenyans and for the future growth and development of Kenyans. We are yet to see something worth celebrating. And if somebody feels that there's something that we need to celebrate, we welcome you to come and just do us some favor. Tell us that thing. We will celebrate it. We will surely celebrate it. I can see Mwanambali. Maybe Mwanambali, as the name suggests, I've seen far. Let's get to here. He can help us also see far. Mwanambali, karibu. Habari ya asubuhi.
Can you hear me?
I can comfortably hear you. Take it on.
Asante sana. This is my second time on the show. This is my code name, Mwanambali, because Mwanatembei huwa ananisaidia kuona mbali. And when I say that, I don't know if you were raised up in our generation, but Kenyan Kerubo would understand. There was a song that we used to sing, Sasa naweza kuona mbali kwa Roho Mtakatifu wa Yesu. You know, I'm sure there are a few folks here who would be able to relate with that song back in the 80s. Yeah. When many of us were in between standard 5 and standard 8, when we used to go through a lot of, So the reason why I put Mwanambali is because of that song. Sasa naweza kuona mbali sababu ya Roho Mtakatifu, yeah, but has nothing to do with religion or nothing. Yeah, I love you guys. Now, this channel, I just want to comment. I am a man of few words. I just want to comment on this channel. This channel has been very, very precious to many people. Yeah. I want to give you compliments. You guys, you're entrepreneurs, first of all. You have done great work. I saw you during the Innovation Week, and I want to give compliments even to the CEO, Mtembei himself. He has walked a long journey. And I want to encourage even those people who are in the diaspora that never, ever give up. Yeah, that's my message. I don't have a lot to say in this channel. But given that, let me see, what is it? Can Ruto wrestle Western Kenya from Raila Odinga? Now, that's a big question. That's a big question because I'm a Raila follower. I love Raila. I've met him. Yeah. Ruto is a powerful force to reckon with. Yeah. I would not underestimate Ruto, even in 2027. Yeah. DP Gachagua is just playing games. You know, I don't understand why he would go and do shenanigans on river. You see, I'm a Kikuyu, I'm a deep Kikuyu. I would not understand why he would go and do shenanigans on River Chania. First of all, he was trying to as I spoke here, as I alluded yesterday, is just trying to create a drama with the Kiambu mafia. Yeah. So let's not even talk about that. Yeah. Secondly, Uhuru did a lot for this country, and I'm glad he's very quiet. He's just watching from the side. Yeah. Uhuru is very smart. He's a leader. He's the kingpin. You see, a kingpin is never recognized. King David in the Bible was a kingpin. Yeah. Not even King Solomon was a kingpin. King David was a kingpin because he never got recognized. So you never say that you're a kingpin. And I hope he's listening to me. You never glorify yourself. You wait until you're glorified. Yeah. Mudavadi can be a kingpin of Mlembe Nation. I've met Mudavadi in New York. I've met him all over the place. I don't live in America, but he's a humble guy. Yeah. He's a very, very humble guy. But I don't want, you see, not all Kikuyu subscribe to this Gachagua thing. Yeah. We Kikuyus, of course, we are united, but we have our own internal differences. Yeah. We have our own internal differences with respect to, you know, Gachagua, when he was he said that he's going to do his prayers, he's going to go and say a prayer at Chania River. That was very significant because he's trying to mock Uhuru. He's telling Kiambu people, we've crossed the river. I don't mean to expose Kikuyu secrets here. Yeah. But this is deep. Yeah. You just don't say that you're going to pray at Chania River. He's trying to mock Kiambu people. Yeah. And the rest of Mount Kenya doesn't matter. The Merus, the Embus, the Camp, whoever is across the river. You know? It's so deep you don't even understand. But anyway, that's enough of me. I don't want to say too much. But I love you guys. I love the show.
Thank you very much, Mwanambali. Truly, from your few words, one can conclude it is true. Umeona mbali. You know, there are some things that happen, but they are hidden. It takes some deep intervention for you to be able to know things behind it. And of late, if you've been following the Kenyan politics and the politicians, whatever they are doing is really hidden from their meetings and the so-called shadow homecoming. Like there's one that is going to happen in my county, Siaya. I think it is weekend. There was this Twitter liberator called Miguna, who came and he wanted to liberate his fellow Luos, but when he realized that the first thing he needed to do, because you know you can't liberate Luos from Raila, it is Raila who needs.
By the way, his office is right next to me. It's like less than 5 minutes walk. What do you want me to tell him?
No, he is already back in the country. He sneaked back in the country just to go and attend the homecoming.
I will go and sleep. I will go and sleep a note under his door.
Yeah. So we can tell him that maybe when he comes back, he can carry you some omena and some bota. So he sneaked back to the country. So that one tells you that there's a lot, and the Kenya Kwanza government are not giving service to the citizens a priority. Their priority is building some political empire and some political dynasties, something that they really campaigned against. And it is true what you've alluded in central Kenya. Gachagua is trying to say that, you see, this leadership can pass a River Chania. I know such sentiments are always there, that the leadership was not supposed to, or it was not expected to pass River Chania. And that jinx was broken by Kibaki when he became the president in 2002, and people could see the instruments of power crossing River Chania, going the other side. So he's playing some tribal league or some tribal politics, which is not doing anything good for the national government. So it is high time that they get back and realize that they were elected not for a show, they were not elected to show how strongly they can defend their communities or their tribes, but they were elected fraudulently to stand and defend the constitution of Kenya and the people of Kenya. So most of their sentiments, or most of his sentiments, are normally against the constitution, like claiming to have power over the counties and the county governors is really reckless and unconstitutional sentiment. So we will forgive them, but we won't allow them to abuse us that much. We'll have to stop them before the abuse becomes severe. So let me welcome Mtongoria. Mtongoria, habari asubuhi.
Kama sana leo Nyambaya. It has been a while since nichangie kwa hii mjadala yenu, na naona the topic of the day, if I can check well, it's whether the President William Ruto can wrestle Raila Odinga achukue hiyo ngoma ya Western. Now,
Exactly.
Yeah, Nyambaya, if you can recall, for the last tuseme 3 elections apart from here 2022, Western imekuwa ngome ya Raila for a very long time. True or false?
Really true. It has
true,
been
yeah.
For the last 3 elections, and those people who've run against him have really found it rough, apart from the Bukusu. And the Bukusu politics is normally complicated. There is some, I think they normally tend not to agree with the Wanga or something like that. So historically, theirs is usually complicated. It's normally not a surprise.
But apparently there has never been a battlefield between Raila and other competitors. They have always voted in for Raila Odinga. They have always voted for Raila Odinga. But during the these last year's election, at least we noted that William Ruto got a lot of votes from that region. Unlike other years, so if you compare what Uhuru Kenyatta got and what Mwai Kibaki got from Western, now you cannot compare that from what William Ruto got from Western. So you asking whether Ruto can grab Western from Raila Odinga, it's an obvious yes. Now that Akina Musalia and Akina Wetangula are in government, it will be so easy for Ruto to grab the Western vote from Raila Odinga. It will be so easy. Then there was this other question about Gachagua. So you are getting this mentality that Gachagua is being played. You know, politics is politics. Ukiangalia the DG wa Nairobi is Mushiri. Mushiri is a great friend of mine. Mushiri was campaigning in Nyandarua, was vying for governor in Nyandarua, and we regularly talk with him. And I can tell you, hii mambo ya Gachagua na Sakaja ni side shows. Utaona Sakaja ameitwa kwa office of the deputy president, wameongea, washikane mkono, waseme tumesuluhisha hiyo mambo. If you listen to what Sakaja was saying today, alisema that Gachagua should call me to his office, we talk, not talking to me in public. Those people are going to talk and they are going to solve those issues. Let me tell you one thing, the host, for the next 10 years, itabidi umekubali that William Ruto will be the president. That one I can guarantee. It's time we accept that he is the president and support the government of the day. You know, if you don't support the government of the day, you'll utaumia for 10 years trying to criticize nothing. Another thing, when you get a wife we say that you get married you get a wife today. You have to give her time to get a child. You cannot get a child the next month or after 3 months. You have to give her a year, 1 year and a half, so that you can get the first child. So we must give this government some time to put up the infrastructure, to put up the framework, a sustainable framework, ili tuanze kuona mazao. We cannot start criticizing the government from day one. What are we criticizing from day one? They have
Just a
not had
minute,
enough time to put up
Tongoria.
the government.
Sorry, I didn't intend to interrupt you. But what is happening, we are not just a point of correction or a point of information. Nobody is criticizing the government for the entire term or for 5 years. What people are discussing is specific on 100 days in office. And you will have to agree with me that the president, William Ruto, in his manifesto, he clearly separated the entire work that he will do in 5 years and what he was going to do as immediate intervention within the 100 years. Number two, you will also have to agree with me that Ruto became the president, whether it is in contention how he found himself as the president, but he became the president when he was the sitting deputy president for 10 years. So he already knew how the government runs. He already knew the condition the government was in. And you'll remember even to the last weeks to election, he will still brag and tell you how he's receiving the intelligence information. So nothing came as a surprise. So when he was giving the promises for 100 days, he knew the economic situation. He knew that the promises he's giving, he was going to meet them within 100 days. So we are only marking or against the 100 days. Nobody has asked for 500,000 jobs. Nobody have asked for those kilometers, the thousands of kilometers a road. Nobody has asked for those, what we call stadiums. We are just asking for what was supposed to be done within 100 days. So as you're giving your presentation, take that one into consideration. So it is wrong to say that we are criticizing the government. We are just putting the government to a task. We're just comparing what is in their 100-day manifesto, not the Azimio manifesto. We are using their manifesto to gauge them. So that is where I want you maybe to tune your explanation. Then maybe also, and lastly, to correct something, some lie that you've said concerning the Western vote. Ruto did not get more votes. What happened is that Bukusu or Bungoma voted, they're the ones who voted majorly, but he did not get more votes as you are trying to claim. That one is wrong. If indeed there was a change in voting pattern, it happened in Central, where Raila got 800,000 votes from less than 100,000 votes that he'd been getting. So unless you want to tell me that Raila is taking over Central, if you are claiming that Ruto is taking the votes he got is making him take over Western, then you should also be able to tell me that Raila is taking over Central. So you can proceed.
There is a guy who has joined.
Just a point of order, please.
Yes.
Just a point of order. There's something you just mentioned because it's on record. You mentioned 100 years, not 100 days.
Oh, sorry. Oh, 100 days, not years. I make that correction for the sake of record. We are talking about 100 days.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Tongoria, you can proceed.
Bwanambali. Actually, the chair confirms that we might have the Kikuyu Kalenjin during this country for 100 years. It was not by a mistake. He knew what he was saying. Anyway, my point is, easy vitu za kusema in 100 days we are going to do this and this. We are not supposed to take those things seriously. They had rework in many governments. They had rework. Now we are just from COVID and Russia-Ukraine war. Things have changed. So you arguing that they have done nothing in 100 days, trust me, you are not being fair enough to them. So we should give them time and see what they can do. We should give them at least 3 years and see what they have for us. Now they are putting, actually they have not finished putting up the government. They are still working on fixing things, fixing people into the government so that they can start working. We should give them time. Anyway, I don't have much to talk, just to listen to your critics and all, but trust me, we should support the government of the day and see where they are going to take us. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mtongoi, but I want you to be sincere with yourself. When you talk about giving the government 3 years, that is lack of seriousness. 3 years to earn salaries. Look at the people you are telling me are organizing the government. This is a deputy president for the last 10 years. The second senior most government employee, the second senior most office in the country. Look at Mudavadi. Mudavadi have been a vice president during the Moi era. We are having the former speakers, somebody who served for 10 years as speaker. We are having senators like Wetangula who've been there for the last 30 years. We are having somebody who was the PA to the former president. No, can't we sometimes just get serious? You know, if we are not serious, then the government will also not be serious. I think there's no need of having a government that is not serious. There is no need. Even when you employ people, there's normally what is called a probation. You don't give a probation of 1 year. The probation is normally a maximum of 3 months to see if you can do it. But if you can't do it, then we do away with you. We get the right person who can do it. Who can employ you just to earn salaries unless you are in training? That is where we draw lines with those people who are supporting Kenya Kwanza.
Chairman, we are
they
drawing
think
lines.
the government is a serious institution that you cannot tell us that the government people are never serious within the first 100 days. That is the time you need to show cause what you are capable of doing.
No, I disagree with you. You say the government, we should treat a government as a very big institution. A country is a very big institution. Now, giving them 100 days to change things, are you even serious? 100 days. They just had the PSs just the other day. They are putting up.
We are not telling them to change.
You know,
they are not able to maintain it the way it was. It is worsening.
Okay. So you want to make me believe that if it was Raila Odinga's presidency, we would be receiving 6,000 per month by now?
Exactly.
From
we'll
where?
Be having subsidies still on. That 2 billion, that 2 billion that was evaded by that lady Wambui will be back in the treasury by now.
And what makes you believe so? Raila has been the prime minister. Raila was in Uhuru's government. You know, they have been working with Uhuru. Actually, Wetangula and Mudavadi have been working with Raila.
Those are street lies. Raila was a prime minister with Kibaki. You can account, you can see the thicker superhighway and everything. And
you go for the next 10 years, my friends. Let me tell you, you'll be wasting your time here trying to criticize nothing. Give William Ruto time to organize this country. We have been in a mess for a very long time. And the guy is determined. And trust me, you're going to support him till the end. I'm from Mount Kenya, and I can tell you, there is no fight between Gachagua and Ruto. And there is a time I told Akina Stone PK here that our kingpin is Ruto, and they laughed me off here with the other guy Bernard. And I told them that UDA will win, and they were very bitter with me. Actually, they blocked me. I had to use another account, and I'm coming to tell you here. Wait for the next 10 years. You'll be trying to massage your ego here, trying to criticize nothing. Give these people some time to organize this country. Anyway,
Thank you. But I don't believe, I pray that majority of Kenyans don't have that kind of reasoning, because if we have that kind of reasoning, we will not have a country in the next 10 years that you're talking of. I'm glad that majority of Kenyans are reasoning differently, and that is why I can comfortably see some hope that in the near future such things will not happen.
Can I mention something?
Leo, let me ask you this question. What do you mean by the majority of Kenyans? Majority of those who voted, right? And majority voted for William Ruto. So majority of Kenyans want to give this government some time. Majority of us who voted for this
Okay,
government.
before you just
minority,
continue,
you are the minority
we are having
because you
20
voted for the
million
other
registered
candidate who
voters.
lost.
How many voted for Ruto? We are having 20 million voters. How many voted for Ruto? We want to see, even at grade 4 will be able to tell who is majority. We are having 20 million voters. If you add even the Venezuelan voters, he had 7 million. So 7 out of 20. Which one is majority?
This is the
Chair, may I
argument.
raise
Those
my
who
hand,
never
please?
voted do not have
May I raise
interest.
my hand, please?
All right. Let us have some order. Let us have some order. There is some hand that is raised. Please.
Where this is the question I've been following for a long time. Finally, mtu amekuja ameisema. Leo, unajua tu umeanza kucheka. That is what has brought me back. Leo, you need to give me this one. I'm so sorry. Hata sijakuja kama MD ama nini. Nimekuja leo. I heard that one. Your number.
My point of order, we are Kenyans. We are not UDA. We are not Azimio.
No, kuna namba natafuta. Tafadhali, Leo, haki na watu.
All right, Kenyan with the live, you can proceed. I give you that 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Ni Mutongoria, you came with a number. You started talking about Western. How much did what was the number for Western?
Sorry, if I can recall, I guess Ruto got around 150,000 from Kakamega. I can't recall for Bugoma. And Raila had 300 and something.
Okay, good. Ebu endeleeni, wacha, let me take a biro. Nani, Mr. Chair, endelea, cause hii unajua hii question nimekuwa nikiitafuta for a long time. Endelea, wacha nichukue biro. Hapa tunacheza, nachukua mpaka calculator.
Thank you. As Don PK, let me give you an opportunity to say something.
Let me just say Jambo first, and then as I listen to some of these, this is very interesting conversation. Let me continue listening. Then I'll raise my hand.
Some hand that was raised by Monambali. Do you still want to maybe intervene? Okay. Kenyan Kirubo, I can see you're looking in a manner suggesting that you have some burning issues. You can proceed. You can proceed.
I can only say I'm shocked to some comments people make here, and actually even they don't want to show their face, because what they are saying, it's something that is, they're just cooking and they're just thinking we're just here to joke around or just say anything. The government itself is the one who said all what we are saying, what they have not done. We are not the one saying what they should do. It's what they said they're going to do, and they have not done it for this long. So for the Mutongoria to say that we give them time, they have said we give them time. They were given time to which they had declared 100 days, they will be done with their manifesto or what they were saying they're going to do for the people. Now, when you come here and start jumping and telling us that they are going to rule even for 10 years, is that what we are talking about here? We want reality and we want seriousness, not arguments. The arguments that will take us nowhere. We want to hear from them what they are intending to do and when. And time is past. They haven't done anything. Msituongeleshe kama sisi ni watoto. Sisi ni watu ambao wanajua vile tunasema. Na kama wao hawajui vile wanasema, that is why we don't understand them. They cannot keep us telling, passing all the time. Wacha kesho kutwa, mtondogo. Be serious. Hata nyinyi saa ile mnakuja hapa, ni mchezo tu. And that is why you're hiding your face. Because maybe you are laughing wherever you are.
Kenyan Kirubo, just a minute. I've gotten the numbers that Mato is looking for the calculator, so I'll save you that time. If you allow me, only 2 minutes.
Thank
you. Mato.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, let me give you the numbers in the western counties. I'll just read for you per county. Just 2 minutes. I'll start with Kakamega County. The registered voters there are 844,709. Raila got 357,857. While Ruto got 141,166.
Thank you. Hold on. Slowly. Hold on. Let me change my paper. So that was what? So okay, just give me the percentage.
Okay, percentage Kakamega Raila had 71.04%.
71.0%. Okay.
Yeah, Ruto had 28%.
28.
Vihiga.
Uh-huh.
Raila 62%. That is Mudavadi's county.
Yeah.
Raila 62. Ruto 36.
Okay.
Bungoma. Raila 35.8.
Raila 35.
35.8, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Ruto 63. That is where he won. Only that.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Busia. Raila 81. Ruto 17. I think that is the western, unless there's any other part of western that you want.
Kuna ingine.
You want Trans Nzoia?
I mean, no. Tulikuwa tunaongea western because hizi ni numbers nimekuwa nikiambia watu waziangalie na people
even Trans Nzoia, which is Rift Valley. Even Trans Nzoia, which is Rift Valley and Western, Raila had 52 and Ruto had 46. Raila had 52 in Trans Nzoia. And Ruto 46.
46.
Yeah, so I think I've given you the information.
Thank you. Because I was looking for it and I can't find my calculator. I did this. I mean, I didn't do it. We were sitting here the day of election. Ask Stone PK. We sat here. We celebrated because we knew the numbers. And this is the proof. And when I heard this guy talking about his own numbers, the Western. So with those numbers, if I can just find my calculator. Huyu jamaa, hizo numbers zote I think amesikia. I hope ameandika. Aniambie Ruto alishinda wapi Western?
Bwana, who is this? This is Kenyan with love, eh?
Yeah, the guy never won anywhere. There's no county that you can tell me you just had the numbers. Those are the numbers.
Bungoma. Bungoma, he got
Leo,
63% compared to
Bungoma
Raila,
alipata?
that 5 actually.
Leo, Bungoma alipata?
For the
Bungoma
sake of
alipata,
moving on, Bungoma I got 81, Mato. Let's move on. We are getting tired with some of this nonsense from Nene. We are serious people on the panel.
Yeah, the
Just
numbers don't add up. And Stone PK, the problem that I have with these people is that the numbers
Bungoma
don't
is
add up.
63.
Yeah, that's the 63. He got 63. That's the only part.
That is the
And
only place
and
he got.
what's the population in Bungoma? When you do the math and you look at everything, the guy really got 35% of Kenyan votes. And these guys are here telling us nonsense. Total nonsense.
Bungoma, we are
You know,
having
when you look
600,000 registered voters. Not all of them voted. There's 600,000, okay?
right.
And the ones he got were 255,000.
Look, it's total nonsense when these people come out here and try to tell us. I don't know. I just don't understand it. Leo, sorry, Mr. Chair. I am so sorry. It's just because this guy came, and right now we've already demystified him that Ruto never won anything in Western. And I can tell you everywhere because we have the numbers. My friend, usikuja hapa kutudanganya. Hii channel iko na watu wenye wanafanya research. When you come here, do your research first. Hiyo ndio kitu imenifanya nikaingia.
And it's okay. It's Bungoma not in Western.
It is in Western, but what you've just been told the numbers.
Let me read you the figures. The total number of votes.
Talk of Bungoma, don't talk of Western. That is what you are being told.
The initial argument was, can Dr. Ruto wrestle Western Kenya from Raila Odinga? And my point was, he got many votes compared to what Uhuru and Kibaki got from Western. That was the argument.
Yeah, but he never hit a 70%. He never hit a 70%.
Look at what Kibaki got in 202. Kibaki got the votes, almost all the parts of Western with Wamalwa, who was the deputy. So that is also a lie.
I'm talking the second term of Kibaki. Just check the figures. No, the first term.
No, the second term is messed up. The second term was that hiyo ndo alikuwa akiapishana usiku. The second term, that was also cooked. The first term, that was real. That was 202. 207 was the second term, which was cooked, and alijiapisha kwa State House for the first time in our country since independence. Alijiapisha usiku. So let's not talk about the second term. We know what happened, and that is what Ruto pulled on this time. And when you started talking about numbers, dude, I live my life numbers. When you started talking numbers, that's why. And Leo, thank you so much for pulling that, because I couldn't pull it because I'm using my my phone. I have all that data that we did at your time. Ile kitu imenivuta hapa hivi haraka haraka ni hiyo kitu huu ameanza kuongea numbers, because I've been asking people, where did Ruto get his numbers from? Ruto never got any numbers. You go to Western, you go to Central, you go to Eastern, you go to Coast, you go to Nairobi, Northeastern, Eastern yetu, hata hiyo Rift Valley akuvuta, hakuna kitu alipata. And most of these people that come over here talk about Ruto, they will never answer you where he got his numbers numbers from. Unaona mwingine amekuja. The only numbers Ruto alipata was the few that he got in Central and the few that he got in Rift Valley. Ukiuliza mtu mwingine everywhere else there was nothing. Sasa now, unfortunately or fortunately, Maraga, not Maraga, Kipara Gashieda is leaving office next week on Tuesday with his minions. I don't understand kama bado tutaweza kumvuta tukuje tumuulize alitoa hizi namba zake alikuwa anapea Ruto, alitoa wapi? On Tuesday next week he'll be out of office na watu wake. Hiyo ndio sijui, lakini when it comes to numbers, please don't dare us. Tulikuwa kwa hii kitu, we paid, we searched.
Let me read you this. The total number of votes zenye Kenya Kwanza walipata Western. The Prime Minister gathered 955,185 votes. The total number of votes zenye alichaguliwa nazo Western. Ruto got 611,475. Unauliza kura alitoa wapi na hizo ni kura?
Okay, sawa. Hata tuseme tu hiyo namba yako yenye umesema. Ni vizuri sana umeisema. Umesema ya Raila alipata?
Raila alipata 955,185.
Aha, Ruto
611,475 from Western.
So alishindwa Western.
Alishindwa Western, of course. And the question was,
okay, niambie mahali pengine. Okay, niambie kule. Okay. No. Tucheze fair hapa hivi. So Western already tunajua Raila alishinda, si ndio? Okay, unataka kucheza wapi pengine?
You said hakupata Central Province?
No, tucheze hata Central.
Let me put out that one for you. Just a minute.
So Western ilishaenda already.
Western imeenda, of course, na hatuja argue haijaenda, because I was answering. Get this, nani Kenyan, eh? I was answering this question. Whether Ruto can wrestle
Eastern, okay, tukubaliane Eastern pia imeenda, si ndio?
No, listen.
Si lazima tuangalie Eastern. Already tulileta Wakamba na nini, tulileta full. So tukubaliane Eastern pia imeenda.
Mimi niliingilia topic. Initial topic ilikuwa.
No, tuongee vizuri. Hii ni swali nimekuwa nikiuliza. So unakubali Western na Eastern is gone?
Of course it's gone.
Okay, tunakubaliana Nairobi is gone.
The margin was small in Nairobi.
Lakini tunakubaliana it's gone.
It's gone, yes, it's gone, but the margin was small.
Tunakubaliana Coast is gone.
It's gone. The margin was also not that big compared to other elections.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hizo ni 4. Tumebakisha 3. Haya. Nini ingine unataka tuongee juu yake? Which other one? Northeastern. Northeastern tunakubali imeenda.
Very small margin. Hizo zilikuwa very small.
Wait. Lakini tunakubaliana imeenda hata kama ni small. Northeastern tunakubaliana imeenda.
Imeenda.
Northeastern pia imeenda, si ndio?
It's okay, imeenda.
Okay. Haya. Twende, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, tumebakisha 2. So imebaki sasa
Central and Rift Valley.
Imebaki Central na Rift Valley.
Where the margin was very big.
Sasa cause wewe ndio unajua, tupatie namba za Central na Rift Valley.
Give me a minute, I put those numbers. Just a minute.
Okay.
And you can proceed with the topic as I get the numbers. I want to give you the real numbers.
Yeah, get us the numbers for Central and Rift Valley, because hizo ndo 2 zimebaki. Hizo zingine zimeenda, hizo 2 tu ndo zimebaki. Tupatie the numbers zenye mulisema mko nazo. Na ukituambia utuambie pia population. You know sometimes don't play with math. The numbers don't lie. The man lost hands down. And that's the reason, Stone PK, I'm sorry. That's the reason I've been asking here. Alishinda wapi? And they can never say it.
Mato wachupatiwe numbers. Wacha haraka. Unapewa numbers.
Wewe mzalendo, wewe tulia bwana. Kuna watu
Mato, please,
yeah.
We've been warned. We've been cautioned. Hapa tuna behave ni kama tunauza nyungu. This is a very respectable channel. And we will start throwing people away, because raise your hand and whatever. To behave kama kiosk bana. Tumeambiwa we are doing bad when everyone just anafungua mic unaongea. It's not fair, and we all know the rules. Just even if it's banning, just raise your hand and you'll be told to say whatever that is banning. I think that order would be good. Mato, I know this is hot, and we know UDA cannot give its own nonsense. but just give them time. Let them give the numbers. It's garbage. You know, there are no numbers. Ruto has no numbers. Hizo wanasema za kuwin. Unaambua small margin, but what you do, let him come, baby, come, and then you are able to respond. Don't, I mean, whatever. That's the most interesting thing, and it is coming. This case has not ended. This is what UDA people don't know. They are just sitting there kama nyungu huko State House. They think Kenyans are fools. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be serious issue here. You don't fool Kenyans like that. Nobody can. Hata Chebukati ukimwambia kae chini aseme hizi numbers, it's garbage. You'll give you nonsense, pure rubbish. So let this guy give you the numbers he has. Yeah.
Just give me a minute. I'm trying to get the real numbers. I'll give you the real numbers across the 8
We have them, but we want you to give yours. I have them here. They are all over. Go to whatever, the cooked ones. And remember, that's why we want you to give it. Remember, they are cooked, but we have the real numbers. Yeah.
Now, Stone, what do you mean they are cooked? You people went to court and you never proved that they are cooked.
That court is nonsense. We don't want to hear about the court. Give us the numbers. Hiyo ni ujinga Mkenya kuongea juu ya court Kenya hii at Supreme. That's nonsense.
So when the last time that the court ruled in your favor, haikuwa nonsense. Now it never ruled in your favor.
It was not nonsense, bro. Just give us numbers. Start to engage your dialogue.
You are the one who started it, Stone. Come on. You are the one who
started
it.
Don't answer me. Wewe unatafuta numbers, bwana.
Proceed with your topic as I get the real numbers. I want to get the actual numbers.
Yeah.
Just proceed with the topic. Then once I get the all the numbers, then coming back. I'll just mute, then come back.
Sawa. Good luck. Okay, Leah, take
you need numbers, I give you.
No, Leah, goja. Wacha ama utoe confirm kama ni hizo. You know, UDA.
I have the numbers.
Leo simpatie, wacha atupe. Please.
For the sake of saving time, if Leo gives na Mtongoria
says which area do you need?
Central.
Central. Imebaki Central na Rift Valley.
Yes.
Okay. I'll start from Kiambu, okay?
Go ahead.
Kiambu, Raila got 25%, Ruto 73%, and the 25% for Raila is equivalent to 210,580. Then Ruto got 606,000. Registered voters are 1.2 million.
Yeah, I got it. Now I have that one.
Muranga, Raila got 17, Ruto 81.
17%.
17%, eh?
Yeah.
Which is just equivalent to 73,000. Ruto had 343. Registered voters are 620,000. Eh? Kirinyaga, Raila 14.5, Ruto 84.7. And this 84.7 is equivalent to 220,000 votes. And 14 is 37,909 votes. Nyeri County kwa Gachagua, Raila 15.9%, Ruto 83%. And the 83%, in fact, in Nyeri, half of them are the ones who voted because the registered voters are 482,000. And the only Ruto got 272 and Raila got 52. So it's like the turnout was really low there. Nyandarua, Raila 20.4, Ruto 78.6. The same thing happened in Nyandarua. 361,000 registered voters, only 189,000 voted for Ruto and 49,000 voting for Raila.
Wow, that's like 20%.
Yeah. Let me talk of the eastern, not the eastern, but the Meru part. Embu County, Raila got 14%, Ruto 85. The same thing happening, Ruto getting 187,000, Raila 31,000, total voters 334,000. Low turnout. Tarakaniti, Raila got 9%, Ruto 89%. And to make it funny, 89% was 145,000 and the 9% was 15,000.
I'm going to challenge you, Chair, on that, on those statistics.
Yeah.
How credible are they?
Oh, maybe if I would have gotten your WhatsApp number, I will send it. This one is from Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. It is the one signed by
That's
Wafula
exactly what I was
Chebukati.
checking. I have the
Yeah.
figures, yeah. I can confirm that.
And those people who are in Mutembei WhatsApp, I think I've shared it there. You can open it.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Or if maybe I look at, I was in Tarakanisi, I've talked a bit.
Umeshia kwa debate. Kwa debate, debate ama Raila Sons and Daughters? Debate.
Sorry?
Umeshia kwa debate team?
No, nimeshare kwa, how do you call it? WhatsApp group, the Mutembei.
Okay.
Admins, Meru County, Raila got 20.47%, Ruto 78.77%, and Meru is having a registered voter of 772,573. Raila got 103,679, with Ruto getting 398,946, around 400. So it means like 20%, like 200,000 people did not vote. I think that is helpful.
You can check for Embu.
For Embu?
Yeah.
14% and 85%.
Indeed. Or you had checked that in Laikipia?
So for Central should be at least 1.7 combined.
Yeah, Laikipia is in Rift Valley, right?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yes. Laikipia is in between.
Laikipia, I've gotten it. Laikipia County, Raila got 28.9%. That is 28.93. Ruto 70.46.
There's a good Canadian writer. He's called Malcolm Gladwell. Yeah, in his book, there's a book he wrote, and he talked about attribution error. Maybe you should Google attribution error. I don't know what that means, but maybe it might have some meaning into those figures. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a mathematician. But I think there's an attribution error. But nonetheless, but I think Stone PK is too smart for me.
Mr. Chair, but anyway, the way you were, even when you the whole thing of Central comes to about 1.56 something right there. When you look at the numbers, right? It comes to about 1.56. I mean, take your calculator. 1.5 to 1.7.
Let me do the math. Once I do the math, I'll give you the actual figures. I was just checking per county. Now I want to check the entire province. I'll give you that figure.
And remember, those are IBZ numbers. We know the real numbers, but that's okay. We can work with that. Aya, nani, Mr. Chair, unaweza tufanyia ya Rift Valley?
I'll do. Let me start Rift Valley. I'll start from Turkana, yeah, which is part of Rift Valley, right?
I have a point of order before you proceed.
Yeah.
The gentlemen who are on the curtain or behind the curtain, have they gotten some clearance or ever? Because we are being asked, well, what's happening today? You know the rules of behind the curtains and all that.
Your video should be on, huh?
Yeah. Unless there's a serious issue which would be expressly communicated.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, Turkana, Odinga Raila 66.97%. That is 96,117 votes. Ruto 32.5, which is 46,696. So that is the Rift Valley. I go to West Pokot. Raila 36.3, which is 63,092. Ruto 63.2, which is 109,944. Samburu Raila 59.33. That is 41,743. Then Ruto 40.2, which is 28,239. So far, Rival Raila won already in 2 counties. Trans Nzoia, I think I read it, but I'll repeat. Raila got 52.87. That is 132,440. Then Ruto got 116,776, which is equivalent to 46.61. Uasin Gishu kwa Ruto mwenyewe. Oh, I didn't know that Siaya has got more voters than Uasin Gishu. There are 506,000 voters, but 21% voted for Raila, 76,009. Then 77% voted for Ruto, that is his home county, 272,868. That's the percentage he scored in his home county, 77.9%. Elgeyo Marakwet. This is where Ruto was loved most. Raila got 2.9% with 4,893. Don't laugh because Ruto got 96%, and 96% there was equivalent to 160,000 votes. That was a constituency somewhere. That is the Elgeyo Marakwet. Nandi County. Raila got 8% with 26,034. Ruto 91% with 280,813. Baringo. Raila 41,227, that is 18.9%. Ruto 175,170, 80.6%. I think like KP I've already read. Nakuru County, Raila got 32.9, which was 226,052. Ruto got 66.4, which was 455.86. Narok, Raila 51.7 with 159,455. Ruto 148,310, giving you 48%. Kajiado, Raila 51.3, 158.556. Ruto 48, which is 148,449. Kericho, Raila 4%, which is 15,053. Ruto 95%, which is 318,861. Bomet, Raila 4.4%, 13,383. Ruto 95%, 285,428. So if you look at those counties in Rift Valley, it's like they shared. If we want to look at influence per county.
So, Mr. Chair, do you see my? I mean, these are not the right numbers. I mean, they're not the real numbers, because we do have
those
the
are
real
the
numbers.
IEBC numbers.
Yes, those are the IEBC numbers. But even after you look at that, when you total the whole sum, it still doesn't get to anywhere close to 5 million. True or false?
That is true.
It doesn't even get anywhere close to 5 million. And that's the IEBC numbers. We do have our numbers. We know he got 3.5. He was beaten hands down. But even when you bring these guys, Natusha, we already declared the other counties non-personal grata. The other counties, we declared that one, I mean, hata hawa wamekubali, it's done. Hizo zingine ni sawa. So he needed to get votes from these two. He never won. We have the real numbers. Actually, let me tell you, naona nani akiinua mkono, but I'll keep quiet because, Mr. Chair, you're sitting on that chair, and I understand that chair. But I'm sorry for going, for misbehaving. Ruto, and I want people to understand, Ruto never won anything this election. The real numbers talk of 3.5. That's all he got. Chebukati, and after next week itakuwa normal because on Tuesday, Chebukati is leaving office. And I hope the people that are going to be there just walking around on Tuesday next week with his minions is going to leave. I hope the other people can talk the truth because we have the truth. We just went through here one by one. The problem with Kenyans, don't go one by one and look at these things. You just follow. A lot of Kenyans really follow and listen what mtu amesema. We just went right here. Tumeifanya. And I want to hear mwenye alikuwa akisema Ruto alishinda, niambia alishindia wapi? Because this is a question that I've been asking for a long time. Because we did it.
Okay, Mato.
Huku peke yake.
Cut you short. I think maybe it's a point of order from Tongoria. And what you said, Kenyans don't follow, they don't question, they seek the truth. Before you came, I played a video here, though it was about the church and the Christianity, the video by PLO Lumumba, whereby he was saying that Kenyans, in his context, he was talking of the Christians, they get satisfied with that which they are told. They don't seek to know the truth. So that thing that Ruto tells you, or that thing that you are told qua streets, is what you believe is true. And I'm sure if Kenyans just decide to get to the fact, to know the truth, there's so many things, you'll be shocked. People will have to change their mind. But they don't want to learn. They don't want to get the truth. They are too busy. They are more occupied. And until they don't want to get the truth. Mtongoria, you can take it over, yeah?
Okay, thank you. I was calculating for Mount Kenya region, the 5 counties, that is Murang'a, Kiambu, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, and which other county? There is Kiambu, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Kirinyaga. Which other county?
Embu.
No, Embu is in Eastern, right? Nyeri, Nyandarua, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, and Kiambu, the 5 counties. And from the 5 counties, I can see Ruto got 1.73. Raila got 432,000. Now, if you do the maths, you add, we say Mount Kenya region, you add the other 3 counties, that is Meru. Ruto got 398,946 compared to Raila 103,679. Now that's a difference of around 295 votes, 295,000. That is in Meru only. Then Tharaka-Nithi.
But also remember the population of Kenya in general, not just those areas.
No, you are asking where Ruto won, and I was showing you where Ruto beat Raila. And my point was, when it comes to Central, the margin was big compared to maybe when we go to when we go to Kakamega, then you come back to Central. The difference in Central was big, and that's where Ruto beat Raila. That was the point. The difference.
Yeah, but see,
where...
my point. If you win with 150, and the whole thing is all about 400, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, Paul.
But
I'm a mathematician. Sorry.
We are counting those who voted, not those who never voted. Those who never voted had no interest in that election, so we cannot count on them. We are counting on.
No, but we're talking about the people that voted. We're talking about the people that went to vote.
There is a point of order from Stone PK. Just a minute before we proceed.
Chair, a point of order. Mato, please. Wewe si ni engineer bwana. Si umesema wewe ni mtu wa numbers. Don't encourage this kind of argument that somebody won here, margin ilikuwa kubwa, then you are bit that the margin in Central is what made Ruto win overall to Ruto. What kind of argument is that, Mato? This is an international TV banner to exhibit intellect. Let's exhibit, scientific things. Hizo tunafanya hata nursery school hawawezi argue hivyo. Yeah. They are saying Ruto won by 200,000 votes because Central voted for him and Rift Valley. Look at that kind of nonsense. Please, tusiende hiyo nini. Yeah? This figure issue is coming and Ruto sahi anajiharia because the revisiting is there. It's heavy. It's heavy from next week, guys. It is heavy. This is the last time in Kenya somebody will play around with figures. Take that to the bank, any bank you have in Kenya. It is the last time this country will set a record the way Maraga set a record. This I can give you for free. It is the last time in this country called Kenya when idiots will come playing around with numbers as if people never went to school. Chebukati will not leave. I can assure you. He will not run away with this garbage. And there is no garbage that people are selling to us about numbers. Mato, you've just done a very quick arithmetic here. These guys are telling you a lot of other things. Kuzunguka zunguka. Figures don't lie. Numbers don't lie. And these numbers are IBC. They are idiotic. They are doctored. And still they could not make it. Let's call it a spade a spade. These people went to school. Akina Mutongoria. But when you are in UDA, you start becoming an idiot. You enter UDA, you become a fool. You are being told that they can do nothing in 100 days. They are the ones who said 100 days will do 1, 2, 3, 4, not us. I mean, really. Sometimes let's move to a bit better debate. When I say a Stone PK Mato, nikija kwako the first 3 days, nita make sure kama unakunywanga chai bila sukari, utaanza kunywa chai na sukari.
Thank you, Stone PK. It is true. I just want maybe to echo your sentiments of the numbers issue. The other day I heard Wetangula said that Ruto won because of the votes from Bungoma. He said the difference was 250,000, and that 250,000 votes came from Bungoma. So that is how clueless we are. And people bought it, and they're saying, oh, it is because of Bungoma that Ruto became president. Does it mean Bungoma's vote never counted anywhere before? He said that the votes from Bungoma is the one that made difference. That is how he managed to convince people. And when you hear Raila telling you, you've heard the gospel of Chebukati, you've heard the gospel of Cherera, you've heard the gospel of who? But there is a gospel that is coming, the gospel of St. John. So that is what Stone PK is talking of. That gospel of John is the gospel that is going to determine where the country is going to move. And that is why these people are currently busy with the homecoming. They're coming to CI on Saturday. They're busy with the homecomings and praying, facing Mount Kenya, facing which river. It is not going to be easy. It is not going to be business as usual. Tongoria, maybe you can...
Thank you, Chair. Stone PK, I would advise you to stop being a tad. Calling me an idiot will not make Raila win.
I did not call
me an idiot will not make Raila win.
I did not call name. I did not call Mutongoria an idiot.
Become idiots when we start supporting UDA. So you're calling me an idiot, of which I'm not an idiot. I do respect you. I give you all respect. So you calling me an idiot shows how retarded you are. This was my point. My point was, if you compare what the difference of the margins compare, maybe let's maybe give an example of Kakamega. The difference between the number of votes that Raila got and those that Ruto got, the difference was small compared to when you come to where Ruto won. In Central, the difference was big, and that's how Ruto managed to beat Raila. Because
you're not looking at the population, though. You're not looking at the population, dude. You're not looking at the population, my brother. You're attacking Stone PK for no good reason. You're not looking at the population. The population of the people, or even the voters that actually voted. You hear 10%. When you hear 10%, and that's why I asked Mr. Chair to tell us what numbers are, and he did a very good job of that, to say, okay, what are we talking about 10%? I can be telling you 10% of 10 people, but I can also tell you 10% of 20 people. Listen, my friend, whether you like
Give
it
you
or
an
not.
example, like in Elgeyo Marakwet, the numbers are equivalent to one constituency called Alego Usonga in Siaya. So when he talks of that margin, then can you also tell him to compare the margin that was there in the Nyanza regions, that is the Kisii and the Luo Nyanza regions? Because if I look at the central is relying on, it doesn't make sense. Come to Rift Valley. Rift Valley, we found out that these guys were almost 50-50, including Ruto's own county, that is Uasin Gishu. So such explanations are not adding up. That is why we have to go by numbers. Numbers don't lie. Before Mato, maybe you continue, Kenyan Kerubo. Let us be gender sensitive also.
And Kerubo has to tell me where Kerubo, where did
And
it?
Mzalendo, you're next.
What
I'm not
language
forgetting
you
you.
are
I know.
today? She has to tell us what language she is today. You know, she promised to tell us every language that she goes. She said she was gonna go every language in Kenya.
Kerubo is
So
Kisii. That's Kisii.
Biore.
Biamono, mama.
Okay. I don't see why we should argue with these people, because they are very fixed on numbers. Remember, Ruto was talking about 50 billion. Big money, big numbers. They are all over UDA. So when they say their numbers, we better just keep quiet and let them say their numbers. Then they keep quiet. We continue with our motion, because these numbers will be always there, because that is their winning tactic, and it never won. When we took this case to court, we are winning. We were winning, and we knew we are winning. But things happened, and we are played up. So for now, we have to give them their time to say their figures and continue talking about their numbers. We are not interested, because we know the truth. And the truth is that even the server was not opened. So the reason being, we don't want to they don't want us to discover what happened. So we get away from that. Let's continue telling our Kenyan people that we understand this is not illegitimate. It's not legitimate government. It's not. We did so many things. Remember the Kim skit, which was reading numbers from that corner and this other corner, one number Kim skit, giving the same results. So these are all irregularities that would have made the court to rule otherwise. What else? Any one evidence in such a big, enormous case, this irregularity would have made sense, and they would have ruled on the favor of the plaintiff. But we keep on here talking about numbers. They want us to give us numbers. Which numbers? Those numbers, they didn't matter. Because when Raila won, it didn't matter. But what you are trying to figure out and put them together, that matters. So we cannot keep on talking about these numbers. You have been given the numbers. It's not coming. It's not adding up. So just leave it. Let's see how Kenya can go to the right way, and so that we can build our strong Kenya back, bring it back to the track. I don't want any question right now, please. Let me finish. Because when you people, you want us to feed the Kenyans with lies, which we have seen so many times, we want to be honest with each other if you are a Kenyan. If you are not Kenyan, okay, let's go the same. Let's go parallel. You say lies, I say the truth. Because we cannot accept what you tell me today, and then tomorrow you tell me something different. And you want to tell me that you are truthful. Yesterday you said this, today you say something different, and you want me go as you go. No, I'll get tired with you, because lies will never build. That is total destruction of our country. And these lies should stop. Kenya has to come to the right track and to the right people. And if Raila won, we'll find out. And if you let us know that Raila won, please be open and be truthful. Bring everything on the table. Then we can say, hallelujah, yes, Ruto won. But it can't be in the darkness. These people are keeping these things closed.
Ma'am Kerubo.
Yes.
Take it to the bank and take it where you want to take it. And if mtu akikuuliza, mwambie akuje kwa Mato, akuje kumuuliza. We did this and we paid for this one because last time tulikuwa tumegongwa, server zikuwa zimefunguliwa. We did this US, Norway, and Germany. Diaspora. We never slept that day. And we started celebrating. If you go to YouTube, I think you will see where people are celebrating because tulikuwa tumewapata. When even walijaribu kuingia, when that Kamago came in, I am just saying it on behalf of the people and najua wanasikiza. Thank you guys for what we did. Tuliwashika the first time walijaribu kuingia. Now, what I'm going to tell you, and I am not apologetic in anyone, hata kwenyu nyinyi wote. I am not apologetic. Raila won, and he won way too early. The real numbers, we have them. We did not want military. Nakwambia, hizo certificates mbili, wache yenye walipewa moja imeandikwa handwritten. Hizo certificates mbili ziko. At this time, we wanted to do, I'm a political person. I've done this for a long time. Raila won that election, hands down, 3.5. That's 3.576 is what Ruto got. He never won anything. You can take it where you want to take it. You can hit me. Na watu wa Ruto wanigonge. Na wenye pia wananiingilia, waniingilie. Na wenye wamenikataza kwenda nyumbani pia wanikataze. I don't give an S. Raila won that one. And I can say it with authority that Raila won it. Done, dusted, gone. Hiyo sitasema kwa ubaya. Nasema hivyo tu. Alishinda. So don't be worrying who won the elections. He won. And that's why we had the red carpet.
Yeah, whatever.
At that time. That's why we had the red carpet. That's why the military was around and was ready to do that. I mean, to go get the, the certificates. The certificates are still there. They're not destroyed. They're still there. Na hao wengine wenye wanakuambia ati sijui na walishare nini certificate moja yenye ni handwritten na bado ni ilikuwa ya karatasi, wachana nayo. Hiyo ni story mingi. Raila won this election. And Martha Karua won this election with a big margin. Na ndio maana nimeleta numbers is what brought me out of the bed. I've been saying it for a long time and I know it. The military knows it. Na everyone knows it. They never had anything. Umeona watu wakishindwa kutoa namba kule ziko. It's something that we as a channel here and as people that we talk, si watu wengi wanapiganga hizo mahesabu zenye tumepiga. But we need to sit down and educate people that you have to do these numbers. We really have to sit down and be educated in what we do, because Ruto and Gachagua, what they do, they know Kenyans are fools. They know Kenyans don't go to the numbers. Kenyans don't follow anything. Whatever you tell them, as long as you are a mheshimiwa, that's what you're going to follow. And that's the problem with the even UDA guys that come into this channel, because everything is just because they're being told this is what the thing is done. I mean, this is how it's done. They have no mind of their own. Mami, thank you so much for what you're saying. But I'm telling you, Raila won.
Thank you, Mato. Thank you, Mato. Let us be fair to I know Mzalendo, you've really waited. Monambali, you had a point of order. Do you still have it, or it has been intervened?
My God.
I think. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Only a minute, please. 1 minute, then Mzalendo, you take it.
I only have 10 seconds. I think he has already answered my question. I was just nodding when I think I agreed with his points, especially with although when it comes to my submissions, I will give some parallels between the US and Kenyan elections when it comes to that. So let me just hang on tight, because I think it might be controversial a bit. So let me hang on tight, please, Chair.
Thank you. Mzalendo, karibu, habari asubuhi. Leo ni kupashwa numbers versus theory, so it is practical versus theory.
mumeamuka na numbers, but
so I rest my case, Leo. Okay.
You're still in some kind of illusion that Raila won, and that illusion is dangerous. I mean, I can see some people here making calculations which are not even there. The calculations that you are giving them, you're not giving them the final tally of the votes and the percentages. That is what you should give them, the final vote and the percentages. And a point of correction for those who don't know, we have been talking about yellow and blue in Kenya. For your information, and Leo, you put it very, very clearly, the figures. When Raila is leading and Ruto is coming close with some margin, that area is not totally Azimio. It is a mixture of blue and yellow. It's a mixture of blue and yellow, which gives you green. So that area, you cannot say hiyo ni area ya Raila. So what has been happening in Kenyan politics, and especially the year 2022, is that Ruto has been eating on Raila's base, and his strongholds in Mombasa, in Nairobi. Nairobi is purple. It is not blue. Mombasa the same. He's been eating into those votes. So that is how the map of Kenya should be represented. There are areas where you see probably UDA is leading, but not with a very big margin, and Raila is coming close. That area is purple. Areas like Northeastern and all that. Those are not areas you can base your argument that you won an election. From where? The figures are here. Today, Mato, I think he saw the figures. He's only coming short of not calculating the whole figures from each and every county. They are there. You can do your maths. It is 7 point something votes. That is a total of 50 point or 0.1 or something for Ruto. So that is exactly what it is. The question here was, can Ruto wrestle Western from Raila Odinga? We are complaining that Ruto never won. Raila Baba himself has already said to his lieutenants that they should work with the government. So who are you saying that Ruto didn't win? He's already telling his people to work with the government.
Zalendo,
Let me just finish.
Because we are on record, let me just help you put some points on record. on Raila talking of what Raila is telling maybe the governors working with the government is not on a political matter. It is the constitution. Raila is just reinforcing, reminding them that a governor is not oversighting the person who is the executive or the president. These are independent government. So whether the president was Raila and the governor was from UDA, the constitution allows these organizations to work independently. So the notion that Raila is telling his governors to work with the president to not trying to portray that Raila is now accepting and giving legitimacy to Kenya Kwanza, that is wrong. That is wrong. Raila is just trying to remind them that the constitution says that the county government and the national government should coordinate constitutionally. I think that is clear. So don't
All right.
confuse it with the giving legitimacy.
I wish you would have listened to some of the recent interviews of Raila Odinga and his position on the official opposition leader. Then probably you'll not be arguing the way you are arguing. Anyway, what I can tell Azimio supporters is that God will appoint your president at the right time. At the right time. The president that you desire, God will appoint him at the right time. For now, God has given us a president, and it is William Samoei Ruto. Your desires are different from what God really wants, probably. And that is why we have a president called William Samoei Ruto. Today is day 120 something since Ruto came into power. I'm yet to see what you will do. Kesho pia itakuwa 121 days with the threat na kusema sijui certificate. Matu unakuja hapo unasema ati kuna certificate mbili, ati military iko na certificate. So what are those things? Hizo umetoa wapi sasa? Yeah, nyinyi watu wa Azimio, be careful with what you say on air.
Nikuulize, since
Be
independence,
careful. Be very careful.
since independence, ushiona mtu anapewa certificate moja share na governor wake, apewa na you know what, I'm not arguing with you, I'm just asking a question. Since independence and since the presidents that we've seen, hata kina Saitoti, ushiona mtu anapewa certificate moja which is handwritten na iko imeandikwa jina ya mtu mmoja na mnashika pamoja, kila mtu, vice president and the deputy president or whatever you wanna call it, hata president wanashikaga certificate zao. Have you ever seen that? And this was handwritten. This is not, unadhani zilienda wapi? Wewe sijui, you know, I don't think you really understand what I'm trying to say.
So, no,
Do you
no,
understand
I am trying.
Do you understand that day hata ngoje kidogo? Do you understand hata the expose that came out that military was all over? This is something we said a long time ago when this thing was happening. You were not here. We said it and we knew it. The military was going, we did not want to understand this. Uhuru tu ndo aliacha hii kitu ifanyike. Akasema wacha nini tunayo. Akawambia, you know, stand down. I'm telling you. And what you're talking about, some...
Mato, order kidogo, just a minute. Somebody, Mato has not intruded into Mzalendo's submission. It is Mzalendo who've invited Mato. I think I didn't intervene because Mzalendo have asked Mato a question. So he's just answering to the invitation from Mzalendo. So don't say that, oh, Mato is interfering with the submission. I think Mzalendo, you've invited Mato through a question, if I'm not wrong.
No. Mato is just interjecting.
No, you know, once you call somebody's name, he has got the right to reply. So you
No,
call his name.
how many times have you called my name Zalendo and you didn't give me a chance to reply? So you will know where this is going. So
okay, you are protected. Proceed uninterrupted then.
Yeah, I think Mato, just like I said, Mato somehow these stories, he gets them. to me, they look like fiction. You know, these stories that unasikia ear says that the military was here and there. I mean, Leo, and I didn't tell you to open your mic. Leo, where did you hear that the military was on standby in case Ruto takes over power? Where did you hear of that? I mean, Kenya, we elect people through the ballot. It's a democratic election. We go through the ballot, we elect our leaders. Yes, at the end of the day, at the end of every game, there must always be a winner. So you will be disgruntled, but you wait for the next season, even in football. Yeah, this season probably Arsenal will win the league. But if they don't win the league, they wait for the next season. They don't summon the referee and the entire EPL that they mismanage the league. To me, this was the most credible election ever, and you could not prove it in court. And even today, the numbers that we put forward, even now the numbers that we put forward, and you could add them, although you are trying to mix, like you see, CI has got so many votes compared to other areas. But at the end of the day, the way Mato talks about population, Kenya election has become about population. Look at the map of the country and look at the population according to the census. That is how these tribal alliances are going to shape up in future. Unless we start voting on policies, we are still tribally inclined. Some of us moved away from the tribal cage. We are out of it because we are talking about issues. We are talking about issues affecting our own people. It is not about Raila Odinga being the president or William Ruto being the president. It is about service delivery to Kenyans. It's about service delivery to Kenyans. So if Leo can be the president tomorrow and bring services to the people, that is exactly what we want. So give this leadership some time so that they can deliver on their promises. Hii mambo ya kusema ati it is 100 days and you have not given us what you in fact the things that Ruto has delivered, we have been told he has done very well, but he has done poorly in some areas, and we are working on that, or probably they are working on that. So that is only time will tell whether they will be able to make good of their promises after 5 years. So turudi kwa ballot after 5 years, then we decide who we want. The issue of Kenyan election started with Isaac Hassan. Isaac Hassan was brought by the opposition to conduct the elections. The opposition lost. Chebukati was in ODM, and Leo, you know that. He was in ODM. He was brought by ODM, and now ODM lost.
Just correct, Chebukati was in ODM. Ruto
Yes.
was in ODM. So I think that one, Ruto was in ODM, Chebukati was in ODM. So I think that one should be able to guide your
Leo, at the end of the day, it is a matter of integrity. Whoever you are going to put as the head of IBC, it's a matter of integrity. If he wants to throw you under the bus, they will throw you under the bus. But you must be prepared in the Kenyan way of election that maybe, let me say, muna believe kuna wizi. Be prepared for the theft. Kama kunayo, be prepared for it. Kama hakuna, be prepared for the free and fair elections. Yeah, if you have been into election 5 times and beaten 5 times, then it tells you you are never prepared for any election. Thank you.
All right, maybe before you leave, there's a question I wanted to ask you. You're about giving the government time, huh? Like, what do we use to gauge the government? What is the reference in gauging the government? What do you use as a reference to engage this government, or maybe to track their movement, what they've done or what they've not been able to do? Maybe as per you, what do you use to ask such questions?
You see, for me, when I see the government doing well, like the Minister for IT, for ICT, is called Edul Owalo. Owalo is doing a lot of good things. He has got free internet in some counties, in some areas in Nyanza. That's a plus. That was never there. That was never there. On the funds, although it didn't work so well, but people got some money. That is that's a pledge that the government, but that Ruto made, and he actually gave people money, and it's going on. And on restructuring of our education system, you cannot have a country that has got only universities. Universities is trying to restructure everything so that we have these other colleges where people who didn't attain the university entry can go to these tertiary colleges. I mean, those are things that you should give credit to the president. I mean, Leo, you cannot have a country that kila ukiamka asubuhi everybody is in the university na university imefunguliwa kila mahali.
Maybe to correct you, I now see where the problem is. You are talking of the universities. Are you aware that the previous government, are you aware of what is called NITA at the technical and vocational colleges? Are you aware they exist? And
yes, I mean,
so what is Ruto doing new? The only thing Ruto did in education was to say that grade 7 is going to be domiciled in primary.
Yeah.
The CBC task force. Only that. It was already known. Then number 2, you've mentioned the internet. How I wish you were there. We see this free Wi-Fi being launched. Then you will never see anything past launching. So what they're doing is launching. The next day, if really these things are working, have you seen anybody telling you how they went to Mudurwa or Marikiti market to use that free Wi-Fi? Do you normally see or hear any news past launching? So they are launching. This government is calling people. It is not
Leo.
there.
Leo.
Not a PR.
Leo, that is why we have the fourth estate. The fourth estate is a media like Mtembei TV. You go to Mudurwa and, you bring us the news that, the minister launched internet here, but they are lying to us. There is no internet. That is why we have this media.
And that is why we are saying it here. That is what we actually do. We are telling you these lies.
Here we have had...
I can see Pen has joined, I know.
No, let me just... Here we have got so many stories that you say here which are neither here or there. Zingine ni za uongo na ukweli. So tunataka ukweli. The media is supposed to expose the truth. So mnaenda huko mnatuambia, hey, this is a lie. Ndio hiyo. That is how it's supposed to work. But tukisema tu, kura ziliibiwa. Ziliibiwa wapi? Namba ngapi ziliibiwa? Iliibiwa na nani? Ati iliibiwa na Kamago. Kamago ni nani? You bought a system from a foreign country, you don't even know how to use it, called mathematics. You think that you don't need support staff from that country. I mean, you can only fool some stupid Kenyans down there that they don't know that there is a support staff that has to accompany each and every equipment that you buy from abroad that you don't know how to use, and even service. And it is an election, it's a big event. Yeah. And you come to a country like in the US where Donald Trump up to now knows that his elections were stolen by the same people. Yeah. Kenyan with love where he is right now, there are how many cases in court that were thrown away because of the same kind of nonsense that the figures were played around with. And they put even a bounty of $5 million if you have evidence. Here is the $5 million. America, a multiracial society with the most intelligent people from all over the world, could not come up without that election was stolen. With the same system. Mtu anatuambia hapa tulikuwa na system, no way tukakuwa sijui na nini. Hizo ni upuzi bwana.
We are just here to demystify and to tell people those lies. Like the government told us they're not going to borrow. We've so far within 3 months borrowed 1 trillion. What has the money been used for? Such questions, you people are running away from it. You want us to keep on dwelling on some myths that Raila keeps on losing, and you're also not telling us how you've been losing this 5 times that you people keep on talking. Amato, you can proceed.
I know I can't. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can hear you.
Yeah, you know, I want everybody else to contribute. You know, this guy, especially Mzalendo, we're in a big fight with Mzalendo because he's always trying to push my nerves, and I also try to push his. But at the end of the day, we are Kenyans. You know, at the end of the day that we talk over here, we are Kenyans. And the right thing done will help me and will help Mzalendo. Here's the thing, Mzalendo now is talking about Trump and talking about those things. I think, I don't know if he was here or he was not here. We just ran numbers. And I think we did that very openly, open to the forum. But you see, people like Mzalendo will never accept. They will always be there. And I'm so sorry to challenge you. You told me the other day you're old enough to be my father. That's fine, okay. But you see, you keep on challenging me on some things that is numbers. We just ran the numbers here. And those are really not the numbers. We just ran the numbers that we are being told. They still don't add up. Mzalendo, at the end of the day, Kenya ikiendelea ni yetu wote. Kenya isipoendelea ni sisi wote tutaanguka, including you, your kids, your grandfathers, I mean, your grandchildren and everything. You will fall. You cannot let our country, wherever we are. And Bernard, I think Bernard earlier played something about Muhammad Gaddafi, where I keep on saying that at this time we were vouched to be the people, to be Kenya, to be the country that is going to host and be the capital of East Africa, which we are not lying. We have the East African Parliament and all that. This country that we have, what Uhuru was trying to do, even though I've never voted for him, we had, and now Sakaja is talking about Nairobi's Jukupita, you know, they don't want matatus there and all that. It's called infrastructure. That's what Uhuru went with. And that's why we have the expressway, just the way Kibaki had the Thika highway. And that thing, when you follow it all the way to coast. You also get into, me especially being a technological guy and an infrastructure guy, you also follow the really all the way to Mombasa. SGR. Thank you, sir. You follow all that and you start seeing the things that we never saw growing up. That unatoka SGR hivi unatembea hapa hivi kidogo unapanda ile ingine ile ya kitambo inakupeleka Kawangware, inakupeleka sijui wapi, and then all those things, and you see the open roads and the big roads and all that, and you see the aircrafts coming into the country. Listen, that's the, kama hakuna kitu kama hiyo utufanyanga watu wengine tuende outside the country, asijui nini ingine nafanyanga watu waende outside the country. But when you see Uhuru, what he was doing, that is what he was doing. When you find this guy, amekuja, today you can't even tell me where the expressway is. And the expressway was supposed to be launched just before waapishwe. Mzalendo, I'm not against Ruto. I'm against bad governance. I'm not against Ruto as a human being. If he can lead the country to what Uhuru was doing, to being a first world country, to making sure that our people are not called monkeys when they, or being asked if they see lions all over, and, you know, to be a first world country, If he can do that, my friend, I'll tell you, I will support him. But here's the thing. No, listen to me, Kwanzaa. But here's the thing. The thing I will not support a cartel and a killer. Okay? I will not do it. I will also not support someone that makes business with his citizens. Unless you tell me Uhuru had so much money that he helped so many people at the time, and I've never voted for Uhuru, by the way. Unless you tell Uhuru is going to take care of my daughter and give him free education that was done with the Rainbow Coalition. Unless you tell me, I'm talking about Ruto, unless you tell me Ruto is going to give those kids and give those roads, and hata kama ni maziwa ya Nyayo, and not come around telling us that atijui anatupatia atijui hustler fund ati deni and savings. Savings, you save it yourself. You work hard, save it for yourself. You don't go around telling banks, governments to save for you. You pay taxes like Mother Karua and Baba was telling you guys. You give government your money so that they take care of you, good roads, good education, and whatever needs to be done. It's not an investment. It's a contribution to get a better road, to get ni kama chama. Today we can, Mzalendo, we can stop and say we will never pay taxes again in our country. Hakuna makosa utakuwa umefanya, because it's unconstitutional for you to pay taxes and for those taxes to not work for you. So we can decide not to ever pay taxes again. Still, we will be Kenyans. Nikitaka niende nilipe. The reason tunapatanga passport zetu zimeprintiwa is because of our taxes. We are not paying the government to save for us. Unanisevia nini? Kwani sijui kusave? I pay my taxes for you to have to protect our country. And for you to protect our country is buying the guns or even making the guns that the Kenyan government has decided to start making inside. Do you know, sorry, Mr. Chair, I took too much time. Do you know Morocco is the only country that has helped Ukraine in their fight, contributing? Why? Because Morocco at one point decided they will make their arms themselves. Today, as Ukraine is being helped and being given arms, Kenya cannot do anything. Why? Because they're depending on those people to give them. It's only now that we've decided to start making our own armory. That was during Uhuru's time. And that's why I like that guy, even though I've never voted for him. Kudos to that man on his second term. He's made Kenya proud, and I'm proud to be a Kenyan. But with people like you, Mzalendo, you make people feel just not proud to be Kenyans. That's what I can tell you. Because for you, you don't think of your country.
Thank you. And maybe I just want to play a video to show you the role of the government and the kind of people who can lead. You have to be somebody who is independent, and you have to be somebody who can stand for the right thing. I remember when Obama was coming to Kenya, and majorly it was perceived and believed he was coming to promote this thing that is currently killing us, the Chiloba, this gayism. Uhuru made it clear and said that if you are coming to talk about gayism here, first of all, show us that man that you've married, or get a man to marry you. is when you come and talk about that. And when Obama came to Kenya, he never mentioned something to do with that. I'm trying to imagine if Ruto was a president by then. Like right now, if Biden comes, the flag that will welcome Biden, I'm telling you, is the rainbow flag. So listen to a kind of leader that Africa need and African should be proud of.
Well, I was with Muammar Gaddafi when Gaddafi insert 1999 advanced coming out of the OAU to the African Union with a vision of the United States of Africa. Muammar Gaddafi spent, listen to me, billions of dollars to create the African Union. Did you know that Gaddafi gave $300 million and the other African nations gave $100 million to put up a satellite so that we who call Africa don't have to go through Europe to get to Africa? And Europe was getting $500 million a year just by our telephone calls to the continent. Now we can call directly to Africa, and that $500 million is in the hand of African people. Did you know that Muammar Gaddafi was setting up an African development bank with $70 billion in the African Development Bank from Libyan oil money? That we would not have to borrow money from the IMF and the World Bank at these exorbitant rates. Zero interest under Islamic non-usury teachings. I just left St. Kitts, and in the island of St. Kitts, he was going to set up a Caribbean development bank. He told the prime minister there, and he was going to put $1 billion in that bank for Caribbean development. Why do you think they killed him? You think they killed him because he killed his people? Hell no. They killed him because, listen to me real good. You touched my nerve with that question. Did you know that in Libya, nobody's homeless? Listen, everybody in Libya has either a home or an apartment. They call it a flat. Did you know education in Libya is free from kindergarten through college? And did you know that if a Libyan wanted to come to America to be educated, the government in Libya paid for their education? Did you know that? I was there when he opened a $500 million hospital with 18 theaters for operation. I was there, and we went when he was making their own medicines. See, this was a man that gave free medical attention to all the citizens of Libya. And if Libya did not offer that kind of medical attention, they could fly anywhere in the world and get it, and the Libyan government would pay for it. Did you know that? No, you didn't. Did you know that from the oil money, every Libyan citizen got a stipend every year? And did you know that that man had no debt? Everything in his country was paid for. See? Now, when you got a man that did that for an African nation and was trying to do that for all Africa, how do you think Europe felt about it?
Yes.
Woo, gracious for playing that song. I'm playing that video. Your video niliona leo, I almost cried because we need to understand our country and Africa and where we are supposed to be going. I thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for playing that because I think there's a lot of people when you what was really just about to happen with our country and what was going on. Mali tumerudi, I don't know, 5 or 10, Stone semaga 5 steps behind, and we shouldn't allow that. But mali tulikuwa tumeanza kufika, I could myself, nimeishi first world country, but I could myself, venye nilikuja mtaani, that's last year, January, nilikuwa nyumbani, niliruka mwaka nyumbani, and I could see Africa growing to a point that nilikuwa nasema hata Miguna, the thing that he had been akipigana na Sonko kwa governor was right about kumake light trains na subways na nini. Ladies and gentlemen, for as long as we have people who are thinking, and I think this guy, Mzalendo, is a very smart guy, but I think ni tu ukabila na nini na vitu zingine hata sijui nini zinamsumbua. For as long as we live this way in our Africa, and we listen to people like him, that's the Gerald Gaze of the day. The people who just think about their stomach. And I'm sorry to say this, Mzalendo, nothing against you. I'm just saying the mentality of the way of thinking. We will remain a third world for as long as our kids will be. But the way the trajectory that Kenya was moving in and where we are, Museveni is also taking over that because they are jealous. Gaddafi was killed because he wanted one Africa. One Africa. There was, if you guys don't understand, I think nitakutumia, Mr. Chair, nitakutumia nini ingine, video ingine pia, where there was even one currency, it was there. I think you have it. Najua maybe uko nayo, utatuchezea. But we wanted one currency of Africa and they will not let us. There's even a Nigerian guy talking about do you know, if we closed Africa today, there will not even be mobile phones in the country, in the world. So we've been fought so much, and even this East African, and even having an East African parliament is a problem to a lot of people. Having the same passport, countries starting to unite. Kina Gaddafi saw that. They saw it. Today, tunagongwa East Africa because of that. Ruto is a guy that has not traveled outside. Gachagua ni mtu wa Geshagi. Ushago. Yeye anataka kupiganisha Wakale na nini. He's still on that thing. Anataka kupanda Mount Kenya, mtu wa Maumau. Maumau my foot. Maumau tulimalizana nao kitambo. Kenyans, we need to start understanding the point where we are, because we are vouched and we were vouched to be the leaders and to be the people, the capital of Africa, as it is East Africa today. I've said this year, I'm going to say it again, Napoleni sana, even Congo may join East Africa. When you talk about Russia and NATO, ni watu wameshikana, NATO wameshikana. But Africa, we're so stupid, dumb, useless, that we can just steal elections when we have the person that actually stands for the African infrastructure. Raila enda ameshikilia Afrika mzima, infrastructure. And without infrastructure, my friends, you're not going anywhere. Ask people that live, that have gone out there. I am one of them. I have seen it. Without infrastructure, you're not going anywhere. And that is what the second term of Uhuru was, to put infrastructure. These people that you have here, they are ready to get your money. They want you uchukue hustler fund. What the, sorry, ningesema jina mbaya, but what the hell is hustler fund? Kwani bank haijui kukupatia pesa ndio ulipe na interest? Leo bank yako, kwani unanga bank ama ulikuwa ukifanya nini?
No, the government is doing business with its citizens.
You can't do that. You can't do business with money that we've given you. We are the one that pays the taxes. If we stop paying the taxes, there's no government. And that's why I will go. Wacha nifunge nikisema hivi. Leo, I am going to accept with what Stone PK always says. It's time for people to rise up and get on the streets. Actually, not even on the streets. Tunafaa tuchukue hiyo State House, tuihamishe kabisa, itoke, ama tuibomoe, or whatever. Ama Ruto akipita mali tunasimama tunasema upiti. We need a revolution in Kenya. I am now going to Stone PK's way of saying things. We need a revolution in Kenya because we are not going to stay a third world country forever. I am sorry, panelist. Leo nimekuja nikiwa mkali kidogo, lakini let me just say it, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the time that you've given me. Let me keep quiet, maybe nitaongea baadaye. But for now, wacha niachie hapo hivyo, lakini nikisema we do not need people like if we follow people like Mzalendo, our country will never grow. We will always export what Skuza Tomboya used to do. We will always export the good engineers, the good IT people, the wale watu wamesoma, the daktaris and everything. We will always export, but we will never import. We actually try to do the Cuba doctors, and that should have never been, because there's very good educated people out there. But if we follow Mzalendo kind of way or mentality, I'm telling you, Kenyans, we are doomed, because that's the Ruto's kind of way or mentality of doing business with your own citizens and with their own money. Your money is not for is not for business. It's for your service. And that's what Baba was saying.
Yeah, thank you. Just from that video, did you know that Uhuru Kenyatta wanted Kenya to be independent, and that is why he built the small arms in the company to make our guns here so that we don't depend on the Western guns? Did you know that Uhuru Kenyatta built a military academy, one of its kind in Africa, that now more than 4 African countries have sent their military to come and train? Did you know that Uhuru Kenyatta built, through the private partnership, expressway that have made business fast and easy in Nairobi? Did you know that Uhuru Kenyatta extended the railway to Kisumu and revived the shipyards, and the port of Kisumu? Did you know that Uhuru Kenyatta initiated and started building the Mau Summit highway that Ruto has now stopped? And did you know that now, as they were giving the stipends, Uhuru Kenyatta saw, and through the Azimio, they promised that Kenyans who are not able, the poor of the poorest, are going to be given a stipend of 6,000 per month. And that is why they did not want Azimio government. They wanted you to keep on depending on them. I'll give Stone PK a minute because I know he talked before. Then there is the Duke of Omariaba. So Stone PK, you can proceed.
Wow, ndugu yangu, a minute. Wow. Let me see what I can say in a minute. I think, one, that time I talked, actually, I was just responding to whatever. It was not my submission. But now, nevertheless, I'm here. Let me say jambo to everyone there. I can see Mr. Duke there. Mwanambali, yuko pale. Mzalendo, yuko pale. Kenyan with love. Kenyan. Kerubo, Aki. And then Leah, good for doing some good job. Quickly, let me try to pick one or two things. Nikienda dakika moja na nusu usinipige sana. One, let me pick from where you stopped there. That did you know? You are doing something great. This is what Kenyans don't like. And it is Kenyans who have been indoctrinated by UDA. It is in the era of UDA when we have been told that you should stop thinking. Stop using your brain. Don't think. Don't ask anything. Just katu nde. It is in Kenya today where people have been told things have changed meanings. Hustler means hard work. and people are buying it. It is in Kenya where we pride, to speak and get trained in Queen's language, but it is in Kenya where we destroy meaning of words. It is where now Kenya becomes, a land of contradictions. How? I begin with the with the positives. It is in Kenya where records are broken. Records such as we invented M-Pesa. We've done things like the PPP, which has worked very well. I think it's we could be among the 5 countries in Africa, 5 or 4, not more than that have tried PPP, and it's working. Because PPP has a big challenge that requires a corrupt-free kind of mentality and thinking. And Uhuru had decided to go that way because I think he hoped that after him, he would be succeeded by somebody who would be able to sustain our economy. Our economy. Sorry, I'm trying to get I saw my computer give me a warning. So it is his goodwill that he was trying to really introduce situation whereby people are able to partner with foreigners or whoever it is that thinks has money and can do business in our country as part of our development. It is in Kenya also where we have set presidential elections nullification. I mean, we are among the very few countries that can have the bone to nullify a presidential election. I think we set a record there. It is the same country called Kenya, where words like moving on, accepting, and all that have been modified to mean if I steal your anything, your goat or whatever, I start asking you, my friend, accept and move on. We are still setting records. It is still the same country called Kenya, where now we have the contradiction. People become illiterate when it comes to counting votes. Kabisa, graduates, masters, holders, doctors, wote. Ikifika kuhesabu kura na kupiga kura, we become total illiterate. Hatuwezi hata jua kujumulisha kura one after one. I heard people saying here that we were supposed to, when you are giving those numbers, you're supposed to give final numbers. Look at that language. Yani kuna numbers votes za kwanza and then kuna zile zinaitwa finals. Look at that nonsense. It is in Kenya where we start, yani you circumvent things, you change. From simple things, you start complicating. So we don't know how to count the moment it comes to counting votes. And we are made to unaambiwa wewe ulishindwa, accept and move on. It is in Kenya where you are told, bwana, you didn't jipanga mapema. Sisi tulijipanga mapema kuiba. So you should have been a little bit earlier kupanga kuiba. So it is in Kenya where stealing is constitutional, it is acceptable. Kama wewe si mwizi Kenya, utaanza kutafuta Kenya yako. It is in our country where 20 votes inabadilika, inaweza kuwa 0 na inaweza kuwa 20 na inaweza kuwa 2000 na inaweza kuwa hata 20,000 depending on what and who amejipanga mapema kuiba. Okay, it depends on who is more mwizi than the other. It is in this country called Kenya also where leaders tell you sisi hatupangwingwi, and then katika siku 100 tutakufanyia hivi, and after they get the siku 100 they tell you hapana, hatukusema kitu kama hiyo, tunahitaji siku 1000 kwenda mbele. What am I trying to say here? When you show us that kind of a clip, you don't there are very few people who can be in that kind of a school or principal area. Very few indeed. Wachache. Okay? Because Kenya, for example, is where now the word corruption has ceased to be used. Because it is in Kenya where it has been now affirmed that corruption cannot stop development of any country. It is now official in Kenya. Wachana na mambo ya corruption, wachana na nini. It is also official in Kenya now that policemen, you cannot be arrested for cases that are obvious. You'll be arrested for cases that we are going to be told. Tumeambiwa, tutaelezwa what will be against the law in a country called Kenya. That is the country we are headed for. Nikiconclude your point kidogo, it is in this country, Kenya, whereby we are going also to set another record. A record that will either say you will never be foolish again when counting election votes, or you will remain a fool. We will have an earth-breaking, a change that will either destroy this country or uplift this country to cross over, to reverse those contradictions that we have listed. It is this country called Kenya where the ignorant and the least pretend to be intellects and intelligence. It is in this country whereby you win one county, you go claiming you beat everybody else because you had a bigger margin. And in your home area, watu hawakumera. A country of 47, then you are told, oh, margin, oh, that. That is how in this country we have been reduced ourselves to. We have refused to use our heads to think. We are using our bottoms to think, which is bottoms up. And therefore, when somebody says that somebody is wrestling Western out of this, it's because it's in this country where press quickly becomes numb and mum. And whatever they talk, it's no longer making sense. Because it's the press that is talking about Ruto Wrestling, whatever it is, doesn't make sense. Lastly, for me, Gachagua, whether he's useful to UDA or not useful, it's neither here. He can be whatever he is to UDA, because to us or to me, he is useless in whatever angle you may want. He is only, for me, useful to his family, his wife, because as they say in Kalenjin, Gosamis Muriati Kobogonevo. Hata panya ikikufa ioze inuke, it belongs to its family. So for me, he's useful to his family, but whether it's in UDA or wherever, it's a blunder, it's a waste. It is a biggest mistake that this country has done, to have allowed these people to even move around saying that, oh, we won election and we did this. That's the biggest mistake this country has done. And it is a mistake. If nothing happens, we will live to regret, like what Somali is regretting today. Somali will never be the same again because there's a mistake they did. And they did it thinking that it was temporary. Oh, it will happen, it will happen. It will never, ever be Somali again. Thank you very much, Leah. I bet to rest it there.
Thank you for such a wonderful submission. At least you've really portrayed the picture of what happens in our country. So I like your clarion call that, you know, if we allow things to worsen, it will really be hard for us to reclaim. Like a good example in Somalia, it was one of the greatest countries that was there in Eastern Africa during its time. And I'm told by 1980s, before Kenya had our Kasarani Stadium, the stadium with the highest capacity was Mogadishu Stadium. I personally visited the stadium. They are trying to renovate it, but I can tell you, I've visited that stadium severally. I've gone to Lido Beach, I've gone to Jazeera Beach, and I can tell you that is a country that will be a Europe in Africa. But because they did not sort out things early enough and allowed things to get out of hand, they now find themselves being refugees in Kenya and other countries that will be seeking help from them. So it takes responsible citizens who think divergently and think different from Mzalendo. You know, Mzalendo is having the tag Mzalendo, and Mzalendo is a Swahili word that means somebody who should carefully take care of and have the interest of the country. So it takes the real Wazalendo to put the country to the right track. Let me hear from the Duke of Omariba. Karibu. And good morning, the Duke.
Good morning to you. I want to start by giving my comments about Gaddafi, who most of you have been celebrating. But for me, I can say he is a failure in many areas. Number one, he was a terrorist. And they supported many terrorism activities across Africa and the globe at large. So in 1988, there was an aircraft which was actually brought down in Scotland, and hundreds of people died. Number two, if I ask you, who was Gaddafi? Was he a king? Was he a president? Was he a prime minister? None of you will explain what he was. In other words, he decided that him, an individual, can make rules for a country, decide what to be done, decide who to be imprisoned, decide who to die. And because he created that vacuum, that he was the only person who can do everything, that's why after he has gone, there is no individual who's trying to fail or to become a leader of that country. So sometimes when you find somebody who's trying to do everything to avoid competition at all, that's what Gaddafi did. Despite the fact that economically his country was well off, It's not because of him. It is because of the country was having many mineral reserves, oil, gold, and that's the case in Saudi Arabia. That's the case in Qatar. So if a country has discovered mineral resources and that mineral resources are used to benefit a country, it's not because of that individual. So the critical basic of a country is where you find that people are free. Number one, there is equal access to opportunities. You are able to invent, you think about ideas, you implement. If you are creative, you succeed, you get more money. Competition is encouraged. So equal access to opportunities. So when you find somebody trying to do away with all that, then that's not, you cannot say that's a success. And who removed or who killed Gaddafi? Why was Gaddafi killed? Most of you are talking about the West and wars. That's not true. But personally, I can attribute that to Arabs, the Arab Spring, which was actually Ottoman Arab countries, Egypt, Tunisia, and Libya. So it's like a spontaneous revolution across the Arab world. So that was the genesis of that. So you have to put your facts right. Number two, coming now to Kenya, what's needed for a country to be successful? Number one is about equal access to opportunities and availabilities of basic services and goods. And the country is able to do well if it minimizes corruption, if it has strong, independent institutions, and if each citizen is taking part in that building and transformation of a country. And I want to repeat what I said, that it's not a miracle. It's not that somebody becomes a president and everything changes like that. Each person has a responsibility. You have a part as a citizen to ensure that the country is moving towards the right direction. And that starts with yourself, what you are doing, and what you are doing in your personal life, because what individuals do in their own personal lives is what aggregates a country.
Duke, okay, sorry for interrupting you. Maybe I just want you to make it clear as you proceed for the sake of record. You know, we're having so many people who are consuming this information, so it will really be proper if we don't mislead them. And I just want you to make it clear about who killed Gaddafi, because I think according to the basic knowledge and the available information in 2011, Gaddafi was killed by was attacked by the NATO. So maybe you can clarify and tell us who these NATO were, and it was during that battle of Site. And he was actually killed by NATO, who later claimed that he suffered some injuries while they were trying to rescue him. So maybe you can just make that one clear so that people don't get some contradicted information.
You did not get what I said. What I said is that actually, I think there was some, if you read or you research what caused the revolution, there was a time whereby small issues in Tunisia, in Egypt, in that countries sparked a national-wide protest and which went to revolution. That's what happened in Libya. And then after that, Gaddafi, like he killed peaceful demonstrators. How many? I don't know. Was it 1,000? Something of that kind. And that's what brought other events. So I was talking about the origin of it's not about how he died, but the genesis of that. So it starts somewhere. So if you are going to die, maybe you're driving a car reckless, then you die by accident. But the root case, maybe you are driving because you are drunk. So I was pointing to the genesis where it started. That's what I wanted to say. So about who shot him or who did this, that's I was not disputing that, but I was talking about the root cause of that. What led to that? So to continue what I was saying.
That is true. You can just proceed. It's good you've accepted that this one was done by, how do you call it? This one was done by Americans. Oh, sorry for that. You can proceed.
Yes. So I was outlining what we need as Kenya. What Kenya needs to be successful or to move forward. One, we need to fight corruption, to minimize corruption, to eliminate it. And how do you do that? Actually, two things. One, strong and independent institutions. Number one. Number two, embracing technology, automation of services and other stuff. So that minimizes the interaction of humans with resources, with money, something of that kind. And actually, the current president is getting that right. We are talking about embracing technology. Number one, he wants all government services to be digitized. We are in the 21st century, and 5,000 services offered by the government are not digitized. So that is the
do tell us the services. You are talking of 5,000. This is something, it is good you've reminded me. I hear Ruto saying that we're having 5,000 services that are not digitized. But if I check, I can confirm that most services of the government are digitized, and the ones that they're talking of are non-existent services. So maybe you can name for us more. If you can name 20 services of the government, you'll do us some justice. I like the fact that you're here and you are really able to answer these questions that we've been asking each and every time, because Ruto talked of 5,000 services, and I'm sure the government services, even Ruto, if I tell him to name him, he can't even name 100. And we have to appreciate the work that was done by one Matiang'i, who led to digital migration.
So that to make this interaction better, maybe you allow me, I give submission, and then you write the question down, then you ask me all the question, because when you come in between, but there are many services which are not digitized. For example, actually some services appear to be digitized, but they are not fully digitized. For example, maybe let us talk about the passports. We are now having the new passports. Previously, you used to be asked a lot of documents, the IDs of your parents, birth certificates, all those documents. But right now, you just need to upload your passport and you give your ID number. Just that. And in one day you go and you pick your passport. As simple as that. Because your national ID has the year of birth, the birth details about you. So you see all those documents, when something which is digitized, something which must be easy and efficient, something like that. If you talk about RAND is not digitized at all. The way you are accessing your title deeds, it's manual. The way you are doing the searches, everything's manual. So there are many services which are not digitized. You cannot say that all of them are digitized. So about the number, we can debate about that, but there are a number of them which are not. So it's a good thing to ensure that all services are digitized, and when all of them are digitized, we must agree that that will decrease corruption. Because, for instance, if you are making an application of your passport using your phone and you wait, you are given a notification to pick. No physical document you are supposed to pay. So you upload your passport and you give your ID number and you pay that fee, and then you wait for the notification to pick your passport. Most of you have witnessed cases where people are traveling, they are asked to give 20,000, 50,000 for the process of passport, and just as a basic document. Number two, talking about making institutions strong and independent. Most people or politicians think that fighting corruption is talking about somebody's corrupt. Somebody's corrupt. You're trying to make noise every day that this is corrupt, he stole this piece of land and there is no action. So we can sort it by actually doing more and talking less. So that's why if we are digitizing, that's doing more. And he has given institutions the independence which they need. Now the judiciary has its own budget. So it's not that it's going to pay from the executive. Because if I'm funding you to do something, I may have like an influence. Because you can't do what I'm aligned to, I may actually curtail your funding or actually give you rest. So when the institutions have their own budget, have the total autonomy, they will be free to do the right thing. So that's actually that's what I can say for today. Now you can ask me questions.
Right, thank you. I think some of the questions that I asked you didn't respond. Instead, you supported the belief that I had before, like when you're talking of digitizing the government services. You'll find that the major services that needs to be digitized had already happened. And this one was led by Matiang'i. He led the digital migration, and most of the services are currently under e-citizen. And in fact, what remains there is now the services that are offered by the county governments. And the few county governments that you'll find that have already joined the e-citizen. So that is now a reserve of the counties. It depends with how fast or how swift they are. But at the national level, I can confirm that the government services, including even when it comes to the Ministry of Lands, things to do with the title deeds and whatever, they are already, Karoli did some great work. They're already in the process of finalizing all the counties. So those other 5,000 services that Ruto keeps on talking of, Ruto keeps on giving people some numbers that are not there. If you ask him, these 5,000 services, I've just asked you, and you are not even able to name not even one. You've talked of passport, which is already digitized. You did not tell me any that has not been digitized. So that is how the government peddles lies. And somebody who is in the village there will buy and will say, "Oh, government is having 5,000 services and they're not digitized," and they buy it. That is how Kenyans are misled. But when you now ask them, can you tell us these services that you're saying that are going to be put digital? The word digital sounds ambiguous, and when somebody hears that, they celebrate. Really. So some of these things we need just to be sincere with ourselves and point at them. If it is a lie, it is a lie. And I can tell you, this government cannot operate outside propaganda. That is why recently he expanded the communication department instead of expanding other state departments. We're having 3 people employed. We even having one for, I don't know, digital what, another one for event planning. So the government wants to lead on propaganda. Just imagine I never saw Uhuru doing this. In fact, opposition is the one who should be spreading a lot of propaganda. But in this case, it is the government. If you watched yesterday the pass out at Kiganjo, how did they brand it? Interdenominational prayer. So that one tells you the kind of confusion that we're having. I can see Mwanambali, or you've gone. Kenyan Kerubo, let us be gender sensitive.
I am here.
Mwanambali uko hapo?
Mwanambali, yeah, that's correct.
All right. Oh, you can take it over, then we'll go to Kenyan Kirubo.
Okay, well, I am a man of few words, and I really appreciate this talk show. Leo, you're doing a fantastic job hosting this show. Duke, appreciate you. Stone PK, I don't know where you are. Kenyan Kirubo. Mzalendo, don't be too controversial. We love you. But nonetheless, I don't have any submissions, but I just want to appreciate you guys because of the job that you do. First of all, um, I guess what I needed to say is I think I wish Mato was here because I wanted to challenge one of his line of thoughts with respect to corruption, and I meant to tell him that corruption is imported, right? He talked about corruption and how we destroy ourselves through M-Pesa. I wish he was here. I'm not going to talk about that because I don't know whether he's out there to defend his point. Um, Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about is I don't want to talk too much about elections because some of us were really hurt by elections and we have already moved on. And I know, Duke, you know what happened. You know what happened. You and I are engineers, IT engineers, and we know what happened exactly with respect to ETL. Yeah. I don't want to talk about that, but that's something that I captured a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, Mwanambali, just a point of information. Mato is back, so you can proceed.
So this is what Mato, are you there?
He's there. He's there.
Okay. So let me see. Mato, you talked about how we destroy ourselves, and I want you to clarify on that point. With respect to M-Pesa, you were talking something to do with M-Pesa. I don't have such a good memory, but maybe if you remember that, then you can come back to that. Yeah. Now, I also want to talk about US because I know this will be controversial to you, Mato. Yeah. Now, US and Kenya, they have some parallels with respect to how they conducted their elections. And I know Mato will kill me for this. Yeah. I don't live in the US, first of all. US had their midterm elections, and there's going to be a lot of changes in the US because a lot of Kenyans live there. Yeah, with respect to immigration and things like that. Congress right now is controlled by Republicans. Yeah, Trump is in control, whether you like it or not. Not that I like Trump, so don't kill me for that, for saying that. I think I mentioned to you one time that Trump is coming back. He's in control. Congress is McCarthy, McCarthy said, and I don't live in the US, but I'm trying to draw some parallels. Yeah. Please, just I beg your indulgence, Kenyans, so that because I want you to see how our politics is kind of related to how the American politics are going. Yeah. McCarthy is a new speaker. Yeah. After almost 15 votes. That was intentional, bro. That was intentional because they knew what they wanted. And I could challenge them. I could challenge them because remember during COVID, yeah? Remember during COVID, We foreigners could not be allowed into the US unless you had whatever, how many jobs, yeah? But across the border, the wall was open. Everybody else could come. It's politics. I don't want to talk about American politics. Yeah, I know that's a very hot potato to catch, but I know, Mato, we could talk about this all day. Ukraine, I wanted to talk about Ukraine a little. I like to talk about geopolitics, yeah, not just local politics, but geopolitics. Ukraine is a money laundering center of the world. Yeah? And Uncle JB has been captured. Yeah? It's the corruption cartel of the world, Ukraine. That is where the corruption is happening. And when I said that his balls are captured, JB's balls have been captured by Ukraine, the Ukrainian president. Guess what? He's telling him, I will expose you. Give me more money. $500 billion US gave to Ukraine. $500 billion. And he's telling him, I need more. If you don't give me more, I'll expose you. Anyway, I don't want to talk too much because I can be very controversial. Yeah. And I know, Mato, this is going to, hey, where? But nonetheless, I love Kenya. Now, our country is going through an inflection point. And only those who understand what that means will survive. Only the paranoid survive. We are going through a semi-crisis. It's very difficult. I'm not a KK guy. I am not even Azimio. I am a Kenyan, first of all. I am a Kenyan. But I think we are going through an inflection point. And I think when you look at Dr. Ruto's cabinet, yeah, I think he's made some dictatorial whatever, you know. He's got a good CS in Treasury. He's put there. He's got a good CS in energy. That's questionable, but you know. But we are going through an inflection point. When he removed transport docket from Kindiki to take it to Murkomen, I question that because we are going back to the Moi regime. Yeah, Ministry of Transport and Communication, Roads, Transport and Communication. The next thing you'll figure out is that communications has been taken away from Owalo and given to what do you call him, Murkomen. Yeah, this is a game that's being played at a very high level. All the senior dockets. Yeah, and you need to start questioning yourself. What is this going on? Backroom. Gachagua, on the other hand, who is not my king, first of all, I think he's an idiot, you know, going to pray in, he's saying that he's going to pray. He's dividing Kikuyus, first of all, Gachagua. He's trying to tell Uhuru Kenyatta, F off. He's telling him that we are going to stop at River Chania, we are going to pray, and he's basically telling him, if you understand deep Kikuyu, he's telling him, Udamaki, or the kingdom, has moved from Kiambu to the other side. It can belong to the Merus, it can belong, well, you know, he needs to have some decorum, you know, but that's really deep Kikuyu that you might not be able to understand. But nonetheless, I want to give my, I know, chair, just allow my indulgence. Yeah, allow my indulgence. Yeah, I talked about U.S. I talked about corruption. I talked about, and I know someone is about to hit me. Duke is about to hit me, and I talked about.
Mwanambali, just a minute. I think Mzalendo is having some point of order. Let us get it before you proceed.
Mwanambali, you know, sometimes if you don't have the facts, don't just say things that you can't substantiate. Trump is in control of Congress. He has a simple majority. Underline the word simple majority. There is nothing that they can pass that will go to Senate, and Senate is controlled by Democrats. The law here, how it works in the U.S., Senate is the ultimate. Congress, when they pass those laws, they have to go to the Senate. So what you saw as 15 votes, those were Republicans revolting against themselves. Understand that. Those were people who were not happy with McCarthy. And it took a negotiation for them to accept McCarthy as the majority, as the speaker. And Trump
is part of the establishment.
Hmm?
He's part of the establishment, of course.
He is part of the Trump narrative. McCarthy is part of the Trump narrative. Yeah, and for point of correction, Trump is not coming back. He is gone. You understand that? He's gone. And if you saw the elections that happened, each and every person that he had anointed in his camp lost elections. So you have to also know that. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about American politics. I'm not American. I'm Canadian, Kenyan.
Yeah. But you mentioned America, so we are just correcting you because we live in America here.
Well, but I follow. You see, those who are outside see better. They want to get inside, and those who are inside want to get outside. Yeah, outside the castle. Yeah, but nonetheless, I follow American politics very deeply, and like on a daily basis, religiously. And you see, do you know who started the Republican Party? It's Black people in America. If you don't know your history, or if they don't know their history, it's the Republicans. It's the Black people who started the Republican Party. Go and dig into your history. Please, that's a homework for you. Okay. I don't want to be controversial here. We are talking about Kenyan politics. I love Kenya. I am Kenyan. If I could show you, let me show you 1 second. Wait. There, you see, I'm Kenyan, Canadian. I wear 2 bangles. And I'm proud of it. But I am so humbled. And I want to make a difference to those Kenyans who don't have even anything to eat. Yeah. And it starts with leadership in Kenya. It starts with leadership. Yeah. What is it that we as a channel, Mtembei TV, what is it that we can do to make a difference? Even the little difference. We talk about let's contribute something to this channel. How about we do something bigger? Right? I liked when I saw Mtembei himself go and challenge Ruto, yeah, when they were doing the innovation gig at KICC. Why don't we do something? Not only, I like when Stone PK talks about, how about let's get on the street? Yeah, let's get on the street. Let's do something. Let's not just talk about. I am very passionate about, let's do something. Yeah, I'm a rebel. too. Yeah. I want to do something. I want to say it hurts me that we are just talking and talking and talking, but let's do something. I know Mzalendo will not be happy about that. I know Duke will not be happy about that, but I'm with you, Stone. Let's do something. Baba has promised something. Let's do something. Let's do something. Yes, Mzalendo. Please, by
Thank
chair's
you.
order.
Thank you. I think on that point that we need to do something about our country. We are all together. Not so much. Not a lot. Not so many things are happening nicely in our country. There are some things which are not good that we need to work on. But unfortunately, the tribe that has been really fighting and the ones that have been going on the streets are the Luo community. And this time they said they are not going on the streets. So we want to see Kambas on the streets. We want to see Kikuyus on the streets who are here agitating that they can go on the streets. We
Well, you
want
see,
to see them on the streets.
Can I tell you something? Going
Lendo
on the
bwana.
street.
You're messing it up.
No,
The
going on the
truth.
street
That
means
is the truth.
this is a street.
Which is the trap? Which tribe has been demonstrating in the streets? That is the
No.
truth in Kenya.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Who
Let
told
me
you
correct.
that?
This is a
Okay.
street. The street is not tear gas. This is a tear gas. We are doing the tear gas right now. This is a street.
Thank you. Can I say something, Mr. Chair?
All right, Mato.
I think I deserve a right of reply. I've been mentioned, but let me tell you, brother, what you said is really, I mean, the American politics, even though it's not what we are here, I disagree completely with you on the American politics. Completely. But with the Kenyan politics, I agree with you all in all. And the funny thing is that I find myself agreeing with Mzalendo on one thing, the American politics. The American politics is kind of, and there comes the thing that really makes my mind puzzle, because people really understand the geopolitical kind of way of politics, but really do not want to understand their own country's politics. Why? Because it's so much marred with tribalism, and this is the part that I am, and this is where I am. Because if you call a UDA guy here right now, they will tell you a certain thing that you'll be so confused on what the hell is going on. And even them, they probably will say, what the hell is going on the other side when we talk. But again, they do understand that our country has some changes that needs to be done. They also do understand, let me just use that McCarthy thing that you used. That McCarthy had to go 15 times to be elected. And at the time, if you guys watched, he had to someone had to go somewhere and talk to Matt Gaetz to change his mind. But they could stop and say, no, we are not doing it. Is this what we have in Kenya? No, we don't have that. In Kenya, all we have, if you want to be a president or you want to be an MP, what you need is a Chebukati. And when I say Chebukati, I'm not saying Chebukati the person. I'm talking about Chebukati, the chairman of IEBC. You just need a couple of people, good money, and you're in. You don't even need to campaign. We saw 15 times, to use your example, 15 times McCarthy fighting to a point where he was almost giving up. Why? Because it's democratic. And because he has to make some deals. You don't, And the deal is that the catch of the deal that of McCarthy was that only one congressman can push a motion to
I
get
like
him
the
out.
deal. I like the deal.
You see, can push him out can push the speaker to get out. This is just a speaker position that is like, is like that. What do we do with our speaker? Like, how did Wetangula get in there? Oh, Ruto just calls people in, and tells them put Wetangula. That's it, and all that. We were walking out of this kind of political. And when you talk about geopolitical system and geopolitical understanding of the politics of a country, that is it right there, where you don't just feel like you can go just get the chair, get two people, and get someone to put you in there, even though no one voted for you. You could see the votes right there. 1, 2, 3, present, 4. The other ones are just voting someone else. And you could see the Democrats voting fully to Jeffries. So now when you understand the politics like that, and what Mtu will never understand that kind of politics, where politics is about real votes, is not what, let me use a bad word, what Baba said and what they said, computer, nini vifaranga za computer. When it's not that, and you understand that votes is what you do, and votes count, even if one is missing, is there. Going back to Trump, that's why he was calling the Georgia people, telling them we just need a couple of votes that he needed. And now he's in big trouble about that.
Bro, I don't watch CNN. I don't watch CNN.
Yeah, if you keep
And I don't
whatever
watch
you watch. Look, dude, all I'm trying to tell you is that exactly what you're saying is the geopolitical, the smartness and the right thing of doing politics. Politics is about, we are 7 guys in this show right now. If Mato wants to be the chairman today and wants to oust Leo, Leo will need 3 votes because we are 7. We'll need 3 votes, and I will to stay the chairman. 1, 2, 3, and that is what exactly is. So when you come and cheat people, there becomes a huge problem because people know they are cheated. People are not stupid. This is not the days that people did not know how to read and write. Times have changed. And when you understand that, and that's what we're trying to push in this channel, so that, because mostly, even in this channel, especially the evening session, we try to do more of civil education. Because you find people in Kenya don't have civil education. Civics ilitolewa kwa shule. We have these people that just think that if you can cheat your way in, you're in. As long as umepewa your sword, you're not in, because really no one recognizes you, and the majority doesn't recognize you. So we're talking more of our country and where we need to go. Where you have legitimacy, you become a president. If Stone PK becomes the president of Kenya, he has the legitimacy. Arsenal ikifungwa, tunajuanga Arsenal imefungwa, kama hata ni Man U. Hapo tuliumwa. I'm an Arsenal person. Ukifungwa mnafungwa roho safi. Lakini mkifungwa ile referee amefanya ujinga, then you have a problem and you will never have the legitimacy. And again, the problem is this time tumejigonga vibaya, because this time, even after cheating, we've also gotten people who are ready to kill our country. People who want you to go beg with them beg and ask money from them. Cartels, people who, if you, a criminal can be a CS. Criminal, mtu ameua mtu, can be a CS. A thief can be the leader of governors. People who have been in jail, including the president and the vice president, they've been arrested and arraigned in court. Forget about ICC. They've been arraigned in Milimani. These are criminals. These are people who someone is going to talk about. When I was a minister of what do you call it? Lands, agriculture. We know he was fired. We know the Muteshi land. We seem to have forgotten them or him. The kids in Langata Primary, tear gas in them, which we know that's a stolen land from the aviation, civil aviation. We seem to have forgotten that now that after they got their seat, that now Gachagua now is forgiven of his millions that he stole. The people that were going to jail when Uhuru was there on his second term are out and in the government. Even if I'm an ODM person, and I'm a very good ODM person, I've been there, I don't even believe Babu Owino should be anywhere, because we have a chapter 6 that needs to be considered. We need to have a constitution in our country. And if we don't need a constitution, let's throw it out. Kila mtu akae kivyake. Because if we're not going to follow the constitution, there's no reason for that constitution. Ni ya ujinga. Kama ni constitution ya kushika watu wa kuku, wenye wanaiba kuku, wachana nayo ikae. We cannot leave that country like that. And when Strong PK says a revolution, Kina Boniface Mwangi went to the streets. But sometimes revolutions begin at a place of talk, just the way we are doing. Sabasaba, when Sabasaba was happening, they were talking at a place. They had their talks, and if you follow them, they were talking. And this talk that we talk right here, this is the civil education and also the revolution where it begins, because people start talking, and also the Bunge la Mwananchi. We need to pull people like Inamzalendo, if they love our country, to start understanding what we are saying. We are not saying ban the country. We're saying no to bad governance, because let me tell you, the day we get affected, you spoke about Ukraine, the day we get attacked with people like Inamzalendo and bad governance, we will not be able to sustain ourselves against a superpower like Russia. We will not be there. We will not be able, because we will be all thinking of money making, gold, and who's going to make how much money and who's going to do what. We need governorship and people who really love their country, patriots, and not people who are defending thieves who have been proven by going to courts in handcuffs. The president and the vice president have been in court with handcuffs. I know Mzalendo will come back as Raila, but Raila was there because he was a political. Raila went to jail because he was a political. He was jailed because of political things and trying to move, to move the country. just like Koigi Wamwere was, and just like Kenyatta was, the founder of the country. So please, guys, let's be genuine when we're talking. I said I'm not going to politic. I'm going to be talking patriotic things this year. Tafadhali, I want to be right. So ulikuwa umeniita nirudi, nilisikia ukinitaja because I'm still listening, but Mr. Chair is here, Stone PK. Sorry for that long talk, but I think it's something that needed to be said. I hope nime answer what I was called back into the show to say. Stone PK, kazi kwako. Pole.
Thanks, Kenya. Who is this? What message is this now? Hebu toa hiyo message.
Stone, siko kwa my moderating nini, niko kwa phone. Siko kwa gadget
let me
yangu.
switch. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Let me go to the switchboard. That's okay. All right, Msururu ulikuwa unaendaje? Mato?
I don't know, nilisikia tu nikiitwa na hii kitu inaniharibia, sioni nani. Huyu jamaa mwenye ameniita huwa Canada. So I guess
Muona mbali.
unajua siwezi ona kwa sababu hii message iko hapa hivi, sijui nani ametuwekea.
Nataka kuitoa.
Natumia simu, situmii kompyuta yangu, so siwezi.
Don't worry, I'll get rid of it. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, so I guess unless huwa Canada nataka cause ndio ameniita nikarudi, unless kama hataki kurebuttal that, I guess itaenda kwa Mzalendo, but nani Muona Mbali, kama Muona Mbali ndo amefanya nikarudi, so yeye ndo alikuwa akiongea nikarudi, so you play your.
That's okay. We'll
Well, well, first of all, I know you're in Kansas, yeah? And first of all, I just want to say that I admire the work you do. You're very passionate about what you do, yeah? Bona Kenyan with Love. I really enjoy the show. Part of it I attribute to you because of your passion for the show. So I have no rebuttal. You know how to answer questions. You're very intelligent, and with your leadership, Stone PK and Bernard, and I don't know where Themba went.
I also don't know.
Yuko. Mzalendo, we might as well put Mzalendo as the next chair.
No, Yuko is listening, so you can give him a shout out.
Hey, Themba. Well, with your expensive suits. Well, no, I think Bernard has more expensive suits. Themba, please come back. Please, wherever you are.
Maybe I could, I'm not speaking on behalf of Themba, but I could give you a general comment on what went into many people's minds. People had different objectives from what I know. And then, of course, if you are here when this platform was really there, it was, of course, discussing. That time it was Udaku versus Azimio. So that was flowing, and there was a lot of intelligence, discussions, analyzing the manifestos, because for one, Kenyans thought like, we needed, or rather they needed to educate one another towards a transition that was going to be meticulous, radical for that matter, to uplift the lives of Kenyans who are languishing in poverty, and not because of our country being poor, but because it had come to a time when it was true that it is leadership. You talked about it. It is leadership that Kenya is lacking. And now Pumbavu, Kibaki told us that. So we thought that time has come now. People are more elite. People would be more serious to get that opportunity that was provided to us by one leader called Uhuru Kenyatta after he realized. And this is what I tell most, I tell people, and people start being, oh no, yes, no. Uhuru never won elections. But he knew that, yes, whatever they did with the Ruto as Jubilee, whatever happened, they knew very well that they actually never won. Uhuru can't live a lie. That is the only thing I like about Uhuru. He gets haunted internally by lies. So what did he do? The moment they got the whatever that position, Jubilee time, of things happened. And one of the people who let him down is this man who now is in the seat, the biggest thief. Okay? So things happened. Uhuru was lamenting, Uhuru was complaining, but unfortunately, this constitution we have, which of course it's also a big BS, because it cannot curtail some of the very, very critical things. Kenya is not mature enough. Africans are not mature enough to leave them to be guided by the rule of law. That I can say it anywhere on earth. Africans are not yet, they have not attained that maturity, whereby you will say, let's go to the vote, let's go for this competition. Africans also want to run, even to league, even kwa ile race hizi za watu wanakimbia mkiona. If it was not very technical, Waafrika wangekuwa wana rig that wameenda number one, because Waafrika ni ngumu. It is, we are natural, we have that kauchetani yako kawizi tuko nako. And that's why I say confidently, even like now here we are 4 of us, tuna tuizi, each one of us hapa kawizi tu, and that is what now Uhuru realized, and out of self-consciousness, that's why when he came to walipokuja hii ya pili.
Mr. Chair, ndio maana hatuwezagi shikwa na polisi, cause tu kila unaweka ka 100 shillings kwa mfuko, ukishikwa, ukisimamishwa unampatia.
Can you imagine?
Kenya.
Yes. Yeah. And ati unashikwa when you are caught and umeshikwa na makosa, unaanza kuuliza, hey, mazebu nipigie anko yangu mzalendo apigie Stone, because Stone ndio DPP, anisort. You see, you have that naturally inakuja, na umeshikwa umefanya makosa, but you want to ingiza your uncle, ndio anko yako apigie ule jamaa wanakuanga naye kwa Mtembei, kwa sababu wamekuwa wakiongea. You think, I mean, this is what is sickening. So to fasten my point here is that now when Uhuru came and all, he did what he did, whatever, it was in good faith, and that's why people, kind of, wakakuja watu wakapoa. Then when he went he reached out for Baba and all this, and truly speaking, after reaching out to Baba, things moved, okay? But then that did not put things straight to whatever, most Kenyans wanted to be. One, Kenyans wanted, and they were being promised, that they will hold elections and there will be no more maneno ya election rigging imekwisha. But what happened? While we were planning all that, kuna mwizi mkubwa alikuwa kwa kibanda. Mwizi mkubwa akiwa na assistant wake. What were they wanachora nini? Uko Taki? Vile wataprint papers double. Then you raise it. Oh no, we will not use them. Zinaingizwa airport, inaitwaje, kichini kisiri. Mwizi tu. Who receives them? Oh, Kipara is there receiving them. He's asked, what is this? Why are things coming in? Why are things being sneaked in? Oh, he gives very flimsy, stupid answers. And then our press already bought. They can't raise issues. You listen to when our press is interviewing these thieves. Bought completely, because the big thief knows you make ukiwa umeiba asali una make sure kila mtu akona ameipata, ameionja. The fingers.
Yeah, unatumbukiza kidole.
Yes. So una make sure kila mtu you know, ana asali ako guilty. All right. So the press does not talk, but things illegalities have happened. Ballot votes have arrived illegally, secretly. Zinapita zinaenda. Okay. So now Kenyans, those who have good, wale ambao wana roho nzuri ya Kenya, sisemi akina mzalendo, akina mzalendo wanajua wizi yao ni nini. Those who had goodwill, they thought this man, because Uhuru has accepted to midwife a transition, and he was talking. He wanted to midwife a transition that would, you know, it's called what? Hop, skip and jump this country to begin a new chapter where people would start working. Now, the real hard we talk about, where now the stealing would be almost eliminated, because we saw an example of that. We saw a tint of what, if you are hard on corruption, we saw the benefit it can give this country, Kenya. So we can manage, we can do it, because we tried it. We saw an example. In Mutani, when we were playing Bano, we used to say, Trizek Mujari Buna Mchezo. So we have Trizect, and we have seen it can shoot. So tuli Trizek, sasa tulikuwa tunataka mjaribu ile proper. Even if Raila was going to maiden it for just one term, then the structures, and I can promise you, the structures would have been put. Then whoever would have come after him, hata ingekuwa ni huyu mwizi mkubwa, he would have nowhere to run away from other than to follow exactly what would have been wherever. Because you can't dismantle, for example, if strict, serious courts have been put in place, serious judges have been put in place to prosecute thieves. Unless, but yeye ni mshetani, anaweza kuja achilie wote, all those who would have been jailed, because akina Gachagua wangekuwa jela. Okay, so you would have released them. So to fast track my whatever, it is that goodwill which Kenyans were waiting for, and they saw the opportunity. The moment the stealing was done the way it was done,
it was very traumatic, first of all.
And it was done
all over.
Yes.
But we've gotten over it anyway.
Yeah, it was done so stupidly that the best thing to do would have been to riot, cause mayhem. That was the best thing to do, because the bullshit constitution was overrun. Ruto ran into bombers there. I mean, we saw, you see, the reason anyway, tomorrow we'll play these clips. We will show the motions of what happened. We will play clips right from when the results were being transmitted. Okay? And then we see, you know, because people have forgotten. Kenyans, again, have very short memory. Kama Ngiri. Sasa we are talking as if we were not there during that time. People don't even remember what happened at Bomas. People don't see Ruto coming there with the goons and behaving like a rock. Choir here it's dancing.
Even Storm PK, just to add on your thing. Since when? Since our independence, have you ever seen the person to be announced sitting next to the chair of the electoral commission?
So
that's corruption at a very high level.
So let me come quickly. So now, all that, what happened? It is so irritating to hear people, UDA people, coming here and mumbling and saying that, oh, the people, they won election, the people went to wherever Supreme Court. Anybody who is normal, with the normal brains, who watched that court, who listened to the garbage they were spitting, and who even knows what they are capable of, but they became idiots, cannot talk the way people of UD are talking. What we are saying is, enjoy it now that you have it, but kitumbua kitaingia mchanga. So conclusively, to answer your question, there are those of us who are here with very good will, like some of us are. Achana na kina Mzalendo. They are living in America. They're enjoying. Mzalendo doesn't care what happened in that country. Mzalendo, I'll give you time because I've mentioned you. Don't worry. I'll give you time. I'll give you time. I'll give you time. Nakuchokoza ndio uje. I'll give you time. So those who had really and still have this country at heart cannot believe what Ruto did, and cannot believe what the church did in that country. People cannot believe that the entire country can be compromised through evil, through corruption, corrupting kila mtu, buying people very cheaply. People cannot believe that today we don't have a parliament. Bwana Mwanambali. So people who are intelligent, intellectuals, people who have goodwill of that country cannot sit here even to debate, to discuss President at Ruto being a president. It's living a lie. It's so we are stooping too low. This guy,
you know, I've lived in Rift Valley. Not to digress from my point, but I've lived all my life in Rift Valley, yeah. And I remember how the Nyayo era.
Mwanambali, I also think Mwanambali, I think you needed to understand. Stone PK was answering to you why people what you asked. People are no longer here.
Because I've not landed. Let me land, Mwanambili, because you asked a question. It's important, even for the listeners who keep on asking why some people have disappeared. It is because of this very dramatic, idiotic move that happened in our country that some people even feel like ni vile huwezi hama nchi yako. And this I'm telling you because I've been on the ground. Recently I was on the ground. We are talking to common mwananchi. Wacha si watu wako ma US, ma UK, Canada, wamekalia viti wanakula madola. Hawa achana nao. These are just Kenyans by paper. Awachana nao kabisa. They don't feel it. They are okay. But bro, shuka Kenya sahi. I went all over. Went to Masai Mara. I went across. I went to Kisii, Kilgoris. All over. Kenyans are crying. But those who are eating, the uhondo, the thieves, are enjoying. And this is what was supposed to end, where now it will be a people-led government, where people will be put in front. Ruto speaks that way, but he does the opposite. It is known. He holds the Bible, whom he has the sword on this other side. And that's how Shetani works. That's how the colonizers worked.
Double-edged sword, yeah.
So that's why people are not here, because they don't see what to discuss. And some don't want to come out very clearly to talk like Stone PK, because for me, I'm just for revolution. I'm just for whatever it takes to remove this guy. I don't mince my words. I never talk apologizing. I don't apologize where I don't need to. Nikikosea, I apologize to you. But what I'm saying with my conviction that given an opportunity, Ruto should not even have stayed these 100 days. Whatever it may have taken. Whatever it would have taken. Because nilisema, mwizi akiingia kwa boma, you don't negotiate. You don't. You whatever is next to you. If really it's your boma, if you believe mwizi ameingia kwako. Lakini kama ni mtu ameingia kuotea dota yako na atakuwa son in law, then una approach kivingine. But mwizi ameingia ukiwa bedroom. Na unatoka na nyundo, mshale, bunduki ile uko nayo. And you start shooting, whether mumbwa yako itakuwa shot hapo, whatever will be next to him, you fagilia yote. Ruto, that's the way to do it. And unfortunately, Kenyans also, they have been duped. And they have this attitude of, let's wait and see. Imagine you are being told, hii ni poison iko hapa. Unasema hebu nikunywe nione. All right? Remember, somebody was demonstrating how bottoms up is nonsense. Where is he? Remember a Kenyan walking around with the briefcases, earning money illegally.
Oh man, that's a story.
Yeah, so that's why you don't find people here. Some are silent. Some are supporting what we are talking about.
No, they're not silent. They're not silent.
Yeah, some have given up.
No, they haven't given up.
No, some have given up.
I know you have the stats. You do analytics and you see. But there are those who do private mode that you cannot track. Yeah. But a lot of people are watching you, believe me or not. Yeah. A lot of people are following. This is a movement. This is not a channel. It's a movement. Stone PK. Yeah? And I would tell you that you inspire a lot of hope, you know, because most of us are fed up with all the crap that we listen to, you know. I don't like to talk about it. We pray for our leaders, of course. Leadership is about influence. Yeah. Our leaders are influencing us. Yeah. In a good way. Hitler was a leader. Nelson Mandela was a leader. But it just depends what kind of leadership are they offering. Yeah. We don't know about the kind of leadership that we are getting, but we're just trusting in God that you know, the things that will happen, they will happen for the good, you know, because we are Kenyans. We are not Azimio, we are not UDA, we are Kenyans. Yeah, we do our best to inspire hope. Yeah, and that's what you do, Stone PK, Mato. That's what you do. You inspire hope. There are people who are always on this channel listening to almost 24/7. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. There are people who are here just, you know, I can tell you, I've done a little bit of psychology. There are people who just want to hear that voice. You plant a seed. Yeah. I went to church last Sunday, or rather, I was doing church online, and they were saying it just takes a mustard seed. You bury it underneath the ground. Yeah. Underneath the ground. And then it becomes a big bush. Just a little mustard seed. So even Mutembei TV is a little mustard seed. Kakitu kadogo tu tumekapanda pale chini. Labda hata kaonekani. Just a little seed. Very small compared to, you know, and then it begins to germinate, and it grows big and big and big, and it becomes a huge movement. Yeah. I don't want to preach because I'm not a preacher, but this is like a mustard seed. Mutembei TV is a mustard seed. Kamejificha tu pale chini, kamefunikwa tu pale, lakini kameanza kugrow. Tunaona the shoot. I could tell you so many things about. I love the Bible, by the way. I love the Bible. It's the best book. It's one of the best books, if not the best. Yeah. If there's a nice Kikuyu song that says "Gedudoku," it might seem as if there's no hope. Yeah. But then you see Gedudo when a tree is cut down. Yeah. When a tree is cut down, it will never grow again. But then there's a shoot that comes out. Yeah. In the middle. I think it's Isaiah who prophesied. When something seems hopeless, there's hope. I forget how that Kikuyu song sings, but it's a very amazing picture. Yeah. It's a very amazing picture of how, even if hope is lost, there is that little something that germinates and it grows into something big. There's always hope. Yeah. So we people, we can see there are those who have lost hope. Yeah. There are those who have lost hope, whether it's in whatever situation. I am not qualified to talk about such situations, but I'm talking about even politically. Yeah. Let's never lose hope. Um, I am on the opinion that we should always support leadership, but proper leadership. Yeah. I would not be afraid to stand in front of Ruto and tell him, hey, look, Leadership is like this. Yeah. I know he would teach me a lot about leadership. I am nothing to him with respect to leadership, but from the outside in, yeah, I would be able to tell him, hey, look, this is what we think. And if you can correct here and there, you know, but who am I?
Mwanambali.
Yes, sir.
Leadership, which class did he attend on leadership? He's just a politician who sprout up and took advantage. Kuna leadership atakusomesha.
What do you think leadership is?
It's not what Ruto is doing.
You have
to go to class for that.
No, you don't need to go to class.
Oh, no.
I differ.
Well, this is how I define leadership. How do you define leadership? Bonastone.
You tell us. For me, that's not, Ruto is not, he hasn't gone to any.
Well, I will tell you, I just explained to you, leadership is about influence, nothing more, nothing less. Influence. You can influence people to go and drown themselves. I was reading a joke the other day about that Jesus took 3,000 demons out of a man and sent them to the pigs. And what's the price of pigs today? 40,000 shillings. And 3,000 pigs, that's about 120 million. How can he waste that? But anyway, leadership is about influence. Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah?
I actually like what you just said. Right there. Because you see, there's a leader, like Stone PK is saying, who is a leader? And you can understand. But what you just said, you know, Jesus took the demons and threw them to the to the pigs. And you even quoted how much the pigs are. So he could have actually gotten the money out of the pigs, right? So now, at that time, Jesus knew the pigs is not about the money. But the person, unfortunately, the person that we have is not a leader. And this is how I'm going to prove you with your saying, is because for him, he's looking at at those pigs, the money and how much they cost. You know, that's what he's looking for. That's what he's doing. And that's why he's making money out of even the common mwananchi who's paying the money that he's using. So for him, the pigs are worth more than kutoa madimoni kwa citizenry. So are you telling me that's a leader? He is not a leader. Please, guys, the guy came from school, akachukuliwa, he was in YK92. We know he's never worked anywhere. These cuckoos that he says, it's never worked. There was nothing like that. Okay? We even have people who have gone to Kenya right now, passing there saying this is where Ruto says he used to do whatever, sending us pictures. Where is it? There's nothing. The guy is wanting to make money, and that's all it is. And that's why a cartel will use even the church to do money laundering. And I hope we teach people, like you said, around here, because civil education is gone. Wakanugus, people don't do it anymore. Bananas. And that's why we have people who don't understand what exactly is going and how many back steps we're making after Uhuru and Kibaki had put us somewhere, even though I've never, this second term of Uhuru, like Stone PK said, I respect Uhuru so much. And Malia Menyamazia too, I think he either needs to stay there or come and say something.
Mzalendo.
Oh, it was my turn. I think I was a bit absent-minded. The gentleman talks about something very interesting, leadership. Then everybody was like, leadership. Tony PK, leadership, you don't have to go to any class to be a leader.
Then
Leadership is
you
something
become
that
mediocre, like your boss,
leadership is something like who?
like
There
your
are so
boss.
many good leaders who no. That is the president of the Republic of Kenya. He's not my boss. Ruto is not my boss, and I keep on and stop deceiving people that you live in Kenya while you live abroad. You are like me.
Mzalendo, listen,
You are
Mzalendo.
the only
Listen.
difference is probably you are a nomad.
Listen, Mzalendo, you are the one misleading. I never said I listen and listen carefully. I said I go around. I'm not like other people who have moved permanently. Ndugu yangu, you don't monitor my movement. That's what I'm saying. I don't live abroad. I work abroad. Just like the way I work in Africa, any part of Africa, bro.
All right. For your
Yeah,
information,
please.
we also live in Kenya.
I have
We
no
only
issue
work
with you.
abroad.
I have no issue with you. That's not debatable. I'm just saying people
Okay.
are
Let's rest it for now. But anyway, we are. I think Manambali asked a very important question, which I think you answered very intelligently. That the people who were earlier in this show left probably because they were dissatisfied with the election results. Let me tell you that Manambali, and you are a prayerful person. When you pray to God that you want something, and you kneel down, you fast about it, God will definitely give you what you want. Ruto prayed for the presidency and he was given the presidency. And it was God's calling that he becomes the president at this particular time. If Stony PK is not happy about it, if you're not happy about it, there is those measures that you can use, like a revolution you're talking about. I told you the last people you saw on the street were Luos. You'll never see them again uprising in the name of politics. This is something that is going on. No Luo will go on the streets, let people start demonstrating from Machakos, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, that they don't want Ruto as the president. But for now, Ruto is the anointed president of the Republic of Kenya, chosen by God. That is what the Bible says.
Man, that's called
That's a lie.
blasphemy. That's blasphemy. We cannot allow blasphemy here. Chosen by God by who? When? How?
That's a lie. Don't tell us that.
That's blasphemy.
Marabali, can you answer that from a biblical point of view? Leaders are chosen
How
by
about
who?
if we don't subscribe to the Bible? How about those who don't subscribe to the Bible, Mzalendo?
Marabali, please help me because we have
How
a
about the
faith here.
Muslims? How about the Muslims?
Acheni hiyo yenyu. Acha yako hiyo.
Kenya is a Christian society.
It's not.
No,
That's where you
what the hell are you talking about, dude? You shouldn't
Let
even
me
be in a
tell you.
national TV talking like that.
My friend,
Kenya sio Wakristo
unajua
peke yake, iko
national
na
anthem
Muslims.
ya Kenya, ebu imba national anthem.
Hata kama Mungu ni wao pia, Muslims also. Allah is Muslim.
Imba national anthem.
Allah. I can say Allah.
My friend. Sio basi ubadilisha hiyo national
Dude,
anthem to
stop going
whatever
to
you
that
want.
side. No wonder mmemake State House ikakuwa kama nini, ikakuwa ni kama mali tu pa nini, hata si even no, you know Mzalendo, the problem is
wait for Mzalendo
Mato, wacha nimalize. Yani you have a problem, you Azimio supporters.
Mato.
Especially you Mato. When you have a point, we ngojea malize. Wewe umeongea hapa almost 30 minutes. Did you see me interjecting?
Never. Mzalendo.
I wait for you to tell your supporters or fans whatever you want to tell them that they want to hear.
Sasa don't waste time yako man. Mzalendo,
I will not waste my time because najua mtanikata tu sahi because
I'm moderating.
Oh, you're moderating. Thank you for protecting me from Azimio supporters.
That's why also you should be careful usiguze wengine huko.
No, roho yenyu tutaguza ndani na pia tutawaambia ukweli, si ati nini uongo.
No, what I mean is don't go your religion. Don't be that way. It is a very hard issue. Yeah, your God is your God. The other people have their God. Please.
You know, if I'm a religion, you cannot stop me from practicing my religion in the name of politics.
Yeah.
I can talk politics and mix it with religion. Yeah, it's allowed. It's allowed. We pray to God, unless you pray for something else.
Continue, Mzalendo. Continue. You can pray. You can do whatever
I
you want.
only asked Mwanambali a question because I saw him talking so much about the Bible, that how are leaders chosen according to the Bible?
I did
It was
not
a very,
say
very
that.
simple
No,
question.
no.
It's a very, very simple question.
No,
Yeah?
I did not say that. Come on, don't put Mzalendo, don't try and manipulate me. Mzalendo, you're manipulating me, please. I can't hear you. I can't hear
Chosen by God, but
No, I
but
did not say that. I did not say that.
No, I agree with Tony PK that his kind of leader from henceforth will be a revolution. We go to the streets, we demand what we want.
Sure.
You know, Tony and watching. No, my net is gone. Tony and everybody else watching. I can see all the net is gone. Can you guys hear me? All right, I'm back.
Yeah, no, you abuse the God, so Mungu anakulipisha kisasi.
Manzeni gadgets mingi ziko kwa nyumba. I didn't. God was probably telling you guys, let me emphasize this point, that he is the one in authority in Kenya. Yeah, is the one in authority. And if you didn't go before him and ask for that leadership, he will not give you. All right? It is that simple. Anything that you pray for, genuinely from your heart, you'll get it from God. And that is what the Bible says. Yeah. So kitu ile najaribu kusema kwa Wakenya or panelists here is that we love our country. We love our country. I'm just winding up. We love our country.
Ongezea hii point. You've told Christians that way. Tell the Muslim. Waambie Muslim what you have just told Christians. Tell Muslims.
Niwaambie Waislamu nini? I don't subscribe to Islam. I'm talking to my Christian brothers, and I don't know the Quran, so I will not proclaim a book that is not superior to the Bible on this particular platform.
I got you.
All right?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So ile kitu najaribu kusema, we love our country. There are some teething problems that we have in our country. We need to find a solution to solve them. Yes, this show is very, very important that we address the right issues. The right issues. With things which are impossible, Stony PK, are impossible. A revolution in Kenya is not attainable at this particular moment in time.
Why?
Let me give you a reason why. Revolutions have to start from somewhere. And who are these people who are so agitated that they don't want this government that much? Yeah. So what has Ruto done that is so bad that we need to topple him the next day? Look at the atrocities that happened after 2007 election. Uhuru and Ruto came together. You keep on praising Ruto on this particular show, forgetting that Ruto was part of his government. You keep on praising what Uhuru has done, forgetting that Raila Odinga and Kibaki are the ones who initiated what Uhuru has done. Those were Kibaki and Raila's projects. In fact, Uhuru did nothing. The only thing that Uhuru did that helped this was trying to do is to kill tribalism. To say, hey, even Aluo can be the president. And if he had succeeded, he would go in history as one of the best presidents Kenya has ever had. He would have gone he was trying to rewrite the history of the Republic of Kenya. Then you forgot you are going to an election where an opposition leader has gone into government and is criticizing the same, is running against the same government, is also praising at the same time. What kind of confusion is that? What kind of confusion? What were we talking about? Then mnakuja hapa mnatuambia ati Ruto ni mbaya. Ruto was not the president. The president was Uhuru. Serikali ni mbaya. When you say serikali ni mbaya, ni serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta ndio mbaya. That is why we have an opposition leader who is an alternative to grab power after 5 years. When you surrender all that and say, yeah, me, I'm going to work with the government. Work with the government for what? You are not supposed to work with the government. You are supposed to be the watchdog for the people. Since when did Ruto become the watchdog for Kenyans? It is Raila Odinga who left his duty, joined Uhuru's government, and for what? What were they protecting? What was there that was so big? Hebu tuambie ni nini hii Uhuru was not able to do that Raila helped him to do? What was burning in Kenya? You Azimio supporters, tell us what was really burning. If whatever Uhuru accomplished with Raila, he accomplished with Ruto ministers in cabinet. He didn't sack them. So what are you guys saying? Each and every time ni porojo tu mnatuambia hapa saa zingine.
Well, I bet to correct you, Bwana Mzalendo, because you're labeling us
please wait, Nani. No. Let him land. I'm giving him all the time on earth, Mwanambali. I'm giving Mzalendo until when he will say he's done.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mzalendo, it's your time. Kama umemaliza ni sawa.
Nilikuwa nimemaliza, si huo ameni-interject sasa, wacha sema ile alikuwa nasema ndio niendelee. Say what you wanted to say, boss.
Chair.
No, we should let Mzalendo finish it up. Mzalendo, keep going. Stone, wacha Mzalendo endelee.
It was not. It was. I mean, so you interjected. The guy interjected. Let him talk. Why are you? Yeah.
Yeah. Speak, Mwanambali.
I even sorry, I got distracted. I think I thought he had finished, and I was trying to respond to a point that you had said. And
okay, you will get it. When you get it, you will come in. Mzalendo.
Yeah.
Okay. At the handshake brought peace. Were we at war? That is the question I want to ask. Were we at war with anybody? Apart from the roadside proclamations that Ruto was making, what was the war going on? Were people demonstrating in the streets? Yeah. What peace did the handshake really bring? What kind of business that iliendelea which could not go on? This is a question that I always ask Azimio supporters. Vita gani hiyo ilikuwa that prompted the handshake? And what was it for the ordinary Kenyans? Nimemaliza, hebu jibu hizo swali ndio uniambie.
Mwanambali.
Well, you have to understand something, Bwana Mzalendo. Those of us who are outside of the country, we went through trauma, right? To see, and my eyes opened once I understood politics. Yeah, I was a Kikuyu disciple forever. Yeah, I never used to believe in anything else. I was caught up in that bug. You see, I'll give you a true example of what it means. There was a mother and a grandmother and a daughter, three ladies, grandmother, a mother, and a daughter. And they were making something like a Thanksgiving turkey dinner or steak. Let's call it a steak, not even a turkey dinner. And this is going to be very deep. And this is, so the daughter saw the mother put the steak in the oven, but she had to cut it on the side to side, and she put it in the oven. And she asked the mother, why do you have to cut the sides of the steak? Yeah. And the mother said, I don't know, because I was taught by my mother that before you put the steak inside the oven, you have to cut side to side. And then the mother went to the grandmother and asked the grandmother, why do you have to to cut the steak on the side before you put it inside the oven? And the grandmother said, well, because it cannot fit. So now listen to this. Sometimes we are very conditioned. Even I, as a Kikuyu, was taught that never marry a Jaluo or never marry from another tribe. So it was indoctrinated, yeah, from a very long time ago, yeah, that you don't have to do this because it's a generational thing, right? But we have to change our mindset, yeah, and understand, why are these things happening? Why do you come to some of my best friends are from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Vietnam, from China? But why do some of my best friends cannot be from my local community, right? But anyway, my point is, let's learn to be tolerant, first of all, and especially in this show. This show is has brought a lot of healing to many people because it has many cultures. You know, we come and we join together. I wish we could be, we could be continuing to have the national anthem continuously. I like the way Julia comes here and we sing, right? The East African community, we bring them together, right? But nonetheless, you wanted me to respond to something, Zalendo. Remind me. I have a memory problem.
Oh, so sorry for that. I wanted you to quote the verse that talks about leadership in the Bible, and I also wanted you just to add on that why this show is begun with a Christian prayer each and every morning. Yeah.
I did not say that it began with a Christian prayer. The prayer begins with you in your heart. Doesn't matter. You do meditation, that's your prayer. I did not say that it begins with a prayer. Okay, so don't try to put words in my mouth.
Oh, you didn't get my point.
If you need a verse in the Bible that talks about leadership, I can tell you many that talk about leadership. I said leadership is about influence. Mutembei TV is all about influence. Nothing more, nothing less. Mandela was a leader. Even Hitler was a leader. It depends on the kind of leadership, whether you have good leadership or bad leadership. I have experienced both. Okay? But it's all about influence. That's what I said. I did not quote the Bible, but if you want verses, I could quote for you so many. Yeah? So don't try to twist things. I know you're a politician. Make sense? Leadership is all about influence. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all I said. Mzalendo. I can't hear you. Are you content with that?
No, I'm content with whatever you've said. Leadership is about influence.
Yeah.
And
Ruto is
yeah.
a leader. Ruto is a leader.
I'm a good
Raila is
listener.
a leader. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, leadership is about influence, and you don't attend any class of leadership to become a leader. So you only need to influence a few people, and you become a leader.
And the other thing I will caution you, and this might be controversial, leaders are not born. They are made. Whether through circumstances, but they are not born. Even Uhuru Kenyatta was not born as a leader. He went through circumstances that made him as a leader. Leaders are made, they're not born.
Yeah, like William Samoei Ruto, yeah.
Sure.
He has made himself as a leader.
Not made himself, he was made by circumstances. Circumstances made him a leader. But he was not born a leader. No. Leaders are not born, they're made.
Thank you very much, guys. Leadership, leader born, leader not being born, leader made. Thank you very much.
How's California?
Sorry?
How's California?
I didn't get you, Monambali.
How's California?
California, don't know. I don't know.
Oh, you're not in California? I thought
No.
you're in California.
No, I'm not in California.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, well, sorry. I meant the California in Nairobi.
Ati? Calif iko mbali, haiko juu ya Salim mzee. Niaje wewe? Calif iko huko.
Unajua Calif anasema Calif iko wapi bwana huyu jamaa?
Anasema iko Jerusalem.
Wewe Calif imeshikana na Kije, unajua Kije?
Imeshikana na Kije na Isili.
Imeshikana na Kije na Isili.
Calif ndio anasema si California.
Mimi nauliza Calif.
Calif uko poa, wanaunda Calif wana plan kung'oa Ruto. Wachana na mzalendo.
Alafu ndio nauliza kama jeshi imejipanga.
Ndio wanapika, wanakoroga. Utaona vile kataenda. Hata na kametamba. Alafu unajua wale watu wanamtambia ni au mahasla wake. Juu amewadanganya.
I know.
Amewatinga na mauongo. Sasa watakiona. Nani alisema this guy alisema the government eats its own people. Yeah, before we close, before I give you a chance to wale wana something to say mwisho, I want to touch on something Mzalendo is really misleading people. He's saying that Luos ndio walikuwa wanaenda riot. Why were they? It's because there were the elections of one of their own. If it was a Kikuyu who was rigged, you would see Kikuyus on the street. If it was a Mkamba who was the president, you would see. It is wrong to say it's Luos. No. It's Kenyans from Nyanza who are mostly aggrieved, seriously aggrieved, because it is true they were robbed. It is I didn't want to go to this one. If there is any tribe that has really suffered by being Kenyan, it's people from Nyanza. And Mzalendo should be ashamed of that when he says that. These are people who have lost most of their very eloquent leaders through politics, stupid politics. Yeah, I didn't want to go to that because it is so sad. And a patriotic Kenyan would really, let me stop there because it is sad. It is very bad that you see it wengine wanakaa because it's not your own. Na ndio tunaona kama Gachagua ama anaitwa Gachagua, we see an idiot that should be blasted off asije akapayuka those nonsense. We don't want to open those wounds. We don't want to do that. So when you say, oh, it's Luos who are this, no, it was a cause. It was just like it is just right now. They have stolen elections from Raila Odinga. That's a fact. Mzalendo, whether you want to say sijui nini, it's a common fact, common sense all over Kenya. Only thieves are not acknowledging that. Wezi ndio hawakubali. Na hakuna mwizi ushikwa anasema nimeiba. Sijawahi ona Mwanambali. Nimekuwa nikienda kotini, Makadara, for high court, wezi wakikuwa arraigned, they all plead not guilty. Niambiwe makotini mahali mwizi ameshikwa akiwa amewekwa pingu, akasomewa na jaji akasema guilty sir. Sijaona, sijasikia. Na hivyo ndio mwizi huyu mkubwa hawezi. Na ndivyo hivyo wezi wale ambao wameiba, they will tell you, oh, Raila was never stolen, votes were never stolen, when it is point blank. All right? Same thing when Mzalendo says that there was no war. What was the handshake for? That's also another very shameful statement from Mzalendo. Very shameful. No wonder I keep on saying he's at his comfort wherever he lives, because he didn't see war in Kenya, and I didn't see the point why there was a handshake. Very, very shameful, honestly. With those few remarks, I want to call upon any of you who has a last comment before I start thanking those of our teams that are on the comment section. To Ashukuru, we've done 8 hours, 47 going to almost 9 hours. It's been a great show. We will continue discussing, and as we say, let's discuss, because what we are discussing is reality. There is no propaganda here, no propaganda on this channel. All what is being stated are things that are happening, are things that are about to happen. When we come and put questions like, is Gachagua useful to UDA or is usefulness ending? It's because of indicators that people have to give their views, what they think, based on his statements, based on their body language in the party, based on what has taken place recently. So I don't think there is an iota of propaganda here. And by the way, we don't need to have propaganda at Mtembei. We are just calling it as it is. I have no more propaganda. When I say I don't recognize Ruto as president, it's not propaganda. It's my conviction he's not the president of Kenya. And it's my right to do. I don't stop him being the president. But I don't think he is supposed to be the president. So that's a fact. It's not a propaganda. And when I say revolution is possible, it is possible. Right now, Brazil, there is a revolution. You can't be one man standing somewhere saying, oh, Kenya kuwezi kuwa na revolution. There has been even land clashes in Kenya. We know that. We've had people killing each other in Kenya. Would you have said that there can never be such a thing? We've had neighbor killing a neighbor. That happened in Kenya. Not once, not twice, not 3 times. So what is it that cannot happen in Kenya, Mwanambili? Unless we are myopic. Anything can happen in that country. That country can disintegrate into ashes. That is also a possibility because of poor handling. So let's not see it and start saying, oh, God. Everyone praise a God. Whichever God one praise. Okay? So let's not take things carelessly and say we will pray. You will be prayed, you'll be anointed and all that. You can be anointed by Satan. Satan has his followers. Wengi tu sana. Shetani, in fact, I think he has more followers than God, by far. And that's a fact. By far. That's why he says, in heaven, hata ametengeneza viti kadhaa sana, because wanasema itakuwa ngumu ni kama kupitia tundu ya sindano. So how do you expect the whole world to go to heaven? Yes, Kenya with love.
You know what we call independence was a revolution, eh?
Exactly. So let's agree a revolution can happen, but maybe we start now. Uzalendo ambie watu tafadhali msiende kwa street ama msifanye hivi, Ruto atafanya. But don't say with authority that it's not possible. And the things that are going to happen in a few days to come. I don't want to talk a lot of things, but let's not, some of these things, let's not call them propaganda. It is bad. Kenyans are hurting. Hata kama ni watu 200,000, they are hurting. Look look at when people started doing numbers here, hakuna kitu, no sense. Hakuna, ni kusema tu hamukujipanga, hamukufanya hivi, nyinyi ni crybaby, sisi ni Mungu alitupatia uongozi. Juu wale wengine walipewa na shetani. No, Kenyans na UDA people, you are cartoons actually. You are really worth watching and listening. Somebody should be writing a play. A play, named when UDA became the rulers of a country called Kenya. Ni kama kitabu kingine inaitwa Shetani Msalabani, Anyway, I think Mato, if you have something, Alendo, Monambali, I want to start winding up.
Yeah, I do. Mine is gonna be easy. I'm gonna start with where I just told you. When you talk about revolution, people say, "Oh, revolution cannot happen." Our independence was independence was a revolution. People were tired of, the Wakungus and everything. They moved. The Maumaus of the Kajaguas of the days that they want to say they were the sons of Maumau. They don't even know anything about Maumau. I mean, when you read the history, also me, I don't know, but when you read the history, these guys were even supported by their wives. It was a revolution of people assuming their own country. And there comes a time where you assume your own country. I keep on saying this, and I will say it. Stone, forgive me. I will say it until we get there. You cannot have a country, led by the cartels, mafias, wash, killers. They can sue me if they want me to. They want to sue me. Criminals. You cannot have a country led by those people, because they will always, a criminal will always defend a criminal. A criminal will always defend themselves. But then again, there's something that I think, Mzalendo, if you're a man enough, I think you owe Kenyans and the people that watch this channel a big apology. A big one, out of your heart. And if you're really a Kenyan, not even a Kenyan, a human being, you cannot come in a channel like this that is not watched just by Christians, is watched by Islams, Hindus, pagans, watched by everyone as long as they are Kenyans. And sometimes we've come to realize lately that is not even watched by Kenyans alone, but by East Africans and Africans in general. We even have panelists who come here who are from other countries, but understand that Africa will unite and they have to be a part of our geopolitical system. You cannot come here and talk of Kenya being a Christian country. You've really gone against the Muslims of our country. You've gone against the pagans of our country. You've gone against the beliefs of everyone in our country that is not a Christian. And when you talk about Christian, I don't know if you're talking about Catholic. I don't know which kind of Christian you're talking about, Catholic or Protestant, or where you're talking about. It's very wrong and unethical and inhuman for you to come here and feel just because you were born a Christian, you are a better Kenyan than a Muslim that was born, even an Indian that was born or lives in Kenya. You are nothing special, dude. I don't care where you live, how you do, but I don't stand for that crap. That is the biggest stupidity I've ever had in my life, and I'm so sorry. with all due respect, you cannot come on a national TV and talk about Kenya as a Christian country. So these other guys are who? They are not Kenyans. You're more Kenyan than them. It's something I will not stand for. And if that makes me leave this channel, I will leave, because I don't treat fellow human beings like that. I don't care what you do, how you do it. If you believe, you don't believe. Mzalendo, you cannot do that. You owe Kenya an apology of your semantics and your sayings. It hurt me so bad when you said something like that. It's very wrong. And that's the problem that we do have. And that's why maybe you follow Ruto, because he wants to make Kenyans who are not Christians feel like they're not part of our country. White, black, Hindu, whatever it is, everybody is a part of our country. And Mzalendo, being a Christian, you're not better than anyone in that country. You never chose where to be born and what religion to follow. So please, I hope when it comes to your time, you will really apologize to people that to your semantics and what you said. And maybe next time, don't get too carried into defending Ruto, that you even abuse people of our country. Amekimbia. But Stone, I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair. I hate to say that.
No, Mzalendo is around. I think that we've had it. He's had it. You don't need to overemphasize. Of course, we.
Okay, let me just then finish on that. Then.
Go ahead.
But at the end of it, Stone PK, me, I always finish with saying that hii country lazima ibadilike. We cannot, hatuwezi kuwa na constitution yenye hatufuati. We have to, follow our constitution. And number one, and I'll keep on saying this, constitution, and we have to move from a third world country to be a first world country. We have to educate each other. What Tom Mboya started, the people that have gone out there and seen the world out there, the people that are in Kenya, we all have to educate each other and be together and understand where our country needs to go, so that we are not a laughing stock. One day, when the war comes to us, we know what to do. We have to generate our own defense. We have to generate our constitution and defend it. And like we always say, Stone PK, if we stop talking, we will start fighting. So I appreciate you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. But and also appreciate everybody on the comment section, on the everybody that has listened to us. Stone, that will be my closing remark until tuanze kusalimia watu wenye wamekuwa huko hivyo chini. But I'm here. Thank you.
Sawa, wacha mwana mbali, manake Mzalendo anaonekana ameenda mbali. If you are there, Mzalendo, it's your turn. Then after Mzalendo, we go to Mwanambali. Then after Mwanambali, sijui kama Nyaribo, no, Kerubo yuko. Mzalendo yuko kweli? Namuona hapa amevaa. Anyway, Mwanambali, you can be going on as we wait for Mzalendo. Unmute. Go ahead, Mzalendo. I mean,
Mwanambali.
Yes.
Mnanisikia?
Kabisa. Unajua
Sikusikii. Sisikii. Mnanisikia? Okay. Sasa nitasema I must be the biggest fraud in the world. Mwanambali, because I think I'm very short-sighted. Yeah. But I may have, for me, I think my message, my submission is for young people, yeah, because I love young people very much. And I will share with them 3 values, yeah, because I don't see far, even if it's a conundrum, by the way. And Mwanambali is a conundrum, yeah, which means you see far, but look farther, rather. I have 3 values in life that I am going to share with young people who will be coming to this channel. Number 1, be authentic. Be yourself. Don't try to be who you're not. Be yourself. Be authentic. Whatever that means to you, young people or older generation like me, be authentic. No matter what it takes, stand for your values. If you believe there's injustice, stand for your values and fight for it. Be authentic. Number 2, never settle. Meaning, usiwahi fika mahali ukasema mi nilifika, I will never progress anymore, I will never fight anymore. Live to fight another day. Never settle. Always improve yourself. Look for a better Kenya. Look for how can you improve the lives of your family and others. Look for a better Kenya. Never settle. Huh? I remember people like Matiba, akina Koigi wa Wamwere, if they came here to this channel and they listened, they never settled. They always fought. Yeah, people like Reverend Njoya, they never settled. They always kept fighting for our country. Yeah. Number 3, never ever give up. Never ever give up, no matter what. Life will throw lemons at you, make lemonades. Never ever give up. I said, be authentic, tell the truth, no matter how hard it is, no matter how it pains, always tell the truth. Yeah? In whatever capacity that means to you. And I'm talking to both young and old. Be authentic. Number 2, never settle. Never say, mi nilifika, I will never improve myself, whether it's education or whether in your career or whatever. Never settle. Number 3, never give up. Never give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Don't give up. Yeah? You know the vibe. I am a man of few words. I appreciate this show, and it's an honor to be hosted here. Bonastone PK, I appreciate you. I follow you. Kenyan with Love, Mzalendo, Kenyan Kerubo, the people on the chat. I see all of you. I salute you. Cheers.
Thank you Mwanambali, ambaye wakati mwingine anaweza akaitwa twiga.
Did you just hack me?
No. Is that what you asked?
Did you just hack me?
The other side.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So Mwanambali, you've really done it so well, so professionally, so encouraging and inspiring. I would say to both the old, the young, the people that believe in humanity, in life. It's true, you have to be authentic. And if you're authentic, then you will go for what is right. And you don't have to contemplate about it. What is right is always very naked. You know, anything that is truthful, rightful, haikuangi na magunia mingi, haifunikagwi, I always say it's like a lion in the jungle. It walks, every animal can see it, until when it wants to hunt and kill. That's when it tries to camouflage, spot what it is going to strike. And the truth does the same. Truth is very scary to the guilty. So you are very right. If you stand for truth, you are authentic, and also good. You said it. Never settle. Don't think. Don't be static. Keep moving on, because there is something going on. Okay? If you get static, you will remain there because things are moving on. Utakuta uliachwa tene. And that is what we are telling Kenyans. Don't give up. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Monambali. And I appreciate you appreciate us. You appreciate me. Thank you for the compliment and accolade. We will continue to do what we authentically think or feel it's right. And nothing will stop us. Kerubo, I don't know. Kerubo, are you there? I'm Kerubo. Ngayore. Kerubo, musibati Kerubo, ngayare. Tunazungumza lugha yetu ya Kenya. Okay, then Mato, I think it will take a chance now to thank all our viewers just as we are here so that we can close the station together. Monambali, usiende mbali. Wacha to think. If you see somebody we've not mentioned, you are also free to point out, because we like appreciating our team.
Saizi anze kuangalia.
Sorry?
Mwanambali
hata uangalie kwa comment. You can also we appreciate them because the teams here
I could comment about almost everybody if I was to go from up.
Yeah, we just thank them.
Okay, I will do it. Okay. Unanisumbua, wacha kunisumbua.
Mwanambali, if you can look for the first stance of the national anthem, so that after
your mic, Kenyan with love.
Na saizi
iko shida.
Okay, endeleeni nakuja.
Okay.
Sasa iko sawa.
Okay. Wacha niwaseme. Pale tuko na there are so many. Karami, John Dinda, Karami, Brian Richard, uko wapi wewe? Yeah, I know you said that you love the Kikuyu culture yesterday. Unanisumbua, wacha kunisumbua. What a name. Wascon, George Nyulo, Mzalendo, the confusion. No, let's. Oh, my machine is almost giving up on me. Okay, let's go down. There's Gilbert Atuga, uko wapi? So the scene was. Let's keep going. Mary, uko wapi? You're not in the studio. Uko wapi? We miss you.
Haya, kuna mwingine anaitwa TV series ambaye amejaribu kunielezea the proverb niliquote ya kutoka Rift Valley ya lugha ya Holenjin. Ameelezea hapo kwa wale ambao hawakushika, amesema na ameiandika vizuri kabisa. Asante sana TV series channel. Twende Karani yuko pale umemtaja, and then we have other people. We have Bushman. Raila cannot lead anything. That is your own opinion. We want to know what you Bushman can lead. Hata ukienda bush, can you really lead anything? Hata swara unaweza kuzilead kweli Bushman? Bure.
Benson Mwiru.
Adjust your mic nani. Adjust it please. Ndio wakusikie. Joy Obesa, asante sana, thank you so much kwa kwa your comments. Naona nimekuchekesha mpaka karibu uingie uokotewe mbali. Tulikuwa tunasema nitacheka mniokotee huko sokoni. Okay, tuende kabisa tuone George Onyulo. Asante sana brother, thank you so much for being with us, and we appreciate it. We also go. Kuna Michael Ngige.
He's a faithful disciple.
Carolina Tieno Nyathiwa Wanere, tunakuona huko. Wamos tunasema Amoso. Okay, John Dinda Katinda Ngoni Kevaya, infamous somebody. Wow, people have really names. Then tuna mwingine anaitwa tunamuita nani huyu hapa
Papa Lolo. Papa Lolo.
Papa Lolo. Papa Lolo. Huyo muziki naupenda sana. Duke Amariba. Huyu ni one of our panelists. UDA damu. UDA ile inaitwa damu na maji. Lakini tutaona tu, tunapeana muda. Betty, asante sana kwa kuwa na sisi. Soul to soul. Haya, soul to soul, umesema mambo hapo, sitayasema. Betty, tena tumekuona. Caroline Atieno, thank you very much. Mildred Kanda. Karani yuko pale. Karani ama ni Karami. Elio, tunashukuru sana, kazi nzuri mnafanya kutuunga mkono. Mildred Sanda, tumekuona tena. Melanie Nyaboke. Melanie Nyaboke ngayore. Mbiore. Black tunamuona. Elizabeth Anyango tunamuona. Boss Lady. Wow. Boss Lady tunakusikia na anasema Ruto stole election, Mzalendo stop lies. This is sisemi kitu. Infamous tunakuona sana.
Kuna mwingine hapa anaitwa Due Diligence.
Due Diligence, huyo ni wetu kabisa.
Sijui kama atanipea fuliza, atafanya due diligence on me.
Atafanya kabisa. Yeye ndiye anafanya ile tunaita yeye ndiye anafanya due diligence na quality control ya hii channel. Anashika kila.
Very nice.
Yeah, he's a wonderful patriotic Kenyan that picks what each and every speaker says, and he really captured it very well. Thank you so much, Due Diligence. I appreciate you. Kuna mwingine anaitwa nani hapo? Kuna Nifa.
Uwezi acha
Eugene sijamfikia. Umemwona? Mshukuru sana.
Huyu atatua tukimwacha.
Eugene huyo ni wetu mno, ndio tena Katinda Ngoni ingine. Nifa Isolano, thank you so much. We want to see you in the channel. We know you're busy, but as soon as you get time, please filanga frere to come and uromana ifwe. Tunataka Wakenya wote, Wakenya wote tulome, tufanye hii, tupindue, tutoe hii serikali. Hata si kupindua, unajua ukipindua samaki tunapindua, unakula pande hii. Ni kutupa. Samaki imeoza kichwa, ni kutupa. Si kupindua, hatupindua, ni kutupa. Throwing it away completely. Kuna
Elizabeth the Flower, maua.
Wonderful. Maua mazuri yapendeza hayo.
Huyo ni yule Eliza tunajua ama ni mwingine?
Sijui, labda ni yeye. Ni yeye Eliza Maua. Eliza unakuja ukiwa umejibanza. Tumekuona unatuotea mazi. Hawezani na sisi.
Tunajua kule tutapatana na yeye.
Kabisa. Tumemuona kabisa.
Kuna Ken Daniels, je, muona huyu ni mpya ama
nani? Karibu, tunakaribisha wageni wapi, hamna noma.
Daniels anasema I had a great time today. The show was great. let's keep educating each other. If we all love our country, bad leaders must go.
Okay, it is true. It is true. It is true. Bad leaders must go. Eugene ndio huyo nimemuona. Eugene alikuwa amejaajaa kabisa kabisa kabisa. Mzalendo nitakupa time kidogo, but tayarisha
Na Betty, muona Betty?
Betty nimemuona nikamshukuru kabisa kabisa kabisa.
Okay.
Caroline Atieno huyo nimemuita marakaso 8.
Enjo Michael Ngige.
Michael Ngige ni kuwalomboto ama tunawalembete. Sijui nimesikia hiyo ndio.
Alisema lombotov.
Tunamlombotov. Nakwambia shegi imeenda dynamism noma.
Melanie Nyaboke.
Nyaboke nini? Nyaboke is a good lady from Pandio.
Yeni kienyeji.
TV series. Okay, Karen Nanyango, thank you so much for coming, and please, we would like you guys to be here, and most important, spread the word. Let's have as many people. Today I had 50 new people who kind of told me, they inboxed me wakanambia the reason why they listen, and they were highlighting, they gave 5 key points that made me feel really that people are watching, people are listening, people are discussing. Kama hii TV inadiskasiwa mahali kama pale panaitwa Garissa Lodge, inadiskasiwa uko Okongo, inadiskasiwa Githurai, inadiskasiwa, yani every morning unasikia mazee, ulisikia vile mzalendo alibonga, unasikia vile fulani alibonga mazee, alafu mnasema ijatamba, kametamba na kanaanza kunuka,
kameshika kushuka ni kuchapa ilale,
kamenyita itakuwa ni chapa ilale. We ngoja utasikia, itakuwa ni waya weka. Asili TV, thank you very much. We can see you. Our aim and objective is to throw Ruto away out of that seat. Hatuna njia ingine ambayo tunakuja hapa jioni. Hiyo ndio gospel tunaendesha. Yeye aombe Mungu wake, huyu alimuanoint, na sisi tuombe Mungu wetu ule tunasema yeye ni mwizi. Then we will see which God will overpower the other. That is the way to go. Manake kila mtu anaomba Mungu wake kivyake. Aambiwe hivyo.
Stone, unajua hata watu wakienda kwa war, kila mtu waganaomba Mungu wake, anasema tafadhali tumike tushinde.
Exactly. Goliath si aliomba God wake. Na David akaomba God wake.
That's a story for another day.
That's a story for another day. I think
it's a very interesting story, by the way. The big guys versus the small guys.
So basically, I think TV series channel. Thank you very much. Okay, and also let's be really civil, my dear friends, and those who are our fans. And also be factual, and also mutukosoe. When you listen to us and you feel to present, and maybe you are able to arrive at a fact or to be able to correct, we will appreciate, because that now corrects the record, because this program is recorded. So we would like to record factual things. So ukiwa pale unasikiza Stone PK make a statement, give lesson kama ni statistics which amekuwa wrong, you are free to correct. Nobody will rebuke you. We appreciate, same thing. That's what we do here. Those who are on the panel, tuna correctiana, because we want to be factual as much as we are, talking and saying, for example, sisi tunasema Ruto must go. He must go, but of course, whatever we are stating should be what the facts are. When do we say mtu ni mwizi, tuna facts. Yes, and we quote facts. All right, wewe ukisema si mwizi, you quote your facts, but sasa facts vis-a-vis ile ilikuwa kotini, sasa hapo ndio tunaachia wananchi watajaji. So I think basically tumeweza kupata wale wote. Father Danny Darius leo alikuwa yuko, sijui kwani alikuwa na misa ya 24 hours. I'm just kidding. Father Darius, usikuje kunimeza bwana.
Alienda retreat.
We like that working brain here. Thank you, please. When you are not here, we miss you a lot. Leo ilikuwa ni ngori ngori, kesho itakuwa noma noma, na itakuwa ngori Yohana Mtakatifu akishaleta ujumbe. Hapo ndipo tutajua mbivu na mbichi, au mbichi na mbivu, lakini zile naona nyingi ni zile mbichi. Wallahi billahi. Na leo Kakamdune nitakusalimia, ingawa sikukupata, sijui kama ulikuwa kwenye television mapema.
Alikuwa nilimwona.
Hii late show tumekumiss, manake huwa unatuchanganulia vitu hapa bana, Kiswahili huwa kinanyoroka kabisa bana. Michael Ngige, tunakusikia, tunakuona. Ndugu zangu, kwa haya mengi, na watu husema mengi na machache, yangu ilikuwa ni mengi, hakuna machache. Okay, boss lady. Ndio umeona. Elizabeth Anyanga huyo sikuwa nimemtaja. So kwa hayo mengi mno, mi naomba tupate kwenda kupiga tama la maji, tujitayarishe na yale yataipuka siku ya leo. Mambo ni mengi yanayoendelea nchini Kenya. Kile tunaomba ni kwamba watu waendelee kupata nguvu, kila mtu aombe Mungu wake.
Naona mzalendo amerudi wakiwa wawili, amerudi na twin.
Ya kwanza ilileta shida hiyo, nafikiria tutaidrop. Hii ingine iko sawa. Mzalendo, no problem. Can I give you a chance to do your closing remark, please?
Yeah. Please.
I'll drop this other one, yeah?
Yeah, just drop the other one.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Manze, naona unasalimia watu wa Azimio sana. Watu wa UDA hawasalimii bwana.
Mmoja wa UDA ambaye nimempita, Black nimemtaja. Hebu sema mmoja.
Black hukumtaja bwana.
Aya,
tuone.
Ulikuwa
ama unasema kuhusu Geoffrey Ruto?
Watu kama kina Geoffrey Ruto bwana, najua hii kwa hii forum ni wachache. So ni wachache kwa hii forum.
Geoffrey Ruto nilimuruka kimaksudi. Wewe umenishika.
Nilijua hiyo ni tabia yenu. Mna hiyo tabia sana.
Sema tabia yangu, si tabia yao, ni yangu. Geoffrey Ruto nimemuruka ndio kesho nimchokoze. Ananipigaga sana, ni sawa. Niambia mimi ni sugu. Aliitwa blogger. Tuliambiwa yeye ni blogger. UDA blogger. Alitajwa kwa nini hii kesi hii ya Mungu, hii kitu ina mambo. Endelea mzalendo.
Can you hear me? Okay. Mato, kwanza nimeshukuru sana, although you seem very annoyed with my remarks. What I can tell you is that there are things that we believe in. I'm a Christian. I've got Christian values. I've other political values, and those are my principles. I'll stand by them. Kama zingekuwa za Kihindi ama za Kiislamu, I would still stand by them. When I say I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, and I'm not offending other religions. And if you felt offended and you are a Muslim or any other religion, I'm very, very sorry. But I put my God first and my Bible before any other religion. So hiyo ndio nitaka kusema tu, hayo machache tu. Kesho pia ni siku tutakuwa hapa. Sisi ni Wakenya. I've seen in the comment there somebody saying that these people are just doing some odd jobs. Hata kama tunafagia choo, tunaosha mashosho huku, it is probably because there are no opportunities in our country. So that is why people are in the US and some parts of Europe, because of bad governance. And let me tell you, when you see Kenyans who are living abroad, they are yearning to come back home. Tunataka kurudi huko nyumbani. And we spend so many hours here talking about politics. Maybe my point of view is the most important view than what Tony Pike is talking about in future. So just watch what we are saying, listen, and listen to your political leaders. Ruto may be just a transitional leader, but after Ruto, there'll be another president, and we make good choices because the laws are made in parliament. And you people in Kenya there are the ones who are choosing these leaders. So mbunge wako ndiye atatengeneza sheria ile itakuongoza wewe mwenyewe. So from MCA to senator to MP to women rep, they are very, very important seats, more important than even the presidency. Learn to choose leaders who are not corrupt. Corruption is all sides. Azimio are corrupt, UDA is corrupt. So Kenyans, it's a problem that we are dealing with. It's a cancer. So we'll find a way. Maybe Ruto ataimaliza, or maybe the next president will finish it. Asante sana Tony PK. Na Kenyan with love, mwana mbali, nimeshukuru sana, pleasure to meet you. Although you didn't answer the question on leadership. Thank you.
Kesho, Mzalendo, thank you very much, and especially for pointing out that comment when people talk about what people are doing wherever, not only US but all over. I mean, it's very, very myopic and Kibaki alinifunza tabia mbaya. You know, mtu akifanya ujinga unasema ni mpumbavu.
Ama mafi ya kuku.
Ama mafi ya kuku. Because you know, it's your choice, my friend. Unataka kwenda Canada, US, Jamaica, Russia. Hey man,
hakuna mtu amekuzuia
kabisa. Kwa hivyo tusije hapa kwanza kuchongoana hivyo. I mean, no one has invited you, so let those who are sweeping, those who are whatever they are doing, it's them. That's what feeds them. I think so. And na kama huyo mtu ni wa UDA wamesema kazi ni kazi, wera ni wera. So he must be contradicting himself or herself. I don't know who it is, but it's unfortunate when you start talking about this kind of a thing.
Shida ni kufanya Stone, shida ni kufanya hiyo kazi alafu kuseviwa pesa na ikaujui kusave.
Bas, sasa hiyo ndio hiyo, na Mzalendo amewajibu vizuri. Shida tena sisi ambao wale tuko Kenya ama wale wako Kenya, it is your responsibility to get the right leadership. Ukiwa unapewa 50 bob unaanza kukua excited. Ni Stone PK anakuja na V8, unaanza kusifu watu vile ana V8, na hata lift hawezi kupatia, hata kuiguza uwezi iguza. That's, I mean, okay, hiyo ni for another day. Nilikuwa nimesahau Isa, thank you so much. Nimeona Jarongo na nimeona Geoffrey Ruto, alikuwa huku mbali amejificha akisema alikuwa anahesabu votes pia.
Stone, hii jina inasemangwaje? Hii jina ya jamaa mwenye amecheka hapa hivi.
Nani?
WASKOAN. Unajua, I think mimi semanga vibaya.
Wuskan.
Inaitwa Wuskan ama ni Waskan? Hajamii ogopa kuisema.
Unajua
huyo anaitwa Waskan.
Wasan.
Wasan. Huyo ni Waria Wasan.
Oh, okay. Na pia rafiki yetu mkubwa
Alex ametokea huko.
Rafiki yetu mkubwa ako wapi Alex?
Hujamwona Alex Media? Nasema huko Stone PK, hello Ndeto, hello Mzalendo, wewe sitaki kujua.
Alex, wewe leo umepotea pia, najua ulikuwa katika majukumu. Mohamed Ege, tunakupenda sana because huyo ni mmoja shabiki ambaye anasikiza kabisa. Thank God.
Huyo ni mtu wetu, huyo ana believe Chebuchedha anatoka next week.
Kwanza Chebuchedha hii tutaongea kesho.
Unajua maana ya Chebuchedha? Unajua cheta inamaanisha nini?
Tuelezee.
Of course, hapa hakuna kuku.
Kwa nini namaanisha kuku?
Oh my God. Unajua mnaongea mambo mengine ama huyo Raila anaongea mambo mengine yenyewe mjui. Wewe unatamka tu Chebuchesa.
Si
Hata
ametuambia
kama
tumuite hivyo.
anakutusi wewe ujui.
Si ni baba ametuambia ni chief.
Baba akisema ni
amesema mzalendo bwana.
Baba akikwambia kuna mimba unaenda kununua
wale
nini?
hawajui Chiesa ni nini.
Elizabeth
Lakini
Anyango,
pia
niambie Chiesa.
kutoka kwa huyo mzee
Mimi najua Chiesa ni mavi.
inamrudisha hadhi yake chini kabisa.
Chiesa ni mavi.
Ni mavi.
Yes,
Kama ni Biden
ni son or daughter of Mavi.
No, yani is taken Chebu and had a theater. So
yes.
Chebukati is a theater, you know.
Oh yeah, he's a Mavi.
Chebukati
yes.
ni Mavi.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is.
what it means.
Which is
and if you say, well, I don't want to say on TV.
I mean, those are words that you don't accept from a leader, you know.
No, they are okay. They are okay, bana.
Alex Achochokozi.
From what he did to Raila, hata Raila is too soft. Ingekuwa ni mtu kama Stone P, huyo jamaa hata mangumi ningemlima maze. Hey, you don't do that. Chepchietha is not good enough. Unajua hii Kenya
ona Charles Agwaru anasema ati Raila anatufunza vibaya.
Ni sawa.
Tabia mbaya sana.
Hiyo ni fiti, huyo ni chief kabisa. Yep. Unamwambia bro chua ni mateka inya chief vikuchu.
I am not too radical.
Hivi kaje onge mimi ngatoka. Kuna mama wa mtu hapa bwana.
Bwana huyu Alex Media ananitusi sana. Pengine anataka kuona shingo yangu ni kama anataka kunidara ama ni ana shida gani?
Alex mgadi huyo.
Huyu Alex Media naona anaongea mbaya sana huko chini.
Kuna mtu anaitwa David Arika.
Alex kwani yeye twinsi.
Anasema ati hawa watu hawachoki kuongelea one topic. Hawawezi kuchoka David Arika. We cannot get tired. The topic is too sweet, man. It is
like the speaker of this house.
Yes. Until the day huyu mtu atangatuka ndio tutachange tune. Na hata tukiweka wewe David Arika president uanze kuregarega, we will sing your song until you go away. That's what we want. We want to set a precedent where a president will not serve for more than 100 days kama wewe ni Chepchietha. Tunakungatua vile Cuba ilikuwa inafanya mpaka hii. Ni Cuba ama ni nini? What do we call this country in South America?
Unakumbuka Brazil is the same wenye wanafanya size. You remember is the same people wenye walienda wakachukua their parliamentarians wakaweka kwa nini? Kwa mapipa.
Unajua huyo chali anaitwa Ruta. Yaani wametoa
I talk about these things here on this channel, but nobody could understand when it was happening in Brazil. Yeah. Waliwangatua.
Yeah.
At the beginning, nobody could see my comments initially.
By the way, Brazil imeendaje? Ama ni revolution bado unapanda tu magorofa?
Ni revolution inaenda, inapika kama ile ilianza Khartoum. Revolution ya Khartoum, you remember it started with one lady?
Yeah, Brazil. You know, Tony.
Yes.
This is something that is happening around the world. All election losers are not agreeing that the results are okay.
Yeah, because they are stolen.
Now the thing is, the irony is, the incumbent was beaten in Brazil by the opposition leader. That's what you should know.
Mzalendo, what you have to agree, what you have to understand is that what you have to understand, Mzalendo, is that the generation that we live in, we are not about BS. If you don't win something rightfully, we are not going to accept it. We are going to fight.
Alafu Mzalendo, it doesn't matter whether ni incumbent ameiba. Sisi tunasema mwizi ni mwizi. Hata Raila akiiba. Na ni Mzalendo amesimama na tunajua ameiba. We will talk the same.
Authenticity.
Yes. Period. It is that simple, Mzalendo.
I think elections zote ya Afrika zimekuwa hivyo. Hakuna ule mtu amekubali.
It's a face.
Ameshindwa.
It's a face because it is true. there is rigging.
Yeah,
Mzalendo, I don't know why we debate on this. You know we are all thieves. Hakuna nchi inahesabu vote vizuri. You know that. Hata MCA level. Wewe umekuwa politics, you know. We are stupid.
I know.
Yes.
You know, hizi wizi we said the only way utaimalizaje Stony PK hiyo wizi yote tuseme
itaisha.
Mara mingi itaisha.
Na revolution na
ona Stony PK akiiba kura, either is killed, shot or chased. You will be careful not to do that.
Repercussions.
Yes. And we are going to have that very soon.
You remember 2002 hakuna mtu alilalamika mahali.
Exactly. Yeah, so so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Kwa hayo mengi wacha tuseme.
Wewe Mwana Mbali alikuwa tuambie first answer ama?
Okay, wimbo wa taifa.
Haya, first answer.
Usiimbe, tuambie.
Yeah. Mungu nguvu yetu. Ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru. Raha tupate na ustawi.
Yep.
Raha tupate na ustawi. Bado tunaendelea kutafuta huo ustawi. Ndugu zangu, twendeni vizuri popote ulipo. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Tutaonana tena.